I'm not supposed to tell.
Can you do that in the chat? Yes, alright, let's see this one, dude. I want this show to be over already. This is called the Little Szechuan for Sunday. Post by Chin Second Balcony. Let's see. Comes from a long time. Been in rooms with people characters. Others are nice as people to me. really got no chance. Fuck his legs, he can kick too if he wants. Oh, I need a handler? Well, I would beat up Joe Rogan and handle that good. You should have answered it honestly, dude. You should have said that you would beat him up just like you did Bucks. That's what you should have said. Be honest with your fucking Padres, dude. I hate him. Can't stand him. This is George Janko claims he was sexually harassed by Bobby Lee. Almost my Toronto Rapture. I saw this earlier, but I'm on chains.
Never had a problem. No, he never had a problem with the way that Logan and you were kind of gassing it to keep doing. He started the episode putting his balls in my face. Every 2 seconds he came out.
I put my balls in their face. Sure, me as well. Cody kept showing me his ball teeth.
Grabbing my dick. How would you feel if a man has his back completely towards you and only turns around to grab your dick, talking to your face, and you can't smack or read the living lies out of his throat so high because Logan makes him apologize to this man. And when I don't have a job, I'm impulsive. How fucking crazy is this? Like this is all that happens, and you said, verbatim, you said, it's our fault for not telling you this, but me and Logan are really the ones who should be talking to the cast. You are really there for what's all this. So while I get sexual harassed, my other co-hosts try to find me, and you're trying to leverage me to be quiet in front of the guest.
I don't know. So it could be totally wrong here, but that guy seems like a dog, and Bobby Lee is cool. I mean, if somebody is making feel comfortable, just tell them that it's nice enough. As a man. I mean, it's kind of, sometimes I see girlfriend that be from men's balls and shit. Maybe Bobby Lee saw a fucking bag trying to scream it up, he should, whatever. But he's thinking about engagement, he's thinking about TikTok. So, you know, for all I know, that's what Logan calls wrong. George Janko's his man. He's got the money against him. George Janko? Yeah, or he's like working for the deep state. Okay, shop with George Janko. He's like, oh, let me make sure to get you on his right attention. I'm a fucking he's brave that he's even talking about having the military as a president. But, you know, whatever. I can care less. It's like, dude, I do not give a shit about George Janko. And let the courts handle that dick. I'm one of our guys. This is called, you've got to be kidding me. Doesn't like materialistic things, but also doesn't pay that in social media post by Successful Capital 217.
I mean, my girls like me for the most part. Like, I don't like materialistic things. I like things that my kids do. Like, you know, they draw cards and shit. That's awesome. Father to you. Those like materialistic things, huh? Well, that's good. I mean, he's never been known to be a materialistic guy, right? Like, he's not really flashy cars or anything like that. He's never given your merch. Yeah, he gets a nice truck and flips it on purpose. Yeah, he doesn't care about what's in the not standing up for him. He likes cards and shit. He likes putting stuff in cookies. Oh, okay, you know, just like cookies. Yeah. Oh, this one's a haphazard. It's a season. It's not going to continue. He's going to see all materialistic. Not something like that. Do you go see it? The CF's not going to continue. Okay, let's see. Y'all know right away. It's great. Say something wild. I told you I'd send you a little chocolate. I have yet to do it. Nothing racist yet, but there was that kid in my school, when a kid, there was a kid in my school that was that. I was more triggered. Well, yeah, I mean, I see that. I'm like, what the fuck? Drive by. Like, two fucking people working. What the fuck? Don't call your new friend John. You know when someone you know it's like a parent saying to your kid, go kid. Don't get back to this stuff. You know what I say? You know people are doing that nowadays. They do like they'll make themselves a girl or something transracial. Like they'll go chocolate place. And it's like, oh, let's go chocolate place. Back to the day.
You know it. Pretty close, pretty good though. Somebody's got to say it. Right.
It's funny how many times he says this is like 3 or 4 times. It's almost like you're looking back in time. I never said that. Make sure that shit get caught. It's funny how it's not racist. Yeah, there's been a lot of questionable things in this particular episode. Yeah, somebody who says it's not racist. It's like, well, here he tries to explain it, right? He's like, he means like in a chocolate bar in his Facebook, right? It seems like suggesting that no, it has something to do with his chocolate. So much too. This is Bubba Tello. It's called Remember the Time Bubba Crossed Paths with Diddy. This totally happened, really no lie. After Diddy also makes an appearance. This clip made me laugh so fucking hard. There must be something really amazing about him. I was at a gym one time in Hollywood and they kicked everybody out because he came in with his crew. No way. What'd you do? You get out of the hard I refused to leave. I said, let me stay. One day I pulled me for the rest of the time. P. Diddy comedy. Oh my god. Girl was so funny. Oh my god. That's gonna be the most popular clip of the month. Wait, no, dude, it's not, but that's so fucking funny. How does he do this? He's now entering into the Simpsons world, always having a like always having a tweet. I'm the P. Diddy of comedy. Now I am. I was the second fuck. Okay, so let's see. This is Chin's second balcony. Bubba putting Tommy's first one next. What he would do if he was given a bunch of money to spend. It's like that when you play Jack in the 90s or something. You put it with a girl there. It's so cool. What would you pay? Like, I give you that much money. You have it. I'm going to count to 20. Then I'll do it. So before you're going to buy, okay, ready, go. Cars. Specific cars. GTR is one. I do love regular lights on. My guy is Shelby, Super Duty, Raptor R. I would buy, used to go 65, I would have 50 curb cabs, and then just all that out. I would buy all the 5 seconds, and you guys are all cars. Fish, I didn't get my red air water for China. It was free fucking cars. I get like 5 or 6, like no house, no nothing. Just that's too easy to turn down. I mean, you know, every single person in the house, the first thing you're gonna say is house. Yes, so where's the home, right? Where's the house? Say that. No, this is much more interesting. 20 seconds, bro. Yeah, but if you have cars, you appreciate the car for life. Fuck all your cars. Jesus Christ. Speaking of this, James, yeah, I don't know. I hate British out, dude. I never thought it's good on the airways, dude. I mean, 20 seconds, you buy anything you want, you buy stuff. Maybe it could be me. Don't put that zero so we can do it. Wait, give me 20 seconds. Okay, ready? There you go. I would buy some fucking figures for my special dude. You be careful about that. That's why you get condition. You should hit the reverse.
let's see here. This is called Oyaniki Cheese and Rum. Chilete plus white fudge.
No fucking way.
Joe for the roast that was about Amber's goals. That was like, if you can't tell your like an expectation on our amongst the slaves to think he's cool.
Alright, let's go this one, dude. We have a couple of moves left. This one's posed by Commander of Parts. It's called Holy Cow is Doing Better. If you know any family members that have suffered from this, reach out and help them. Let's see. This one's called Imagine Being Almost 60 and Still Insecure Enough to Go Training so that you can fight. Well, if there's a street ball, you are 60. Posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. My brain has left me trying to read it. And then I just want everybody to know I hate training. Like, I don't actually like it. But I do it because I just don't want to be, as I get older, I don't want to be a mark. I want to at least have a bit of an answer if there's a change. And I want to feel like I get surprising people. But I love it. I love it. So even during the writing of pages of life, there is totally it gets me every time. It's so awful. But I want to see it. I want to be able to write so I want to get I want to be able to get just like saying all these fucking like Gen Z terms. I want to be good. Oh, really? But it's also something good. Like, this is much fun. Like, you're wow. Shit, look at you, Chicago. So you're like learning things that most of the time. Yeah. Right. I think it's more of an Atlanta thing. I could be wrong. We like takes line. Alright, we already saw this too. This is the last one for the day. It's supposed to be that day for reminder Brendan Schwab thinks he played in the NFL. Shout out to Chinsik Gosky, recent contract.
Alright, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual comic book. Thanks so much for dedicating all the show Rothschild'S this year as it is close to the summer published for Andy. So check out the sponsors for the month of Honor, President's Eve. Zin, love Yoga, his father, Dr. Harry Khan, his older Rav, C. Hirsch, Ben Yossi Cohen, and the Sid of Levin and Gordon families in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Israel, Rabbi the American Bar Commodore, all of the Shams Abraham, the families in the Rob will bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers will be successful. The whole mass safety. Listen, that's what else we have a lot to do today. Today's dot is Tzaddik Day 92. We're picking up on Tzaddik Aleph, Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. Although we have a really good, we have an incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us, which means we got something like 8 years. So we'll keep it like an extra 6 months, depending on what we're doing, but it's alright. Good. Entonces, aquí en el programa, Tzaddik Aleph, Aleph, Amalei, Rabbi, Antonio, Entonces, we can have a number of different conversations between Rabbi and Anthony. So that Anthony was a
Yo,
bishop. A little bit of historical debate gaps.
E.
Was.
Radic Lover, how you living?
Just go there and do one of the seasons. So fascinating,
Yo, can you hear me? The Radic Lover. I love Michael Scott. I love The Office. How you living? Can you hear me? Radic Lover. Can you hear me? Do you speak English? How'd you find out about me? Oh shit.
So, like, as far as designing this one, really not going to decide on this because Ryan knows, like, division game, these two teams beat up on each other. They say they split for the season. Yeah, we win one game, and then the next game, New Orleans Saints, they play us again in the season, they end up winning that one. So it's kind of a split. It just depends on who's going to get the first game. More likely, they're not going to get the second one. So, looking at their home and away splits, it's kind of split down the middle. So I don't really don't see an advantage. As far as betting aside in this one for me, I'm on the Bucks away for sure, right? I'm a Bucks fan, but as far as the betting standpoint, picking aside in this one, it typically is kind of split down the middle. I would like to think that my Bucks bounce back today after taking that terrible loss that they took to Detroit. Kind of feels like good teams find ways to bounce back in the following game, so I would like to we're decimated. We had injuries all over the field, whether it's defense or offense, and we're just kind of putting things together, putting pieces together, and it sticks until we get some pieces back. Of course, we're not going to get Mike Evans back for the regular season, so that aspect is gone. But trying to get Godwin back on the field again, and just trying to stack up wins as they may come. We've been one of those teams that in the fourth quarter, we come from behind and have the ball last and tend to win games. That's typically how our wins have came out this season. So I'm not going to take a side on this one just because it's a divisional game and we typically split when seriously close ones. But there is a play in this one that I do like, and to my surprise, Mecca has gone under his receiving yards in the first quarter in every single game this season. I mean, he's gone against uh, some some defenses that are not that good as far as cover receivers. He still hasn't been able to get over 14 and a half receiving yards in the first quarter. So on the draft, when I was looking at FanDuel at minus 112, looking at his chart here, he's gone 0-3, -3, 1, 9, 7, and 0. And Mecca has been on the field quite a bit this season, especially with Mike Evans being out. So for some strange reason or another, he doesn't typically start to go off until as the game goes on. So the bet for me today is Mecca under 14 and a half receiving yards and
develop relationships that we've done together. As we record multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Anthemius actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So the Anthemius is the following. Whoever the Shema, the woman with the Atom and incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to accept change and judgment. Among those things, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. Also, keeps our the Shema Chatos, the body is saying, really, the Shema's fault that I'm saying. How so? Shem Shapir Shemeni, how you just had to go in together. So the right to look at from the time that the Shema left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Shema left, what am I doing? Just laying here in the grave. So clearly again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Shema. So the Shema left, the Shema could say, look, fuck off, no, the fact that
Criticism, kids. Get this. Yo, we're at the club. How are you? You don't talk. I can talk to office with you all fucking day.
Essentially, a person is almost two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility for ultimately the failure of man. So this is beautiful. I'm going to show how much my idiot أكيد ولا ما شو كمان بدنا ندرس great. Another cluster of shale of hydrogen. Came at a beautiful orchard. The higher ball of the days from volleyball flowers showed that the field had very nice proposed nose. Very nice seats. Right, very nice seats. The whole nation. Now the king stood there watch over the field. After 3 years of athleticism, one of them is crippled, and one of them is blind. The other one is okay, so that is you know, when I'm so there, so these people are watching the field. So I don't know if you do it. So the crippled one said to I see that there's some really nice things in this place. But they like to find it, it means outcome. So the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, put me on your back, we'll use your legs and my eyes together to be able to make the face. So sure enough,
Yo.
Sure enough again, the crippled blind back of the porch.
How you living, big dog?
How are you living, man?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. First and foremost, I love your avatar.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Michael Scott, man.
100%. Michael Gary Scott.
Gary, I don't know. Honestly.
No, it's
I
true.
don't know, man.
Erratic Lover, how'd you find out about me?
You clipped one of my streams, dude.
Oh, on Kick?
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right, my friend. So you are a streamer yourself, I take it?
Yeah. I mean, kinda. I'm just messing around, man.
Word, dog, aren't we all? Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, Erratic Lover, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I'm live right now on more than 20 different YouTube streams from 360 degrees. If you weren't aware, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data whether it's your number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. You may make me an influential person someday, and if and when that happens, erratic lover, I want to make you, your friend, your family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want to make sure that you are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Yeah, man, I'm down for money and everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just curious about you. I just see you chilling on your bed, dude, and I was like, let me see what this guy's about.
100%. I talk about things that I think will help the world. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStrap program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump red seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, erratic lover?
Pretty cool, man. Yeah, I like that.
Excellent. I talk about other things,
good thing.
specifically futuristic topics, topics on futurism. I'm a futurist myself. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about things like the invisibility cloaks. I talk about things like space tourism, space elevators, terraforming other planets. I talk about things like interstellar travel. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Crossbar Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger after the woolly mammoth, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to witness. Additionally, I talk about
it's cool, but like at the same time, when do you think men have begun playing God?
oh, I think we've been doing that for a long time. Perhaps the first person to,
And do you agree with it?
it's not up to me to agree whether it's good or not. It's just the world in which we live.
I mean, you're allowed to formulate an opinion upon it, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, as a futurist, I think that the more that we're able to manipulate our own environments, the better opportunity we have to live longer and perhaps be able to evolve into a new kind of species. So I'm about that. I like that. For those people who don't want that, they don't have to have that kind of future. They can decide if they want to just live a finite amount of years and then die like a normal Homo sapien has for the last few 100,000 years. But for those of us who want to perhaps escape a type of normal death into transhumanism, I think we should be allowed that option as well.
Yeah, I mean, do whatever you like, right?
Like, so long as it doesn't hurt anybody else.
I mean, it will eventually, I think.
Okay, how's it going to hurt them?
But because eventually life, humanity, and society will be tailored towards those who are going to stick around the longest, right?
I'm in agreement with you on that one, Big Dog.
Yeah, so it's come for the people manufacturing these methods of extending, their lifespan. And so eventually, just living a normal short span life, you're going to be bottom of the barrel when it comes to most public services or, anything really.
That's certainly a potential. You're 100% right on that. I don't
know. I just saw Rabbi in your name, so I wanted to talk to you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just, you You sound like a very intelligent man, at least knowledgeable.
I do my best to be
Sound like you have a lot of interest.
100%.
What about Benjamin Netanyahu? What do you think about it?
I want world peace.
Okay, understandable.
Yeah,
Do you agree with like everything going on over there right now?
I don't agree with everything going on anywhere in the world, to be honest with you. I want global peace. I don't want anyone to die on any side of any war, whether it's in the Middle East or Ukraine and uh, Russia.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So I'm at the heart of my life. I'm a pacifist, and I don't feel that I have any right to put my hands on you, nor do you have any right to put your hands on me without our consent. And if we can live like this, then we should be able to have a happy life. That's kind of the credo that by which I do my best to live, and
Yeah,
so that's kind of my feeling on things.
I understand that. So you're Jewish,
100%, 100%.
100%. So I've, you know, I've seen things, right, and it's like people are justifying, like, the state of Israel, right? Because I get Israel has multiple meanings, right? And at least this is what I've heard, trying to piece it together. And they said there's like biblical justifications for like modern conflict. Do you agree with that?
Oh, I think that those are perhaps that's outdated thinking. Um, that may need some revision for a modern age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Okay, I'm just curious, man.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just figured.
I don't know what specifically you're referencing. I mean, we're not looking at a passage at this time, but in general,
Yeah.
I think that the borders of Israel have never been defined, nor well, not biblically, nor in the modern age.
Mm-hmm.
But if you really want to know, I want I look forward to a day, one day, perhaps, when Israel's the whole world. But that doesn't mean that other people can't enjoy it. So, just like part of me has a desire for the United States to be the whole world, any person in any country in which they live, in their own way, wants everyone to experience the same type of benefits and enjoyment that they're able to. And the idea of a homogenous society eventually someday.
So you're like very like pro homogenous. So, which is I think that would obviously work, right? Like I agree with that.
Yeah. So
That could.
basically, I think we should give people the opportunity to be Jewish if they want to be Jewish, and it hasn't been something that's really been publicized. We don't proselytize as Jews, but I look forward to a day when Mashiach, our coming Savior, Messiah, essentially, may usher in a world where people want to be Jewish. If they don't want to be Jewish, well, they don't have to be. No one's forcing anybody into anything. But I think they don't necessarily know what it is to be Jewish as well. So don't knock it till you try it, as they say.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. See, I'm Christian. I'm Catholic, and so you speak of Messiah coming, and to me, the Messiah's already came.
Right, that's
You
the
know,
big
so that
big disagreement for 2,000 years.
what do you say?
That's our big disagreement for the last 2,000 years.
Yeah, the whole world, right? Like all Abrahamic religions just disagree on that.
Yeah, I could get on board
Whatever,
with
not really a big deal.
I could get on board with some of that, but I just have an issue with like the idea that God had to die, that doesn't make sense to me.
Like talking about like God through Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that like Jesus is the three in one, the Trinity, and is both the Son and the Father and the Holy Spirit simultaneously, which is, I believe, traditional Catholic. I don't, I don't know, so please correct me.
Yeah.
Then I guess Jesus, the Nazarene, was crucified, died, and was buried, and then, as I understand it, on the third day after burial, rose from the dead. But that means he died, which means what? There wasn't a God in the universe for 3 days because some Romans crucified him. It doesn't make sense. It's a nice story.
No, I get that. I see. I said Christian Catholic. You know, I'm like kind of a middle ground floating right now. To be honest, I do believe Jesus is Messiah. I think he's merely Son of Man, God. That's it.
Okay.
I don't believe he is God in himself.
Okay.
God in the flesh, no.
Okay. Well, I mean that's really a more Christian, as I understand, and less Catholic, even though it's more Protestant view, I would say. But I mean that's for
But I
you.
worship Mary as well, so it's like it's weird. I don't know. Modern religion is honestly too far off the rails right now for me to get devoted.
Okay. Yeah. I mean that's an interesting one. Um, how someone could be impregnated by God, how that works. I don't know. These are not questions for me to understand. But
There's a lot I don't understand about a lot of religion.
sure, I understand. But with that, I'm sure there's a lot on which we do have agreements. One of which is your love of The Office.
I do love The Office.
What's your favorite character? Who's your favorite character? What's your favorite season? What talk to me about it?
Oh, I'm not that crazy into it, man.
Okay, do you have a favorite
I'm not.
season?
Yeah, Michael Scott.
Okay, that's
Michael Scott favorite character.
excellent. That's a great choice. Okay, do you have a favorite season, or like I can tell you this? I love the seasons 1 through 7. I can't stand season 8. I think it's terrible with Robert California.
Yeah, a lot of people say that.
Oh, it's awful. And then season 9's okay, but I don't really enjoy it that much. But seasons 1 through 7 are amazing. Seasons 2 and 3 are some of the best television that NBC's ever had. Even 4 and 5 are really good. It gets, as they say, they jump the shark a little bit in the later seasons, which I don't really like. But when they're in that show, when they're sticking to things that are Office related, I think it's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I agree, man.
all right. Who's the hottest chick in the show?
I don't know, dude. I'm gonna be cliche and say Penny.
Penny's not a character. You mean Pam?
Pam. Yeah.
You're good. Penny's Big Bang Theory. Okay. If that's what you're thinking. Okay.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'm a big fan of Jan Levinson. I think she's hot as fuck. That's Miranda Harper, whatever her name is, the boss. She's a beautiful woman. I think Erin's really pretty. She's like she takes over as the administrative assistant after Pam. Um, yeah, okay. Do you have a favorite episode?
No, dude. I'm barely. I just turn it on, man. Forget what I'm doing.
I get you. A lot of people do that. In fact, there's some people who just watch it constantly as background noise, and I totally get that. I've known quite a few people that do that. Okay. Any character you don't like.
No, but dude, I hate to, interrupt you, but I gotta go.
Take care, my man.
But
Come back anytime, my
good
friend.
conversation. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out in here. I got some more questions for you, but I gotta get going.
All right, my friend. Well, whenever you have time, I'll do my best to answer them.
Yeah, peace and blessings, brother.
Take care, my friend. Shalom.
Shalom.
And eat a lot of things in the open slow, like time, whatever, for a long amount of time. So the order comes back to Father, where are my days? So I will look at whom you should name me, also, sorry, I will look at you, whom you should name the highest time, I will smoke, whom you should name zero. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability, how denied liability? So the blind guy said, I wasn't for me, I don't have sight. This guy said, yeah, I'm like, please, please. So what's this about us? Here, I got spoken that I think that. So the owner of the field, literally again, one triple one on the back of the blind one, and judged them as one entity. So you're an individual, and the chance is no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have to as a historical. Maybe in Shama, it's dark of a book, it's not of some cat. Chevy says that not right. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shama and literally throws it into the book. It's not the whole self, it's not outside God. And ultimately, again, it goes ahead and judges them as well. Shneiman, Yikra al Shemayim Me'av, the Al-Aretz Mojim Amr. Yikra al Shemayim Me'av, we call for the heavens above, the Sunnah Shama, the Al-Aretz Mojim Amr, and it causes both the earth for judgment together with it. Zahador. Shabbat Shalika. That's it. So I'm facing it. It really needs a contribution. We're still just doing this. Like I said, it's not that. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? Because at the end of the day, not the Neshama that sins. It's the football. So why would the Neshama be held responsible for the sins of the body? This is what the Bible says. Last tough. As it says, because the Neshama didn't try otherwise. Stop. Because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all dressed up, and it's sin, the Neshama's like, I'm out. It's not a direct the Neshama says, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be involved in this. And when the Neshama upsets himself, the lady says to the Neshama, how dare you? How dare you? You have stopped yourself when the body is struggling. Stop when the book is struggling. That's when you need to be there even more. Stop when the fire are burning. That's when you have to be there even more. It's tough. You decide to walk away because now that's the thing that does. Why the Neshama is held accountable for the sins of the body of man. You shouldn't try to hard to stop and stop. When the struggle is most acute, that goes when you start walking. Such a divine soul, human nature, I'm going to be present. That's expected. I'm in a relationship with other people. That's really much powerful. I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay. As long as it's manageable. But how often in life do we walk away from things and forget to difficult? Now again, obviously I didn't try to work. Of course. But more often than not, you have to stop go when it gets hardest. Stop go when it comes present. You have to try hardest. The Neshama is helpful because when the body is struggling most, that's when the Neshama really needs to get blood. But instead the Neshama is
Get some medicine.
All right, let's go like that.
Look at this book.
I'm going to do this later. I'm going to do this later. Sit me back. I'm going to do this. Yeah. So this is, I'm not seriously for me, this is like with me. It's like crazy. If they knock on the outside of the Jeff, just has an I want you to see from these questions, these are not attempts of subculture, it's more of questions Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, focus on theology. If you notice that's not the nature of this question. Anthony as actually like a real theological curiosity. It's like a real worldly curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rabbi takes the time to answer so many of these questions. Because he recognizes it's not an issue. It's open fight. It's not an issue. I believe that the point of this is if they not only look at the stuff, which are talking about why does the sun rise in the west, set in the west? Let's say that appreciation is have that application. But every year the sun is there, those means I think it's most beautiful thing in the world. We don't appreciate. We're busy the whole day, obviously yours the whole day. So just a little while. By 5. Let's see a second. Anyway, Dr. Nina asks, why is it that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west? All right. So Rabbi says, what's your question? I didn't know it was the reverse. I'm waiting to have it get bought. Rabbi having a problem. In other words, and it's the reverse. Why does the reverse? Why does the sun rise in the west and set in the east? In other words, let me look at what's your question? What's your question? I'm going to tell you here's my question. If they mashed past the sun, no, just ask me, why does it have the sun rising and setting? Why does it have to rise and set in the west? That's my question. Why does the sun present the other direction? Anyway, this is so beautiful. In order that the sun should be shown on it, and should be shown as good as the light Rashi is on both sides. Anyway, I also feel a lot of some of the definition of that, which is Rashi puts together on one side of the page, right? Rashi puts over both sides. So Rashi both sides of the page. So look at Rashi. Rashi on the right hand side, you can show the photos. Back to the sparkle. Shashina B'Mari. The Kiva Shematanas. Adaran Kobecha Shachar Kobecha Shachar. It's the original Shia is in the west. Remember again, remember, the westernmost part of the Beis Hamikdash. So that's when you remember the shield is the west. So therefore, the sun from Yachar comes down the front and shows this in the west and sets. Like it says, it goes down. The shield itself, the sun itself down the front and shows it. So the Mishnah, especially if I'm talking about like all that. She's got all those here, but you get some of the tail. So I said, I'll pass. Once again, why not allow the sun to come like to the sky? So rising, come to the sky, bow there, or something, not bow there, or bow there, and then just set. I think it's that's what this is. I understand these way towards west. Why does that have to go down overlay into west? Let it just come to mid-sky, so to speak, down on the west, and set right there. The question is, we should all of them to overrate levels. Because of what there is in travel, and the word that we look at actually, we should call them, you know, can't tell them not shit. Oh, שכמה באמצע רקיע מביאותיה, משום שעדיין אפשר ביום בימון שבוע, שקשה כמה בטוח, רק לא יכול להיות, once I actually, here's the problem, if the sun is set in the sky, so those are the problem. The way the sun hardly works, if the sun goes very rapidly, people know, right, the workers know, like the workers there is coming to it, travelers know, like they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday, this would create a workday. This would take the problem for travelers. Therefore, I control for an hour to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allowing the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in west is certain people number one, down back control, and number two, it allows the next one on the time to travel to workers. It also let it tremendous amounts of maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, the step in the middle of the sky, the whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets rather the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work. Give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And it's trying to about more than anything from us is to work. Let's see what this work is next. Okay, about your career, like come here, material for that. So you maximize it the way that you're selling it. Incredible. I'm going to have to use the Rabbi. Just show the innocent in the bottom. And then it says, by the way, when does Rabbi, when does the Neshama come into the body? How do you speak to the left and the south? One of the rules they use in the Neshama. It's in the soul. Yes, when does the Neshama? Mishas Ida or Mishas Sia? Joseph took the ability again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi was already again the beautiful Gemara said this the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach is the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, what do you call it? You know, kind of similar to this. Embryo, a blast. A blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before I put the start. And he said, what is it? That's called Kiva. Kiva means, remember, this was a malach saying, Hashem, what is this baby going to do? So Antoninus asked Rabbi, when does the baby get into Shama? Is it at that moment, like when it's blast, or maybe no, when it takes on ability again, it's more like a form of a baby. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So Rabbi says it's from the time when the baby is more well formed. Okay? So Amalei, so I didn't think it would make sense. Extra Katifa Shabasa or Medish Roshim and Mamara. Bela Masrachas. So again, he says, for example, a piece of meat. Right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. It needs salt, it needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was, everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the black, how does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead, it must be Amma Mishas Kishida. So Antoninus says to Rabbi, it must be that the neshama is already from the time of Sebastian, from the moment of conception. So other Rabbi said, never tell on Naya Antoninus, whoever said, so this is Rabbi said, that they will right. Right. Say good. And furthermore, there's a positive that backs up under it. What's the positive? So the Gemara says, so literally again, so the actually from Shas and Judah, the load of years, the moment of Malach, brings the peak of the trap of God for the Barhu, Shamra by Ruach, preserves. By Ruach, which I want to say seems to indicate that the Neshama is given to the feast of the entity in its initial blast or incredible. Rabbi Antoninus Rabbi, there's like a culture about it. It's that it's like the Shama, and so the Shama, the way it does, I love it, so the Shas, and the Shas, so interestingly enough, so here the question is specifically the time you get an embryo that the fetus is part, the fetus is part, or you get your sinews, your flesh, or the time the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. I'm sorry, Mishasi Sira, Jenny says, I responded, and the tiger, the fetus is playing who you will, ultimately, and that's what it is. So I think this doesn't make sense. I'm going to keep going through my email filter. If that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which I will say, so we hear this, the baby has which starts with something new. What does the Sahara say? What does the Sahara do? The Sahara causes us to kick. Right? This is the entire aspect of Sahara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, the Sahara says, okay, I know that this sucks, so I don't care. I don't care. Whether or not I agree, I don't care. That's not happening in Sahara. But here's the interesting idea. The Sahara has a very profound system. Because if you somehow, if I say I'm able to take that energy of these such, I don't know if this is like and suddenly now I have what? I have a clock inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which by the way, can be the most incredible energy. Right? Everything is about how to harness that power. So again, Athena says it can't be that he has the sorry, the way out of must be that receive the auto when it comes into this world. Aaron Johnson, Rabbi says, government of Daniel Beninas. So Rabbi wants to get accused of this. He's right. He's absolutely right. Right, it must be that the receives the word actually. And with the Messiah, and ultimately again, it is a custom that supports this of Shemar. The Pasuk says that literally again, till a week at the entrance. Now, of course, again, this is talking about time. It's like time, but it's a metaphor. Because at the opening of the entrance to the world, not the city crouches. It's the other guy. The horror comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. And also this soul that we just go into and go into our own lives. Now what are these? How you can keep down these things? But again, if I can harness that, if I can channel that, then what is that? All right, so Rish Lucky is contrasted to I want to check the website. So, bomb, say, I love you, my guys. See, as the Gallic, I say, this show Russia feeling, with my mind, and I think God, so as I say, I'm feeling up to the shooting that was in the one person seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other person seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which of us is one of the questions that we have. We started right here yesterday about how do people come back explode, unfold, they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities, and how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, all right, okay, that's one thing in this reality, we come back again without moving, but then we are healed back from the powerful. Incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, it's greater appreciation. Come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my broken hearts. I come back with all of it. And then it's yes, at least my response is one thing. That's the thing. Like the Bible. Rabbi brings down the second one, like, God help them. Even have all this like, that's not the one question they're not that will be swallowed up forever, and Hashem will erase every tear, every sin. Don't get shit out of that situation. Here's another question. The Messianic era, is there death or is there not death? One person seems to indicate there's no more death. Other person seems to indicate that there will be death. But when a person dies at 100, it'll be like the death of the young person. If someone over much longer, that there will still be death. So which one is it? So Pastor, how do we talk about people having? What is the most difficult that is? How do they get like this? That's what I have always been up with my power. So what are the answers doing? What is like he said what is that? The Gemara says, my boss, I'm one of the people unto others. So because again, apparently they're looking at this. First of all, there's a whole discussion of things like righteous Gentiles. What did they have? Both the Papa and the Mashiach. But interestingly enough, this person reflects the idea that the Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others who can do ours and serve others. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to material needs of Israel. Will be fully focused again on the spiritual growth. And interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole sub-consciousness, which is what is Messianic era? And what is it? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much hold up to the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop. That's the backdrop of what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Quote, unquote, all these things understand that in the backdrop of what exactly like the Messianic era is like. Because whenever you might have these focusing, you're not always close to the same person, which is I know Rothschild'S on that one. And I never saw it except for you actually. In other words, we have these focusing, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? We'll know when we know. Okay? So this one is it. Rafa Levana, Moshe Hama, Shema Hashem Tzidakos. Siv, Vayahar Levana Barak Hama, Barak Hama Yu Shiva Sayin or Shiva Sayin. Those are things that mean that there's two different sources. The first one seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually darken the sun. The second one seems to indicate that they'll shine even brighter. That even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says this one. Lokasha, Kalimos Moshiach, Kalol Haba. I still say this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again, Yemos Moshiach. So what does this mean? So apparently, Yemos Moshiach, Olam Haba, is the light of Hashem. When you're using the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries, Yemos Moshiach, that's what all the luminaries will shine. Shmuel, the other anything about that, according to Shmuel, says that there is no solution to this world and the same era, except she was trouble with Shiva Goddess. It wasn't that Shiva Goddess couldn't we're not as big by any other nation. The point that it means, everyone needs us to have a role. Right? Everyone needs us a role. By the way, we need the greatest leader of all. Like, we don't need to help, we don't need to love, we don't need to us, that she was not this. Plus, of course, is a recognition of ultimately again of the wonderful the having the same thing. Like, actually, I'm the master of everything. I'm the master of everything. So to speak, the Rothschild'S, you can't let you speak us. You don't need to do it. Right? That you fall on the side. The candle, that's where the luminaries shine through. Incredible. Rather than we see, there are other characters that we see. Any of this, the act that we see, any aircraft. So the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. I wrote and I will restore. Nashi name is in my the other Nashi and the other. God says, that which I took life from, I will give life to you. And that which I built, I will give. So that's what I said before. But how does this resonate in one? Where does this resonate in one? That I brought back to life. They brought back to life. They all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then after the fight, we go try to kill them. Almost like to amplify your voice. Yes, it's rich. But again, to come back how we were, and then ultimately like everybody else. But those are the unconscious and unconscious stuff right there. By the way, that's right here. How old are you? Again, so I think, like I said, right? Make it back. Yeah, well, like somebody said, like how to put it down. So there's like a lot of them all. What do you want to have the first time? Like again, like this the different like I said, you can already
Listen, let us.
I go for it. Just like breaking and healing and talking about this new person, Nisa, the kind of that. So again, life and death is also in this country with the only interest in I'm ready to go. Very questions in the Torah. How do you know about resurrection of the dead? Also, this is fascinating because here, you are not going to have to like, up until now, most of the people, except that I feel like taking myself here for the time for them. Most of the people you can see up until now. How do we know? Because we have no idea what we're talking about, right? So that's the Purushanaya. The Purushanaya, and it's from God. Right? So the verse says as follows. So now I have a passage in the Torah. Yashir nature of the results of Shiva Atos. Dead, right? That is a dead motion Kali Yisrael will sing. Shalom Rahman, it doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say Ad Shara, Moshe and Israel. Moshe and Israel sung the song, rather Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense?
Good, Daddy.
The translation of that. This is the proof of translation. Proof of translation. Like future tense that they will get those, they will be in the future that Moshe and Israel will sing. Yosef of that is singing again at home. As Yitna Yoshua is down Hashem. Yoshua will build on his down Hashem. One of them, like I say, he built about the every people. One of the guys that say that does this, and it represents it. It's something in the future when these great people will do these things. Maybe it's in the future, the whole shepherd will sing. Yoshua is dead. It's how those ways are sing and the nine. Yes, it is. Yoshua will build. Yoshua is dead. How do Yoshua build? Yes, it is. As Yiddish, when I call it part of the promotion, shepherd's part, also say interesting enough that the puzzle says that Shlomo is actually a big puzzle. Shlomo built up and it's been out for promotion. He was one of these people, the idolatry of Moab. All canonic statement is that Shlomo will build that actual staff for us. Shlomo as the largest and as a result, his wife worshipped the goddess of the soul. He did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop it, already showed it. Right, because it was going to go like the word you know about because it was working along to the Shema, Ashley, Lishni, and Safa, Okiala, and Safa. Beautiful fellow. So there will be praiseworthy are those who follow the whole Galilee of Messiah. Right? You go ahead and praise in the book, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? And then future tense, they will praise you. They will praise you. I'm pressing this one. What is this future praising? Future praising is the language which present is beautiful. Exactly, my brother showed me. I follow the ship, and it says, where it says, she is not the in this world, and the Turkish ultimately again, since she was in the world of Hachimana, Ashley, Yoshe, and Saho, and the other things. So there's so much to say about this people. What does it mean to say Shira in this world? So you see place on the cross in this world. Ultimately, again, you'll see the translation of all those pieces of land. And I kids know what we sort of say, the Olam Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Haba yourself. There's another piece of this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? The Rambam writes, Olam Haba is everything you're saying, but after I say it, I'm saying that it is a Shira. So ultimately, again, the right to sit, like this, the right to feed the crown of their feet is the crown of head, and they provide benefit to the Shira. That's all it has. I will say, there's sometimes it doesn't use very well. Is that like a team, like is there like a schlocky cutter, like is there like is a point, like is that it? Like is that it? And also sometimes you see like that sounds really good, right? Olam Haba is only at the end of the day, you value the relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If the relationship with that Kadosh Baruch Hu is not a priority in this world, the goal of Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world. But Olam Haba is something amazing. But Olam Haba really is much more about the material. It's all about the enjoyment, it's all about the stuff, it's all about the acquisitions. These are beautiful and important. But if that's to make it like we know without it, all the rest is like that. So what's the significance? You want to enjoy all of that, but all the stuff that has to let us enjoy. If that's like people are saying that you're enjoying, if you see Shira in this world, like there's people who will use this life to just about
give us a criticism.
allowed to do anything. They were faced with future tense. Once again, future tense is not present. Okay, right? I'm looking at Omen, Shira Bakala. Was the Shira of one voice. Yeah, now, hold the back and that's it. Black stuff. Makes it happy. All the reviews all the reviews and now, look, as you saw, remember, everything is worth it. It's not very before. Never enough. The person is thinking about the future. But we don't get told of how you're talking. As I say, this could be a legend, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. I have the ability to be part of the world of whatsoever. But I think it was kind of really unholy because if you're seeing that person's intelligence, so one second. So again, I have the ability to wake up for someone. I don't convey it. It's a thing that's very hard. And I'm going to on a motion. So what should you do that special? So what should you the phone conversation with you? Yeah, I and then what should? What should the inheritance? How the inheritance follows in the conversations, for example, so you have to like say gracious para is your account with gracious. So you like to account gracious para and you can gracious is a perfection.
Yo,
Gracious. Because of that, because we first.
Pistol, how you living? Pistol, how'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me?
There's this podcast.
Jewish history lectures. How'd you find out about me, Pistol?
Huh?
How did you find out about me?
I had my ways.
All right, would you please tell me how you found out about me? I sincerely appreciate it.
I find you through Skip.com.
Oh, okay, great. Did I clip one of your streams?
No, your Discord thing is like on different people's content creators stuff.
Word, dog. Absolutely. Okay, so did you see, did I post it in someone's chat or did I make a clip of somebody?
It was from a clip and it had like your Discord tag on it.
Excellent. Well, very well. How's your day going?
Good.
Excellent. Anything big on your agenda?
No, not really, man. I'm just chilling out.
Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Pistol, are you familiar with the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
All right, well, it's essentially a story of someone whose entire life's on camera, as is mine. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, overtaking petroleum, which means data is Earth's is more valuable than food, water, air, gold, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, if you want, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Pistol?
That sounds good, man.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How does that sound to you?
That sounds awesome, man.
That's great to hear, Pistol. I'm a futurist. I'm someone who likes to study the future. Other things I like to discuss are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like teleportation and things like Santa Claus machines, replicators. I like to talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, was founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind blowing goal, and I find it to be a privilege. All right, well, you don't have to take it to school. Where?
So when I look at the college, for Rabbi, which holds I look at Rabbi has an ability to teach Talmud, and he doesn't train the students. I feel this will reach the right middle ahead of us. Such a Rabbi is first even by this is who we want. שנאמר, בעיני עברת בצדיק דייס, בעיני עברת, תקבוע לעוד, בעיני לעוד עבורים לעוד מפקידת שנאמר, ולעוד ולעוד יאמר, ואין קבוע כל הקבוע מפקדת שנאמר, מה הכל לא קבוע כיתה. ואין בר עבוד, בר מפקדת שנאמר, לא שבר אין someone who does first, that's just like someone who follows Shabbos. First, even by Jesus. The Rebbe didn't and therefore what? And therefore it's cursed by the Rebbe. What was shocking that was that sometimes we didn't we make the mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are the greatest things of ourselves. That's not true. Sometimes the greatest things we do in life is to look at you and able to do. If you do something so much, what am I talking about? I read that not to Rebbe is up to over a lot of it. Some people you need myself and I don't do that. I don't do that. That's an application of the phrase that the person is responsible. That's my abode. My Torah abode the way. It's not going failure to do so, you won't persist. Incredible. So now you're like, Ula Yishua, you're not going to listen to God. If you don't try to do whole Torah from the student, so literally again, so they choose you like this. Okay, I was saying that, but you're so deceived, you forget your learning. Just like that, already doesn't share his Torah with everything that reaches his learning. He doesn't share it with everyone that shows. It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours, like nothing belongs to us. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money, that he gives me others, or again, it's my Torah that he gives me to state to others. That's the Torah that is life, and therefore, I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. What if I show Orim and Akron elsewhere? See how far? Because one of the Orim said, Hassan, that he called for the doctor. The Omar Abaye, people throughout the sea. Literally perforated like a laundry. Alright, in one go, and what happens if you do something else? Also, as a sort of punishment, this will also what happens if the Rebbe fulfills his obligation of teaching his study your Torah? What's his reward? She says, Shemka, so such a Rebbe, I wasn't going to say a Rebbe, I just want to put it down. A Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a Rebbe. Like, a Rebbe is anyone who has save someone. And especially sometimes they know there's different types of Chabuzas. Sometimes there's other Chabuzas both are on the same level. There's a Chabuzah someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow their learning. You become a Rabbi. Become a Rabbi. It's a Rabbi Chabuzah. And also that is the most profound thing. You think whenever you see these Gemara, it's like automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about Rabbi, a rabbi, or Rabbi. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, all of us have Torah. And if you debate that Torah, what happens? You're going to get us Yosef. You're moving to have Brachos like Yosef. Shenei Amar. Brachos of Yosef Mashkir. Ve'im Mashkir. Elo Yosef. Shenei Amar. Yosef Mashkir. Elo Aretz. What Mashkir the whole Elo Aretz. So Yosef Aretz. What's the shot? What's the shot? If somebody says he's straight to Torah, you get Brach like Yosef. I want to Brach like Abraham. I Brach like Yosef. It's always in power over Yosef. Yosef teaches Brachos. What did Yosef do with his Brachos? What did he do with it? Share with everyone else. Those essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he has been through, every right to say, you know, you're not going to do. I'm not going to be revenge. I'm not helping you. I'm not anything. But instead, every single brother
It's athleticism.
what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef by father. What about Jesus? But a lot of these people, a lot of trouble like that, so cut with the lungs ready to get out. Wow. Listen, every teacher saw in this world, we still have the future in the world. Yeah, by the way, what does that mean? We look at what game and rules, that's what's special, what's going to happen, what's going to mean. It's all about where you go when you die. It's all about the next scan era. Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. And girls like that, there's told this world, so that it's like, just like, opening the door so that they can very, very far away. So we have to show them the social service this one that has to be right. Why not have to let you have a training and then have one? That's what you have to do faster, right? Right? That's very well to do faster. But you have to show us how incredible is that? So you know that Shnei Amar? Well, it says, it's a long one, there's no time to hold on. At least, we have to let it down. Don't have to do that. When it's a Shnei Amar, we learn that down to the ego. Such an incredible episode. If you want to find as many smart evidence, where this is not our Shnei Amar. If he remains the Aldamos, even the woman will not have hard time. If he remains the Aldamos, no, not much like this. Sorry, so this one is not the reference. Yeah, the reference of the Shnei. If he remains the Aldamos, if he remains the Aldamos, even in this world, the Aldamos will not have. Rabbi Mishneh Atlas Africa. Even with Sai Allah, even with the purpose. So it's incredibly love. A lot of these things from the Real are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who speak in the earth will wake back up. Some will become some for degradation. The rational and other rational. So here, the act of late indicates the Tanakh, the Talmud of Allah, and together. And now ultimately again, you. Go to your place and rest, but stand by humility again in front of Allah and return to your destiny at the end of the day. We actually say it in the Buddha. This section is possible to stay active in the Buddha system. Of course, you have to leave everyone walk back to the shul, walk back to the joy. We actually many of the Buddha classes, it's possible to wrestle with the Shabbat. I don't know about what kind of shamanic is it spoke about us. So when we can learn about any earth, is thought, is the Americans, a lot of that. That's the big jungle types. The jungle types, not fire, brimstone, not but as us, such a person as this, is still meant to lead the back for all the Haba as well. And that's just all the Haba is actually true Messianic era. Like most has the Mason era. Shenei Amar, Ibrahim, Hadon, about 49 over there. We go there, Shanice tem diferença. Fail. This can now we're going to define what is the this one is great driving practice. Even if it's literally means just with two letters, but it actually is in two meanings of Hashem. Kel Deos Hashem. So that is that Deos is meant to be Kel or Hashem. You want to say that's incredible. Something is given over to two names of the Baruch Shabbat. Or else it's one Mikdash. It's English and Dutch. Mikdash also. Because it's given over to two names of Hashem. Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. Something like that. So it's the Mikdash sandwich between two names of Hashem. That's the thing that I have full of vengeance. Vengeance is also great because vengeance is to Hashem. Sit, kill, and it covers Hashem. Right? Because it says, right, kind of Hashem, all the colors of the overlay. We will say, how do that? Right. No, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance is you don't feel like vengeance as a negative thing. Vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful, very appropriate. Stay home false, I know you're done, right? So why do I need two revelations? I thought I'd like to make a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation like that. It's just as a few words. It is in the comment type. So it's two revelatory moments. So what is that mean? So one ultimately again will consider the vengeance for good or vengeance for God. So vengeance for good is not really good. Let's take the vengeance today. Or doesn't mean that something is before. Sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is their favor, especially when it's talking about things that are us. And sometimes vengeance has a chance to be treated in nature. So I rather like to call them just with their any person who has there, who has understanding, to the living that they can push together. If it's English was spoken with the Shazam, so that's why. Shazam anything which they also, Shazam anything which they also, is up with the again, the second part. They are two things of Hashem, and this is what that means. What that means. Are we talking about prayer? This back to back to us. You're underlying the back to after we get from which definition of what's the okay, yeah, now you can get it further. I don't know that, actually, I don't know that. No other church don't be able to stop this action. Any person who has the answer to come out and should have now, if you pass everything you never cover, you can't do that, I know that. But other shit ain't going to go, that's what I can do that. Any person who comes out there, right? Every person who comes out there, right? All the day, you can't have that medicine. Yeah, right? You know, so I keep going back to that. I'll say it, that's all. Everyone else, right? All colors and people who should have done it. Very easy play. Somebody who doesn't have prayer, ultimately, again, this factory will happen. So what's a prayer? You can't have compassion if someone doesn't have prayer. You can't go ahead and give your right to someone who doesn't have prayer. And I'm saying, what's the shot of this? What's the shot of this? We're saying, what's the data? Okay, you should get it in the head. And what's the point? That is, not the thing that it's just something which is more as a perspective. What is the more important aspect? Like, what is like the most basic aspect of this thing? So it's interesting. Remember again, ourselves, right, knows and struggles. It speaks about how prayers will answer. Ourselves, we think of ourselves, after holding the other dance. The most basic concept of stance. Spanish, that was it. Before you think of what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between prohibition and I can distinguish between Tommy and I. That is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, maybe a like this is another level. Email, okay, just come up, email, those are the higher levels, and then you have to compare with those sciences. Like to have balance. Be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life. Every single person has a level to meet that pressure. And failure to do so, failure to do so, Let them have fun with it. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. Someone doesn't have bail, then give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are manipulating the other Christ. There's a person that has basic values. We need to know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that thinking, on that thinking. And that's like it says over here. As I always said, any person who has Deo, who manipulates them, like ultimately, again, this is the day. There's only one thing I need in this world to be successful. Deo. I have to know what's kosher, what's true, what's tamei, what's halal, what's kodesh, what's false, what's mutter, what's awesome, what's told, what's wrong. As long as I have that, it's good. The rest, I'll acquire what I want. As long as I have Deo, I don't have bail, I don't have bail, it's my fault. I don't have bail, if I don't have bail, it's my fault. If it's your problem, it's your fault. Such a lovely and incredible man. And that's what he was. All right, you're right. I'm not going to lie. I said people need to say, okay, so I'm not going to lie. That's what I did. You just get quick tests, you know, doesn't have you should give them what's up. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the road at direction. And I got from the fight I've seen with us. I got that up. They told me, I got to see you. I heard this for love. You left us. I don't know. However, it should be there. So for Bola, person who doesn't have there, or the outside. It's not a sense why. You know, say, if I don't have there, chances are I won't be able to go to the I'll be able to go to it's as simple as that. So this is like the people don't use. Don't look at prayer. Like what you're doing, like anyhow, in which words of Torah are not heard, they're upright. So anyone in which is not following the light, fire will consume. Shemainar, or Moshe coming to know from real age, not of their Torah, suit the Ahava. Suit the Ahava, with a question of now, the Sukkah Hashem today, this is what it is. Any woman which comes to know light, fire will consume. So the scripture was like, it tells us to tell you how to do. In addition to something to show for like saying, everybody has that obligation there to show a charity. Even if it's just one couple of minutes, in addition to that, person has to lose money. Person has that Torah in their house. Like, and there's so important to so many people. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. Those in my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the chakras of the rest of the year? In any home in which Torah is not heard at night, fire continues to absolutely right? Because that's what the like that's like language only Cold bias. Shame different colors from the house. Right? So any form, there's Torah that heard any home, the people present before it stops. Like the especially comes to dialogue, I still like because the first thing we get from the culture when it's going on, just understand fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume. It's good to help you in life. It's one thing that gets stopped spirituality. Just when the fire of the negative circumstances will consume that. Change the power of a house. It's the power of everything. It's really reaction to the source. So even during the lineup periods of life, there is power in my hands, there is power in my life, I need to see the lasting effects of things by circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is the rest. The first thing that starts is the road. But it is something. But the fire, every single difficult circumstance will open up. They see that early, they see all the circumstances. So it's not to start over the fire, but not to start over the shkoya. Shkoya. That is what it was. I wrote one job, that's the secret. Wasn't a parent's regard, I didn't make nothing like that, but they much shorter demands, weird tension, shkoya, nothing more than stuff. I decided to start, such a short track of it.
Southwest is almost a 24-hour a day airline, and especially when it's it's what they could, but they run up all the fucking time. And if they lower the rates in that so that more people go to the off times or bargain hunting like the rest of us used to, and then main consumers can pay at an accelerated rate for the last immediate current flights that aren't as full because the cheap people got diverted to the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you fucking make money. Which maybe how much these companies treat their customers like crap. Especially, well, there's no reason why they, I mean, alright, if you were the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking talk to your manager. They just don't. They got a plane to catch, so they go, oh, they got the gigs, and they watch your next plane. You get it. It's free. It's awesome. You're an asshole. Go work at that airport. You made a really bad mistake. That's exactly the first thing because they know it's a corporation. They know it's a company. And they know So if you have this job, right, guys, this is how he looks at it. I look at the same way, right? You got this job that flies you into Vegas, whatever, every once a month, right? They pay you a shitload of money. That's residual. Do a show, guys. Yeah, do some show. Yes. Why would you want to try it? Oh, my brother's a club. Yeah, why? You know how hard it is to be around. It's fucking, you know how hard it is to be around. See people in the way because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's gonna wake up one day and go, first of all, how many needles can I stick in my one? How many needles can I stick in my head before my kids close up? Because that's to see you all the time. He went on some show. That's all great, man. Okay, but you know, it's the same father, man. That fucking thing. Hey, he ain't got us some sausage pies. We got him on that one. We got him on that one. So, you have to treat right now.
Yo, how are you? Can you hear me? Hello? How are you? Rope pop 'em. You gotta be 18 to be in here, big dog. Rope pop 'em. If you don't talk, you're gonna get banned. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Take care, big man.
Resurrection. Rather, what does become Lord? He goes on this with the idea that Christ are going to revenge. I mean, so don't you look on and say, fine, even if you say that, at least even the health of your life, the idea of Ashas and just. So again, even if you're not going to do this health of your life, which you have the reason, you could at least use it for that. And the guy that the scripture proof that Hashem knows what's going to happen. Right? Because again, here Hashem says, yes, the Moshe is going to die. And when he does, God is trying to say, okay, but you're very sure that you're going to die.
What is this bullshit? Oh. This is the worst fucking food. Athleticism. Athleticism. So look at this athleticism. This is motherfucking social media. Wait, that's fine, but why does George Kittle put so much tape this year? Worst player. Oh.
It's athleticism. Come on, baby. What is this bullshit? Yeah.
So now the bell that carried it throughout the whole baseball. Not only that, the bell commands weaknesses. Right? Which at that time were royalty. Okay. Because they lost in game 6 and game 7, the bell was bad. Like I said to you personally. How do you think she lost on that bet? She bet the shit out of 30,000. Jesus. I hate that motherfucker too. My mother, I brought that bet. My mother had a gambling problem. We would play that with no stuff.
Yo, how are you?
Hello, dog. Yo, dog. I'm saying hello. How are you? Oh, I'm talking to you. Yo. How are you, big dog? The Greenie G, how are you?
Greenie, how'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? Where? Oh, you found out about me from Kik? Oh, very well. Excellent, man. Yeah, I know who did it. Yeah, I know who clipped you on Kik. Oh, that I don't know. That I don't know, big dogs. Yeah. Correct, yes. You are what? All right, well, that's cool. Oh, yeah, it's baller, dog. How's your fantasy football team doing, dog? How's your fantasy football team doing? Yo, dog, I'm still here. Don't worry. I'm here, big dog. Thinking about maybe taking a nap, though. Do you know who Joey Diaz is? Do you know who Joey Diaz is?
I don't listen.
That's okay. Shit happens, man.
I don't listen. I don't listen very good.
That's alright, no big deal. Alright, well, you're always welcome here. You can write? What do you mean?
I am talking, but so I can write
It's on YouTube.
Spanish.
No, I don't speak Spanish.
Speak Spanish.
No. Do I what? Yep, I'm a streamer. I'm on YouTube. Um, correct. Yeah. Go in this stream in the upper left hand corner. You'll see a red circle. It says 24/7 YouTube streams. Click that, it'll take you to my streams. I'm on all of them, but YouTube. Correct. Shout out to Kick, baby. They love me. I'm like their fucking long lost son. Oh, you've been doing it a month? That's tight. All right, well, good job, man. Good job. Yeah, you've been doing it a month. That's great. Oh, is this what I do? Yeah, this is what I do.
What is your job?
I'm a certified project management professional.
Hey, bro.
Yo, big dog.
In this application, you can compress in writing.
No.
No.
Shashamanu, the Shalachem. Right? So here's the thing. Yeshua in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. That this is very different, right? Africans claim all ours, right? We don't claim like the Swamish I wanted backwards, right? They want the money. Right? At the end of the day, so which means Yeshua, I mean, this is like Yeshua says, we're not claiming it's all ours. We're just claiming the partners in it. The partners in it, why? So Yeshua says, they say the air goes to Shmuel. So again, what Yeshua is saying, by the way, Shmuel is not about prayer. That's what Yeshua is saying. He also talks about it. What we think about it, so why is it about it? We talk about it. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I'm going to give you this stuff.
All right, my friend, I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm gonna go to bed, dude. Get to sleep. Take care, man. You're welcome anytime. Listen, wait a second. Look at this fool. Come on. My fantasy football team is 3 points, so they're awful.
As you can probably tell, I spent so little time thinking about that and trying to actively not have my brain working that way versus I think guys like Shab and other nurses, it's always sizing each other up and oh, am I strong enough to murder you? Or and it's just, I don't know, I just didn't get it, man. You're going to get it anyway. But I just always think it's funny that some guys are acting like, well, you're bigger than me. It's incredible. Fuck, because there's 800 guys, bigger than me, and, we're a mile apart.
Yeah, I don't even see it, honestly. I feel like a long-time friend just meeting it for the first time.
Yeah, well, this
is so cool. We've been shooting the shit. Getting along really well.
It's true. It's like 20-minute warm-up or shooting the shit. And this is what I told you there is what I really appreciate about the show, because they're almost until you start with the job channel, and you can't get 10,000 people. What are you doing here? A lot of these channels are kind of just going the most basic recap of what happened in the Bama versus week. But you guys are actually actual bitterness. And to me, it's hard to do comedy from that place. Yeah, we don't want to be like that. It's all fun and games for us. Yeah, and honestly, we're standing on, as I said before, we're standing on the shoulders of giants.
Alright, so
We got people like Rogan and
that's
Shorty
again,
Pie
you
and
have
Frank
to go about
Joseph.
that place when
There's an
it's
Amy
been out
and all those
like
people.
before.
It is because people, you have really good
How
engagement.
much do they hate? The things we talk about so great, we overshoot as much as this
Yeah,
week.
you know,
I
but
just
I'm
listen to the song for this one. And it goes like before the night of Hajar. I thought it was going Harry and Steve seeing like memory of Harry's father, after Harry kind of see Hirsch, Benny, Joseph, Cohen, and the series of your thing and learning families knowing the emergency to see that Ben before you felt the news of your very dark thoughts on the wall. All the British on top of you, the family in the wall, and everything in podcasting and social media, you have to cultivate and drink down like levels in a sense, like you have to so successful and call it massive. But that right on today's topic out of 91. We have a good tag from a comments. I got it turned down to the top. So we are on the art or you know, next door, about 12 lines down from the top. They already saw this. So again, you should have carried out power. Let's remember again, we're going to trying to find some type of scriptural illusion. Yes, it is. Right, so we would let this he doesn't read the comments, he doesn't do social media. But does he have writers? And you don't have to say who, but like, if you want to, you know, like, it's like Yeshua Ta'ala. I don't know, it's very interesting. I don't receive many things that one thing he never ever received was, you know, why is there this person is a professional comic who recently put out a special that I think is very good. And this person comes from advertising marketing. Yeshua Ta'ala. So for again, unless you have the possibilities, that resonates. So the Gemara says, "Today, Yeshua goes back very fast. That's the key to someone like Aaron. Not Aaron, but Hadith. Just like Aaron, just like Aaron against but therefore, those one way ahead and really right? So again, generally, you have to be talking about it. I would show up. Right, then the control of the artist. How do you expect to go forward with your yeah, I'm guilty. So I don't think I like the point of view of my that's yeah, it's cool. Because again, when you have the cities, actually, that was my position. Strong in the Torah sessions and was in charge of money. Why not whoever is linking the Torah against the Torah, gave someone else as a fortunate to say the massive Torah Hashem. Whoever did not focus on in the Torah like a sharper. In the Orthodox does not have a question. It's what you don't see, it's not as much guilty as it is just very important because Shuma has a lot of detail, Shuma has a lot of opportunities, and conceptualize what a joke is. That's not like that kind of verbal joke at least. I'll read about how but talking the distance sort of between where you can get someone's mind to go in the setup and where it ends up is like it's roughly like the size of the lab is like how far can we get you go this way and John and double it fun it takes you like sort of more closer to this other place as an image and that was just something that I think about because I go like if you're ever wondering like is this funny or not you can kind of go like well does it like have a twist in it is it really Brandon's twist Shop's twist is always that's always correct and not like hyper repetitive even some of these things just like yesterday in childcare when I go like if you keep the underlying thread to that and just go I don't know like I would open up this creativity and think about like the nature of comedy and even within the real issue is introspection because I know he did that correct like his comedy is a lot of projection it's a lot of introspection they'll bring up stuff like his therapist or his mom or like he was like perfectionist I'm about to talk about myself but it's like suck my mom sucks and my girlfriend sucks and everybody sucks and my wife sucks Christ is my therapist but seriously he's actually one of his therapist yeah like it's one of the funny thing lots of guys that make me honest he's a great guy he's really smooth it's a lot of yeah he seems like I only watch some Weather about he seems to do that a lot of times he's very good he only wants to see these guys are content but in fact, the liability for him. Actually, he says the right as well.
There's too much you have to teach Brendan before coming, because he doesn't know continence, he doesn't know where Cleveland is, he doesn't know basic shit like human beings do. Content or contents. I got another question about the Gringo Pop. I got a lot of questions. I got a lot of questions on that one. That's what we're gonna ask. Generation, man, that's my favorite thing. Drop any singers, please. But were there any other names considered for the Gringo Pop specials? Dude, this is a good question. I should have thought about it next week. Because I know like he went through a few different things. And actually, to me, the Gringo Pop is a good name. Like the Imagine special that was like that delved into like deeper stuff and kind of stuff maybe more to like actually exploring the Mexican culture and how like that's really there's gonna be times where we just like represents now is hilarious when you try to think of what it could have been. It's transcended like you can never put those words together again. I love the Spanish language. It's fun for me to speak. I studied it for like 7 years growing up, and I mean, so like one of my best friends, I remember sitting and learning Spanish with some of my son. I say that because it's one of my most favorite techniques to be like, hey, I speak Spanish, and I grew up the same thing. Yeah, so if you're like a weird Mexican, what's the vibe of a little bit or something, but it's a good one. So you just speak Spanish. Because again, comes off like, there's just there is so much greatness about Mexico and Mexican culture, and like there's origins there that like back to ancient cultures. Like there's so much you can go in where like I want to do like a special theme around Mexico and Mexico. There's so many different
You're going to die. And after you die, they come out of that son. The people are going to die. When you die, people are going to die. That's when the nature of the guy is the common way of it. And people, instead of teaching the reality, what they get to what they're not what the people that say that you will step out. Now, always,
She's like, looks like she's in her 50s. She looks like she's gorgeous, very pretty. She's sexy. You wouldn't pick out of a lineup and say she's Mexican. Or she looks like she could be like French, Spanish, Argentinian, something like that. But like, there's nothing stereotypically Mexican about her besides a slight accent on top of otherwise perfect English. Or in the wintertime, you might say, well, she's Japanese. Like, English, but like, the idea, like, there's all this time, like, building up this joke, like, she doesn't speak English, she doesn't write, she doesn't write, she doesn't write, she doesn't write,
some generation had so beautiful.
Tiger in Boston.
Whenever it was the first died, someone took over a so but the news is when a person dies, and someone says over this is
the reference to Steve O being like, oh, it's really great now, but honestly, it's why we saw that. It's because Walsh was like, Walsh was like, I think he has to get his spot where he's previously talking about it. No, Walsh said that he wants to see a documentary of the making. He was talking all that. Yeah, we want a documentary about the this is a great documentary. Overnight with that guy, Nicholas, like he did something junkie. There's also I watched a documentary that YouTube guy from YouTube like oh yeah, I saw this Vatican episodes that are so great. Like moments where these documentaries are basically we can start filming right now. This is happening. And I don't like in retrospect I don't know like yes like maybe if I can see the future but I hate that how reduced it was this doc, bullshit. So that movie we don't like watching the one that as we all know he was looking for a new some sort of social media manager recently. And I want to know how hard like is there a chain mail around getting into what group? It's a good question because I think I don't know what his hiring process is actually with him. He's putting up the ad. It was more like I think if we're talking about the same thing, he was looking for YouTube because you always want to work on things like he heard Mike Knowles really hard for him. Like to put this film back right. So these things really well as far as like creating content, he's really smart in being able to organize and kind of like other shapes. So in many ways, he's great as well. Like he's like an ultimate like the YouTube expert strategist. Like you can't have all your guidance like kind of like what the fuck will it look like and if you're YouTube out, it's like there's people that like that's their job and they worked on YouTube last year and we're still doing it. So that was the thing because I wouldn't say it couldn't help it, but I think he gets himself into these positions where he's buying all these views and followers to these guys like I'm looking at the page, I'm like he kind of got to like 100,000, like 150 it's hard to scroll down like he buys views, like YouTube interests, right? But yeah, your main stuff, like you can't create your algorithms for it. I don't know how you can still make it for engagement. That's a really weird game to play. Yeah, it's like, as the algorithm gets more sophisticated in these technologies, of course you're going to catch on to it and punish you. It's not a dumb like job where you get caught doing anything. Anything he does, the way you guys you're crazy. Number one, he says to yes, he does the dumbest thing gets caught and like it's always such a big story. Yeah, like we're taking in one person. Did somebody open for him in the green room? Like another comedian? Yes, Mitch. Oh wow, okay, so they were pieces of content. It's still like weird like David, what's funny is watching it like over the country, like he apologized for Dave's back, like so Dave comes out there and is like so I'm not familiar with his like humor and he's like a roast actor. So a lot of this it's almost like he's got this kind of like black influence, like it's not quite as dark, but like a lot of his jokes are maybe emotion focused or just like he's provoking you in some way. I think it's fun. It's really good. Like sure you can do so like some talk to some people, it's fine. However, his acting before you brought him on the road is what is going on and then you're like get on stage and from his perspective, from Brandon's perspective, he's probably just bringing everybody back. Like, Jesus Christ, dude, like 3 minutes away. Oh my god, dude, it's so offensive. Okay, and then like, that's his MO for everything. I think it's so good to start too. That's what this guy was telling me about. There was, I forget his name, I say it, but he was an old graphics guy for Shop, and he was saying that like Shop only cared about like getting Brian Bookman. He's like, make Brian Bookman have my encouragement. That makes all the sense in the world. And that seems to be his MO, is I guess, you know, what's kind of the coverage that while McVay's there was a period of time where he said something. I forget what time he called it a lie. He said, it works like my with fucking like taking away my but it's like if you're blind, it's like my source saying, yeah, I know you're eating. It's like my service animal or something like anxiety patterns. Yes, but
Hello, Hadley, so yeah,
that's why you want to be like, oh, you want to be around, it's like, hey, or something. That's why. But then it's starts to say more offensive things over time. Next month, it's like, oh yeah, Mark's like animal puppets.
and yet it's
Like I'm reckless and fucking chaotic. Like, it's always like, it's a joke. It's always like really unflattering or trivial. Like, he should go on his way, but Mark eats so disgusting. There's like, he's telling you, microdosing is how we get through some depression and whatnot. And I just, not that I'm recommending it to everybody, but I would at least like get trying to download my experience. Because yeah, like it's a unique drug in there. It's not like top and Adderall or doing things that are really addictive. You can't really get into them. So we can provide like a support that you need to get through. So anyway, Brian came in and was wanted to talk about his LSD experience. And I was all for it. Like, yes, it's exactly like it's hard to describe some of the experiences and why it's great to be and lots of it's positive. But I like dissecting it because it's threatening. Could have been more negative things associated with the cigarettes. Beyond funny, or like, okay, this is any kind of jokes cut out of the Gringo podcast. He did film it in Victoria now, which I saw him and Anthony Jeselnik talk before the show one time. And he referenced a time before he was like trying to like give Anthony Jeselnik advice. It was sort of a like afraid of this guy. Anthony's after growing with you were talking about the greatest something I like to do. I thought about it. He was like, actually, like, I did the whole hour because to me, each one of my hours is like, well, like, I'm not really snapping it off. Yeah, like, hey, this is how much you're doing. Of course, mine. This is a decision. I'm not going to make one. So this is what I do. I answer the question fully. There was many jokes that he's still doing in his set. It's funny because like, all 2 hours. It's like, it's not, like, not that he's searching for buzzwords time because he will go an hour 20 where we're trying to stuff and have fun, but like, there's definitely jokes that still other bands account. Honestly, I don't even know what the justification. Like, I was in the editing room, and it's like learn editing and feel like actually I'm in the looks and it flips. Like, he was from like before you could do it. Like, I was like, when I was searching for like 3 minutes, I'll get it out of the next minute. So like just to take out about it was like one joke that I figured out is an application. Spider-Man, that's one of the it's not as very interesting. It's like this fat Mexican dude that paid $40, $10 an hour, he stays for 6 hours or whatever, and like, the whole joke is about like, he's all coked and he goes in the bathroom and does all the Mexican cocaine or all the Colombian cocaine, and that comes out, he's like, he's kind of like, he, like this person is incompetent, stupid. Part of it is his wife incompetent, stupid, because she hired the guy on, but it's like a one-story, it's Spider-Man, but it's one development, like, it's one, like, none of it makes sense, like, they bring this guy to your like, he's well for way, like, a Mexican dealer, Spider-Man, and like, for 3 hours, he's been out here, he's been doing coke, like, yeah, how does he know that he did coke? Right, like, it's like, and again, I have like that. Like again, I like it's really stupid because like unless the guy actually did go, like I don't want that to be made into a joke. Like I want it's like comedy, but it's like or again, you're stating content that you want to do, and you're luxurious towards it all, and came out like. So again, like still consistent, like that guy, but I'm like, what? It makes sense. Right now, like glasses, and like a headset, like how was it going? Some of these jokes I think are like you just like give them the big joke, but everything I do is in this world follows me. The joke is Kevin Hart's joke. It's much like the joke about the SpongeBob at the party that's all coked out, right? He's nothing. He's oh my god, see, I don't know, like, and that honestly would solve a lot of the mystery because it's very difficult. I heard that you guys say that the dead come back to life. And then the other joke, he takes this another example, like everyone's sort of questions or something in a comedy. Like, and it's all that's how he was doing it. They say, so you guys say, like, he was like a 4-year-old that's like, it's called I don't know that works. I don't know if you know that one. Like, it was like an argument. He's making fun of himself going on and dumbass responding. It's a joke.
Otherwise, right, if the creator keeps temperature and water, then it is right. They're not going to keep temperature right. But the Republicans goes ahead and right, ultimately taking from water to go ahead and light from place to as well. They already show how the photo is used to this. The creator saw the photo from the beach with glass. Physical glass, yes, and it's practice with this shot while one is process them. And how the glass is low glass. Low glass. The glass is made with glass of bread. And each photo is from that color. Even if glass is like the color is passionate. Glass has a color should look and show up for the style of that. Then we leave with the black chest. You have to have that right. And perfectly right because Allah has to have it. Over one cell, over three, so the dies and you put it back together. I know they have roots. Neither of them. So it's like, also just back. There's so much to say to learn to get tremendous metaphors, just different aspects of our life. But again, I underline it, so we'll come back to it sometime. Whereas I was only having a particular family for me, I say the Shopify, you guys say the dead come back to life. The heart of the after about from the Bahrain, and the dead come back. And how to want to go back to life. I'm sure of how much of them I've done. Let me give you a marshal. Give you a marshal. So now that last time I got it, show level, so give you a marshal. It was one thing you would do. And the human being says to itself, people will really help you to go. They're not going to shoot you nine off. Go and build your house. There's no water, there's no dirt, there's no furniture, no palace, anything to go out. All the bottle also. About a show, the subject, you have to move to your house. The gun is nothing. So sometimes the palace fall down. Otherwise, there's no such thing. How do you also involve them to each other? I want you to go hard, particularly as you go in the face with the water and the pizza. On the low, the subjects and you can't do it. You can't do it. Unable to do it. So comments like this. King, that's very easy. So I will have welcome to my box. I bring actually for Allah has come to the you're able to go to toilets where there was no water and dirt. You're able to go that. Now that I'm giving you water and dirt, you can't go that. So it's like one comfortable shelf. Like frozen trees, man, for nothing. Each has covered in multiple colors. Just like other states are nothing, and you go down to the back of the dirt. Dirt is so fun. If you can create from nothing, you're going to be something. That would be about something. And I mean, yes, and I mean, if you don't believe that this idea of something turning into something else, say look at us, go out of the valley. So we have to act like this particular type of flow. That's just part of the country I don't know. So most of this money is just for there to use out what they're talking about. But money is half flesh and half earth. The mocha is the sheep. The next is full of ulcer. The next day ultimately, I think it becomes completely flesh. So you see the ability of things transform from earth into flesh. Shema Kamar was money, but maybe we'll say it takes a lot of time for this building type of transformation. All of the hard work was pronouncing just by mind, we're a shining in both levels. Other people doesn't have much. But it seems particular mountain that on this stage is only one because once we're against the Muslim is that. Sure. If it's the Taylor, the Gulf of Mountain is one level. The Mahra Yard will be shown in the next table, right? And it's not like two of the stories. Ultimately, we have a resolution of so again, like you know, number one, that first right? Something to church and from the church, again, things get sprout as evidence by incredible. Yes, I think and remember the most of the thing what happened is we said to the subject, still be a house. And he said, what about the there's no dirt, there's no water. No dirt, there's no water. Subject to it. How it's falls down, so later, and then it's just that they can't go through a house. Through a house, and things that the subject says you can't do it. Things we're talking about, you go to I keep like it. And yet then we are parents day to day. So my circumstances are not possible. And I don't fulfill. And I tell myself, I can't do it. I can't do it. Remember that time?
It was legitimately like a concern.
Remember that incredibly stressful circumstance where it wasn't good to succeed or not, and you did and you went through. But you could succeed in difficult, personally impossible circumstances. If you could approach realistic goals with no order and no thirst, then a lot is terrible becomes day to day, when the circumstances are not difficult, you certainly can. There must be all situations were really difficult situations. You don't have situations like these. I think almost all of us have situations like this. Really difficult circumstances.
Hours add up.
And I got through it. One day I get through it, but I succeeded. And I grew. If I can do that thing,
what are the actual hours of this and then plus this?
then I really could perform in day-to-day life. If I can make things happen the way it was, no thirst, it was.
What do you mean? Like, you have a food minute during the day, like, give that to me, you know, where you watch it and everything all at once. That's crazy.
You know,
Did you ever have to, like,
oh, yeah,
security
yeah,
on the
but
thing?
you read that.
One of these things like fans.
You know, the thing that is,
Well,
the
that's
second
like,
the
also, like,
DFS, that's the thing. The
I used to
DFS
wrestle
is
when I
actually
was in high school. Like, I
not
was
slow, but high
heavy
school, no,
so like,
only is a big
a
level.
guy of like 270 or 300 pounds, like that's not very intimidating.
Himself,
Like, I should probably be scared. Like,
and he was a
if you like,
hunchback. We're going to see that part of the
why are
story.
you in a cold
Josh
car?
goes
Like,
out there, he was a hunchback. Okay, so what happened?
this
The
guy's
ninja
probably
killed
like
everything.
quicker
And
and
the
trained
skin said,
combat
find the
sports.
phone,
Like,
private. And we say, Macy private. The Kayan we see, the Macy Kayan, they want this happy party. He goes up to the and he says, what's the matter with you guys? Speaking of baseball, shut. You're shut. Why you rush out? Just tell both sides out. Say that the dead come back to life. That's possible. That's possible. That which is alive dies. It's possible to say that which is dead comes back to life. I'm alive. So the dear God will see to respond. Try the phone kind thing. You're going to show. Yeah, I'm referring to the little Kayan. The little Hobby Kaya. The Hobby Kaya. I'll tell you why. That is not like that. Every bird, how does every bird start? There was one, and then it's like the birds. So you see by definition, the simple propagation of the species requires no light. So in paradigm, it's like talking about. It's good to know about that. So for every single life, no light can go to life. What can you think that can go back to life? So the DFS cell told this application Russia. I'm related. Right? You go to sleep. The application cell. Look in your Russia. You tell me, if I were there, you're like you said, something like that, right? If I was going to you, but if you had the power plant, you're like yourself. I would push you so hard that I would kick out your hunchback. Like I would just like you got it right. People let me go right. Like you were looking right at and told me that. I would kick you so hard, I would kick you straight like that. If you got it back, it's good. So you're going to see the relations. Come on, don't forget. Don't take woman. It's not hard to keep that. Do it, man. Right, do it. Right. So if you should do that, I would give you a strap. Not only would I give you a strap, but I would pay you that's a copay. That's a copay for that shit to the hospital. Incredible. Well, they don't have a because that's our introduction to the DFC stuff. The next number of stories we're doing is the DFC side as well. And once the DFC central passing into the medical that's about the results. And the 24th of the sun is that people use the way so again, those are oppressors. Our oppressors left you to enter shine. Now again, what are problems? What are talking about? So watch this. You should go over to Africa, plus the Israel. When the people of Africa came to the road, they did go clear against the Jewish people. Otherwise, the day Alexander smoked them. Like I think before, I was down to the best of it. For this horrible problem. So I don't know. I read something I shot about like I remember the Jews like Alexander. Because I was like, they're Jews, Alexander. understand this, which is the strangest thing in the world. I don't mean in English. I mean like a huge concern. Right? Which is very strange. Again, because so the people of Africa come with a green Torah against the Jews. Oh no, Eretz Canaan Salam. What they're saying is the land of Canaan goes like that. There is nothing that we can do. Ain't other that. Like the Torah was a thing. Like just like the Torah was any of these other mechanisms. This is only by the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And it's still not so big. Not so big. Like you wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What would they do to another desert? Like, you know, these they cannot leave while Israel alone. They cannot get worship there that Jews have. Again, it hurts us to say that we like to think that the world is strange, and we don't love each other, and we don't love this, and really again, that illusion of and again, it's actually very funny to see where the world has some reason to be so bad that each all the ones that are just to defend themselves. Like, okay, so a couple of times there's a great phenomenon safe, and again, if you realize it's safe, and it's surrounded people south. It says that the land of Canaan includes the decision of the down of the life. Canaan, they looked at Canaan as part of essentially Africa. So they would take the old Canaan is included in this as well. Canaan, right? Remember again, Canaan was the father of Canaan, so the Africans say this is our father. But because again, our father, we pray. One of the ones that celebrate. So this was the, now again, this was the period of what before Alexander the Great. The Jews have to have the center of their I want to give them to see something. So give them to see something. He said, I'm going to do this for you. Can you do a shoot in the government? Let me argue on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this. Right? Like, that's for me. I'm going to show them this exactly. So if I lose, the thing is, this isn't no more because they just picture out her people saying, why'd you back out of this fight? You showed it's not recognized as one of the great things. It's not that wasn't that entity. Therefore, then, by the case, whatever, you can just say, I know who you represent, right? Just and as the road, right? The Africans can defeat just the regular guy. You know, me and I say, I know the case. On the hand, say, tell us the notion is something. You will not be attributed to me that all you be attributed to. So, which also, by the way, is our personality and forgiveness. That all of this was purely about Shem. It's about perspective. Even this is a slow self-passion and casting of other things. If I lose, the loss of life. If I lose, okay, so let's go to the follow-up with that again. Okay, so let's go to the one. You have to identify the market outstanding. The age of the video. The African, very good bring this book. I would love that. If the fellow who just said it, I need to I'll be like I'm right. I'm going to also do right with what the fuck is there, right? But you're there. All you can now, and then I'm going to get an alcohol. Now this place, and then to be a state with others, that's the case. And then just like, again, Gabriel was here. He said he was talking about down the church, down about it. Evan Shekona about the husband. Evan acquired property. Who does the property belong to? For that matter, who does the Evan himself belong to? Below, not only that, son-in-law about a million. Furthermore, again, you guys owe us back wages, back service. Why? Because when the States Department and what? they're not
Okay, so I'm sitting blocked man, so
they have to do that online, right? But we owe back in
just you
so all
block
of
me,
your
I still have the option of blocking
okay? So I knew I had zero, so I was there to react to this. What say you? What's your response? And we look at the response, what's the other? Let's check out give us the so also respond gave us a time but Google the month of July. Also they in this church, but they could not find an answer. We got about the Africans got the right. And what happened? They need to suddenly change the roads. They are very change the roads. So that's why I wasn't here to so I was again. They were living in Iran. Right there, struggle. They were living there. Right there, they had no thing. They ran away. They left behind recent deals and recent deals. And you know what it says? The host of Shaw should have. It was a speaker. It was a speaker. So that was it. Probably so to see. What the reading of food while he talks to him ahead and Hashem has some witnesses in results even during the Shema constantly. So let's say, so again, what's the so like it's a fascinating story. What's the particular message? Most of these two messages. Number one, that you should know rash or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world. So for a little bit that we have is ours. Those that we should expect ownership over it. First, we be apologetic about the fact that it's part of given to us, and we do not others.
I'm gonna go after this for about like 6 eggs and a ribeye and a potato and like mashed like it's a lot of food.
When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, so get off my nuts, that which is ours. That is making number two. Foods like results are logistic. If you're trying to like shape or you like God, that's what it is. If you have that, so that's a 100% out, by the way. Think about it. It's interesting to know, but like they give us things like a whole chapter. Right? Well, welcome to the welcome tonight. It's not like this. This why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is. Very simple level. If you go to for a house of like, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's not like we're bound to this or what that gives us the power to like really like you ordered that or like slow down the wheel, just go please help me mark this up together. It's generation because like it's like yeah man, maybe I'll only have like a light breakfast and then I'm gonna have 12 chicken tenders, you know? Another thing, fascinating.
Obviously don't eat that much or getting
so once again, now the Egyptians go to question. That's it. That's like nations of the world bring legal proceedings against the Jewish people.
there's so much eating around him, but he's not eating especially he's got some
Again, like
after the show, it's always like
let the queens of
so like
just fascinating how the world was who was at the forefront of the things of genocide against the state of South Africa, just when you see certain things just on the way that the world changes, it really does. It really changes us. The world is very much the same, especially next quarters. Who else not heard of Alexander the Great? Egypt. I don't know. Already older. Already older. But check us out. It's going to move on with that. So the Egyptians got the other. I was like, it's actually pretty quick. Right? Because the Pasuk said, and the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor. God felt in the eyes of the by accident. Now, by accident, literally means they borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they ask, right? Others say it means borrow. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with the idea that it means borrow, which means God is going to borrow a whole lot of silver and gold from Egypt. Does the Egyptians say? Right? We like our stuff back. We like our stuff back. Okay? So you know, it says, I'm going to do that. So the Bible says that the Egyptians say, like, the Baptista says, do me a favor, give me a name check for the rabbis, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it. Maybe that's what it was again. I'll do the head coach for like I'm successful. Say if I'm successful. I'm sorry, if they are if they win the case over me. So the next again, it's not a big deal. Because people would just say, I'm head coach. So he's a head coach. He's just a regular guy. And I knew and I said myself that I'm successful. On the line, no one else is going to try to be successful. But also, again, more than given ultimate again to like that's what it was. All I can tell you, okay, so this shows up today's thing, me a pretty case with the Egyptians. Okay, I will have Egyptians, what's your eye? What's your I will have so again, it's just imposed by actually good. You follow stuff on this. Okay, so you know, this is on the line. I think it's all I mean, like a riot. I was thinking of Torah. وموش أدري يتساوي عشان يشرب يساوي شلوشي شرب عن قاضي So having to make an accounting. You say we owe you $1,000,000. You also owe us property first for $600,000 and more for 430 years. Let's settle up. Let's settle up. That reaches 430 years. For half a million people, and we're happy to go ahead and settle up. So what happens? Actually, what do you have to say? On the road, give us 3 days, we'll come back. We're also why you think that's most right? Why don't you come back? Right? And say, you know what? Let's say, here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing about this, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you can say, right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize that what you're doing is still superior, and only with a to rob people of what is rightfully theirs, you don't have to show back up. And that's what you want to teach us over here. These weren't good things. Like, it's real. Listen, in every country, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just fair shake, recognizing you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show back up, you can't even follow back up, that shows ultimately so good down. You know, like a shoot fire alcohol. Over there, you small. That's incredible. Okay, so okay, this is true. Everybody is jumping on the bandwagon. So it comes. Some of you small, but it grew up. Large was in slow, grab time to focus. What's the small? What's that? Hello? Eretz, right? So the nation will say, Eretz Canaan is ours. So what happens? They say Eretz Shalanu, Shalashar. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's full ours, we're saying it's also ours. And it's very different, right? Not just all ours. Right? Not claim, like all the time wanted back, right? They want to win. Right? At the end of the day, Yishmael, we're going to see why Yishmael is like, we're not coming with all ours, we're just claiming the partners in it. Partners in it, why? What the tribe says. Yes, the Elah told us Yishmael ben Abraham. The Elah told us Yitzchak ben Abraham. So again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not about claim. Right? What's Yishmael's claim? We're also children of Abraham. The land was given to Abraham. We told the children of Abraham. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I don't know if you give them some fun. So look at the children of Elah, we have been involved. So once again, give them some stuff. Cameron, let me do this. I'll این از خونی اما هدف شما همین سخته بین علی افغانی اسمی علی افغانی اما ما هم فرصت نیست را دینو نیست right? So ultimately, again, if I lose, if I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happened? On the other hand, they have acted in Ohio, they said to the Shmuel, let's do that. On the other hand, so again, we are also Afanilo Avilaya Torah, ultimately, the Pashem, Vayitin Avram Esquasha Lo Yishchak, Avram gave everything to Yitzchak. Abraham's son, Abraham's son. And Abraham gave the children of his concubines, the naked Torah, he gave them matanos. And then it says, Vayishalachem, may I send them away. Send them away. Obviously, the word says, Nasan Abraham, I got them, the man of the fire. He goes at the outset. If a father gives to his son, then send that son away. Does the send away son have any influence on the primary son? Abraham gave Ishmael and the other sons of his sons gifts, and what did he do? Sent them away. And what does that mean? He said, Abraham, this is yours. I love you. I love you. I do love you. Right? That goes so forth. This is one of the decades of this guy's son. I love the whole Ishmael. I love you. And that's when giving you stuff. And I'm sending you away. That's the destiny. Everything's like a shortcut or a half-ass. He'll do it as his father. My mother, therefore, again, as if you knew what I was going to point out, the fact that that story that you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like Egyptians say, I'm sorry, Shmuel says, we need to be in order to go back. If you get those instances lined up, that was big. That was the story right from there. Yes, your father is the son of Abraham. And Abraham loved your father as well. Abraham hated your father. He was saying that's for him. When a father sends a son away from you, such as one second son that is Hashem did not want such an actually, whatever. Abraham did want Yitzchak and Ishmael to come together. Sarah did it. Father was the king, and Hashem said to Abraham, Yitzchak to Sarah. So therefore, again, forgive me. Jesus said, you have no ability to Ishmael. You have Ishmael. You have no like him and like Israel. That's getting excited. There's no, let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. And so we also have to, okay, we're fine. I'm going to stop over here for today. Okay, what's your next? Possibly going faster? Okay, going faster. So let's stop over here for today. Go ahead, we'll pick up the verse that's on the bottom of topic on tomorrow, or incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow.
I've had a few people snap him and talk to me. It's like, all right, people in the gym who are doing shit all day long often don't want to be told what to do at all. So I always wait for people to come to me, and I'm happy to answer questions, but also if I can go to my way and oh, you should try doing this correctly. But yeah, with him, it's like he wasn't asking for anything now. A guy that should help. Kind of has this more professional attitude towards lifting. Almost everything he does, everything's really good. Like, he would have something that's designed for you, show you know what it is. They call pop culture, like, he's into the things he's into. And it's kind of became friends for working out. I would say, like, he would look at everything I did, everything in coaching, he would replicate as much as he could, like get the exact, try to do the exact same format. Never came out of never would like every single, like, he had said, like, oh yeah, I did it again, just do it. Don't complain. Don't skip. And then we'll talk about it after.
I wanted to clarify that maybe the thing I want to clarify something. We talked about, I think we talked about the big picture joke on a previous podcast. And I didn't know that you were married at the time. So just that alone is like not okay.
There's like 6 different levels to it. It's like saying I'm shitting my job. Like saying that I go to Applebee's. It's like this weird, it's like a joke. never try to lose this. Like, yeah, man, I know where I came from, and I never look down on people who do that. That's good. I thought about it even more though. Like, even if I didn't have a girlfriend, I think it would be bad because I don't send dick pics. You know, I don't want people to think that I did. Right. I gotta fuck that up. Correct. It's like, that's the other number where it's like, it puts me in a position where I have to like defend myself. It's like essentially potentially it's me too. The implication in the joke, if you really think about it, is I'm gonna send this dick pic, and I have to ask this. Okay, the girl didn't ask me. Girls are asking to send dick pics. Send like fellas. Like most of the guys, most of his next guys making dick pics is like unsolicited. Any hot girl that we know, we're not even hot. You don't even have to be super hot. Like women are being bombarded with dick pics all the time that they don't want. They don't like that, man. It's like a girl will let you know if she wants to see it all. It's like he's telling people that you're sending terrible dick pics, but maybe you're sending his dick to people, right? Which is like the word, it wasn't like I was on, but it was just like it was just some of the things like, for example, like I was supposed to get 3 Kim on the Tiger thing, and like, but then it was like time and invoice, and it's like, oh, his manager's gonna come up and be like, oh yeah, there was where I get 3,000 total. Like, how did like nobody does business like that? And your salary's 50K. Oops, I mean that was you, this other guy. We're like, it wasn't really doing the social media. It was like, and that was the second time it happened. Like where you promised me $1,000 a month for like having people have rates on my podcast. You know, and it was like something like an invoice. It's like, oh yeah, my account's gonna call you. I was like, yeah man, actually 500 a month. It was really Chappelle. Come on, those are like the same like you know, like what? Like, but then I found it writing actually did it. So like, you know, I'm always circle back, but weird stuff like that where it's like, you're gonna be in the day or like payroll, and that's what sort of getting fired. It's like I couldn't come in for shop shows. My wife in Vegas and earlier, like so it was like anxiety. We're texting me, I'm so sorry, I can't get over. I texted the other guy, he can cover my thing, and we're like, this is not good. It's a shit text, like. To kind of find out like which wasn't necessary. It's like I already told you I'm gonna spend the rest of the night editing clips for TikTok. Like I'm gonna put in more than 8 hours shit. But then I come out like in order to take me off the payroll for that particular show. So like you're shitting on me, and you'd already consciously taken me off the payroll for that job, that aspect of the job. And also I could keep business. Me and other people, you should get to know you're part of this financial fuckery. That's a real betrayal. Maybe one more question I want some bullets. Yeah, but with that whole thing, like, is the chemistry of that, the fact that it's like you're doing business with a friend. So it's, oh, no, I mean, like, well, yes, in a sense that, like, it made it awkward. Like, had I not get fired, I was going to have to take them to the chin. But, like, this was 7 months of ad reads for Happy and Bo. And it was like, oh, yeah, it's like $7,000, you're getting $3,500. That's a significant amount. But what's in 3 months of Tiger thing, that's $9,000, you're gonna get $4,500. Okay, that's $10,000. Like, I'm sorry, that's a big amount of money. You know, like, how the fuck am I gonna make these love injections? You know, how expensive are they getting? Serious question. I wanted to ask a few questions about. So first, with Brian Callen, right? On the AMA, I had asked. I don't get it, but I'm a huge fan of Brian Callen before ever getting involved with the change. Yeah, well, he is. I mean, look, he's at the craft of comedy. Like, he knows what he's doing, man. You know, and he's astute, and he's thoughtful about it, and he's. My overarching thing about Brian, I have some issues with him. We had a recent dust. He was trying to get not to be him, and I felt like, God, like, hey man, stop fucking trying to convince me that shit. But anyway, like, you have to respect his craft. With the both of them, I was wondering, because recently with the clips from the Fight Companion, there was some cheekiness to what's happening in the Jags brand too. I was wondering if, like I said, I saw the Cat Live video where he makes a reference to those immigrants, and I go in my head like, there's no way Brian did that properly. And I watched the clip and I'm like, he 100% because he goes, yeah, that's with those cats. He goes, yeah, I've never heard it. I go, yeah, fuck you. You're running these jokes. My buddy told me the whole point of the joke is like, to extend this middle part as long as possible. Because basically, the guy shows up to this, like, this circus, he's like in the front row, and a clown comes out, like, and rips out of this, like embarrasses him, like, thoroughly from his day. And, like, the middle part is, like, she goes on this, like, training montage, like, the funniest, like, like, the comebacks, or, like, when he's got a black belt, like, the jiu-jitsu, full combat, and he's, like, prepares, like, for a year to come back and see the same clown, and he goes to the show, and the guy tries to do the same thing, and he goes, fuck you, clown! You've been lighting up, like, for 20 minutes, and then he goes to this school, and he come back, and you get kind of like that, because it was your all-night show being, so, with the question is, wait, you got this out if you want me to, but I was wondering, does that cheekiness show up outside of the show whatsoever with the allegations against Brian or Brendan's presence on the subreddit? Oh, do they make cheeky jokes towards him? Brendan wouldn't be cheeky about it. I don't think it's allegations, And also, I think that was maybe off, like it wasn't off limits. I don't think Brian would reference the subreddit because, like, one of the things he said to me before going on any news, like, these are the worst people in the world. Oh, that's their perceptions. Like, anybody who's, like, has money at his expense mostly is, like, the worst person in the world. And, like, man, I actually get this. Like, he's going to attack this on Mark Red Marks with him, but also, like, you're like, man, I was there too, man. Oh my God, these guys are psycho, coming after me. But it shows you, like, they take away from seeing it up close, is like, they're scared of it because they're not willing to engage with it. And I've always felt like, like, I'll engage with my haters because I want to know what the fuck they're saying. And the worst you can tell me is that a fucking, a douchebag and have big flips and, like, it's like, okay, I'm fine with that because you haven't hit him, like, we're real insecurity. Also, there's no nuance to it. It's just all one note. It's just all those things that right away. And that's what it's like, it feels to me that you're antagonistic to me. And what's funny is, like, certain people in my DMs, I'll see, like, the last message that writes me, it's like, fuck you, big lip piece of shit. And then it's like, hey, man, sorry about that. I'm like, dude, you can't offend me if I don't know you. You can, if you're close, like, you can treat me like that. But it's like, I'm sorry, you're talking shit about me on the internet, about my physical appearance. Like, if you can't handle that, you're an adult man. Like, grow the fuck up. But a lot of men, it seems like they're kind of, they run away from that. And there are people, I don't know how Brian felt about leading into it. I think he generally, like, he's trying to get Brendan a lot of notes about, like, even just podcasts of him where yes, and don't shoot everything down, kind of don't be, like, but it's hard because it's almost like you have to inception is that if you find this idea in his head that makes him think it's his own idea to be less of an asshole, and other people less, because if somebody else is telling you what to do, you don't like it. Because that's what my belief in my conspiracy is that Brian is almost a favorite. You know what I mean? I told Brendan about this. The philosophical dichotomy pages, you had a whole bunch of articles. I don't think that's too far off, and I haven't, like, really probed his mentality because I think he is diplomatic. He does have a lot of loyalty to Brendan. Okay, a lot of that's for a reason, but, like, what you're saying is, I can answer like this. He gets the humor and a lot of the jokes you're making about Brendan. Of course. I just don't know if he's checking it out because people, like, even when I, like, like, I would go on summer, I wouldn't want to go, like, just go, like, see people shit on me for no reason. Like, so it's like, it's not fun. Like, unless it's like, like, they kind of set up a system, like, other people are checking on there, like, I'm sure people are reading it right now, like, another guy who works there is like, yeah, man, can you not take that down? Like, that's my name. Oh, my bad, I don't want to, like, I know somebody's paying attention to it, but my assumption is the way Brendan likes to have feedback is kind of like, give me the cliff notes of the cliff notes, he's been using the same phrase multiple times today for years. How social fellas, how social fellas. Listen, sorry, I was texting my son. You're making socials. It's just like there's no interest in it really. It's just like copy and paste how social is correct because I go like I would be so much more specific if I was in this position. I like whatever you're trying to work towards on social. Correct. I would. We did. Yeah, exactly. No, I couldn't agree more because it is. I mean, who's really smart guys on checks like no social media strategy or no analytics. And they're like, this doesn't make any sense from a strategic perspective. If you're trying to be like, I'm not on social media, but you check it multiple times a day. My analogy is like, how many ice cream I just pay my assistant to shovel in my face, and my mom happens to be there as the ice cream falls out the spoon, but I don't eat ice cream, so you'll see it to me, it's totally different. But it's like, no, you're on social media, you're going to do it just by proxy, and it doesn't make any sense because, like, you're not honest, you can focus on other things. If you're worrying about it all day, you seem to spend a lot more time worrying about likes and comments about writing jokes, so that's how energy do. So on that topic of the socials, I was wondering personally, with the iMessage group chat, who would name it Operation Tiger Thick? I believe Brendan. That's awesome. That was the answer I wanted. Okay, so back to the original line of questioning here with Brian and Brandon. I think we were touched on Brian becoming homeless. I'm agreeing. Yeah, you know what I mean? A little bit hard to see for me as long as, unless they have a big falling out, which I can look. Brendan pushes their friendship to the limit. Okay. Like, because Brian's a pretty agreeable guy. Like, he's a reasonable guy. And he's happy. Here's what I would say. I guess one of the biggest differences between these two guys. A couple times we've had like an argument in text and you get context lost and you type all caps and I'm like, dude, why are you getting upset? Something like that. Because technically he is my boss and the truth I work for TIK, so I hired, and I'm a little bit more like, if somebody disrespects me, I don't give a fuck who you are. Like, I'm a guy I consider myself a good employee, but it's like, hey, we're not doing that. We're not screaming at me over text, and but to his credit, the very few times it happened, the next time I saw him, he'd be like, he'd make sure to talk to me privately, but I came in, like, I didn't like how I came across him, so I'll let you know, like, that wasn't my intention, Dad. I like it, that's what I like it. So, I'm not saying back here, sorry about that, here's where I'm coming from, logic, you don't have to take it, but, like, that goes a long way with me, and demonstrates a lot of maturity and desire to like, be a better person, and Brendan, he can't take solo accountability. He'll be like, man, I said I talked to this. Like, he'll go, I don't want to cut this one down. I don't like this tension between us. It's never, when I did something wrong, it's always like, it's like, I call this big accountability. I'll look at this time for the good, so, like, no, that's on me. Like, I should have known you guys were going to do it or something like that. But, years ahead, things are going, oh, yeah, it's on me. You guys are so stupid. It's like, it's not you because you're claiming you pissed to do something that expressed an expectation after we could have gone back and done it and act like we're stupid idiots. It's the hammer on the head. So, Brian, there's one thing that you can tell Brian, like the best part about becoming homeless. What would that thing be? The best part, this is kind of like, this is what it came down to, because the big one, like, is, I'm not saying this is my perspective, most for like, because I don't want to talk to him, so I feel like I'm trying to convince you something. Like, partners, like, his partners, Brendan in the car, like, overhearing this, I don't know, like, and he assured me that I wouldn't talk to Brendan about it, but that's another conversation, like, because, like, on the AMA holes, or MMA holes, and, like, and we were screaming at Brian, and, like, luckily my wife was there, like, Rabbi was, like, screaming, and I was talking like this, here's what I said, hey, dude, Brendan is a narcissistic asshole who lies to people and defames them behind their back. That's not the kind of guy that I feel any sort of loyalty to protect his nature. And I'm like, I said something like that, and I was like, click, And if you heard me scream, like if I'm screaming at you, you're fucking good, so pleasure in line in the planes, So, I don't like it when people exaggerate like that because what's the goal there? To make me look unhinged? Like, oh, Mark was crazy. Like, no. I talked to you for 40 minutes and you weren't hearing a single thing I said. And finally, we agreed that being like, this is me going to fucking slash his tires. So, like I said, you're like hack into his Twitter account and post something like that. Like, I don't get that. Like, that's crazy person.
Yeah, imagine for like how pathetic that is that Brian in Shaw reached out to some, no offense to him, but just some random guy in his own.
But also,
He's just a YouTube dude.
I think I assume that he reached out to them for comment because he's trying to see like journalistically. Like, we don't do that anymore. I mean, it's really like there is a difference if you're trying to do MCAM versus the other guy. I thought the guy did a good job of like saying like, yeah, we put a group of I'm staying neutral, and he kind of like he let me talk, and he wasn't like, oh yeah, that's great, he's gonna tell me more. He just let me answer. And I'm glad he did give me this answer because actually, one of the reasons I started talking about it in the first place was I go, Brittany hasn't said anything yet. Every time I've seen somebody leave his life, every time, 100% of the time, he badmouths them, badmouths them with false claims after the fact, and really reprises history in a lot of ways. And so I can kind of anticipate, I know this is going to happen, so it's almost like preemptively, I have to get it out there because I know he's doing it behind my back, or he's going to do it. And of course, that turns out to be true. He made like 8 different claims about me not coming into work, and being like, all my hours then, what I mean? Like, oh, I can read everything, 1%, whatever it is, like, I can come in late, but like, also have, I might have a recording of a phone call where, I'm in a person discussion with some actual work recording, so, it's like, yeah, we can start editing at 8, and it'll come until 11 to the studio to do something. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not working, and you even okay that, but then it's a big deal, so, every claim you make yourself, we gotta get worked up on the show, but it was like, it's when you're not expecting it, somebody's like, hey man, it's true that, like, you have your wife, and it's like, what? Like, no, she's saying that, like, it does get you riled up, and to go back to your actual question about Brian, because of the financial situation, like, he doesn't make a lot of money. I don't know how much longer the show will last, but whatever, but I know Brian and Brian has expressed interest, he's like, things will be tense between them. And Brenda kind of has this kind of like, well, I don't even know if I want to do this show. So, well, you can lose money too, right?
Brenda, if you're watching this, suing Mark is a bad idea. You'll have to pay Mark and sue you right back for free. Wage an hour violation. You moron. That's very important. If I were to have like more attorney friends who have been people like, they know you because I go to
So like it's possible, but the steps would be sort of learning how to take ownership, apologizing to people, not being obsessed with sort of like power and control over almost everything else. Because one of the reasons I'm smart is like you prioritize like me not texting him back over me doing like 5 times more work than he actually expected. So I went like I knew I was person getting fired. I would be like, oh okay. Like when I just stand over here, we have like 5 times as many reels as you normally expect from me that if you don't like to do it, you're going to ignore that fact. And you're going to be back for a job. And I was like, oh, and you just like you succumb to the worst expectations of you as a human being. And like, yeah, with having the position he has of trying to start a company and making it bigger, like, he kind of just carries a hammer and looks for nails that aren't there. And it's an amazing way to put it because of always like his leadership style. And like, I don't think people realize like, if you were to get an MBA, you'd study leadership styles because of all these different styles. And like the best leaders take different approaches with different people and different stakeholders. The guy who's like the fake alpha male, which I do, like I like to do like the faux narcissism joke and like pretend like I'm a guy who's like thinks he's in charge. Like that's a funny character to me, but like I just know and I've always known I'm not the guy who always looks to be in charge and get somebody like that. And they tend to be sort of narcissistic and maybe psychopathic or something that like they don't develop a lot of leadership skills. They kind of use this like bullying tactic or condescension or fear. There's like a very limited palette of leadership techniques that they use, and that always runs people dry. You can't always do this kind of like, get on my level, let's go, let's do better, you're fucking up, like you're gonna get fired, and that's kind of like almost like you can summarize the leadership style in those 5 areas, very little like positive. There's little encouragement. He micromanages, but doesn't know like how to micromanage. Like one thing I knew how to do about getting micromanaging is where is it? No. So, and also like you said earlier, if you could talk to Brandon, if he's watching this right now, I would say continue what you're doing. I love Brandon's job, but please, if you do stand-up comedy, make it a segment on a podcast. Stick to podcasting, and that's that. Right. Well, yeah, I think that's good. That one was official. Freaking Puppy 2. That was Freaking Puppy 3. Avatar. Actually, would be a really good idea though, because you get so much for like maybe like imagine there's lots of unironic versus like Freaking Puppy 2. Yeah, that's not really Freaking Puppy 3. I keep watching. It's like Sharknado. There's an other aspect that's also like complete self-awareness to realize like there's another thing that people would really enjoy, but you'd be like, I love abstract thought. You need to like pull out control. You're not and it's not I love abstract thought. Like basically what he used, they accidentally knocks over the water. He's like, yeah, this is a lot. That's a lot of tricks. I'm like, I like that kind of stuff. And to you have to have this forethought of like, over on the inside, and then happens outside. Do you want to watch some clips? Yeah, you're down to watch clips. Just one of my favorite things. The first thing we have is Carl makes references to Tony Hinchcliffe and Steve Papercut's joke. And Bob Bernard takes a kindly posted by Lost Psych. So that moment where he breaks, I would be like, oh, you just said that right away. It's a comment of friends. Yeah, you nailed it. That's like that dog meme where the dog tells a joke. He's saving that up. So how much what that tells you is because normally Brandon's excuse is like, I don't see anything. I don't even know what the joke is. Like, how can I be into the joke if I don't know the joke? Him saying fuck you means they discuss this. And Ryan knows that Brandon knows that Brandon is aware that Steve and Tony Hinchcliffe he has like a weird issue with. Like, I mean, because he is like, he makes fun of Steve behind his back. He's like, how does it understand him? It's like a PowerPoint presentation. So it's like, how does anything go? But if you're comic, Brandon talks shit about you. If you and then your comic, is that maybe like Tom Segura or or anybody else, but it's like, you can fucking Joe Rogan and Big Mac, they just can't
documenting everything as I can find a way to mental acrobatics that he does in order to just dismiss other people who are more successful than him is astounding. But Tony Hicks, that's one of those guys who's like, if you don't want that life, like Kenny said too, it's just opening for Rogan or whatever. It's like, yeah, you want a shitty life, it's probably not as crushing than a pretty good life. Like, it's amazing. You're a comedian, Waters name me, Tom talks about you. You can just guarantee, like, even if you're his best friend, if there's a way to dismiss you, if you're Trevor Wallace, or if you sell as much tickets, like, you'll pay for the show and you'll buy enough drinks and food. It's like, what is your idea? So, no, like, it's like, I'm just saying, like, it's at that level, it's like, he used to work for Brendan. He was one of the first to get good news to the boy squad, like, moving out here, and he's fired from the shittiest reason I'm coming in house. He's a little bit like, he can be a little bit testy. That's all. But like, and now I see my buddy Brendan makes it just, like, it's impossible not to be, but he's not true with Triple Balls. It's great to the guys like gives you a schedule. You know when you're working, when you're not. He's super nice. I've met Trevor many times. He just he's been nothing but nice to me. So it's like, even on that level, like, I think he's a great example of, like, how to use social media to drive your stand up. And like, this gets to really good for like these things here. So like, study Trevor Wall. I want to look at like internet marketing. Do that. I'm probably for sure made Trevor Wall's behind his back. So I doesn't even know who I am. He really likes me. What you want for Trevor Wallace is a comedian. Like, I think it's funny, but I'm just going to play. You can be that guy. Like, well, Jim Sanders, he's from 30 years old. He's great. He's success, and to church, like, he does himself enough. Right. I'm sure that's it. Well, it wouldn't be very good to see what you just did. All right, so this next one is posted by Sprout Kobe. It's called The Ultimate Sacrifice, Long Live PF Chang's. I enjoyed this one. Photoshop the shit out of my face to make it look like, it's like a kind of vintage picture, but I think you should be redacted. I think show Mark's face, show Mark's face. I've worked roles. It's probably fun. It's like, because we're all connecting via this idea of like, we see the same face. His plans are right. I know for a while it was red, that's a retarded. So this next one is called Decided to Put an Apron On for the First Time in Months. God dog, this podcast is dead. Posted by Toronto Rapture.
But he wasn't going to talk about the 40 million people that Stalin starved and killed. And he said that's not true. What the first colonization, except for every historian who disagree with him. He said God when people say so, I don't know. The other thing that's happened, sure, like most of them, should know all that. What he's saying is necessarily anti-factual, but like, unless you're a World War II professor, I'm going to this lecture about like Hitler's entire life. Like, you're in the highlight. I mean, of course, you're also talking about Hitler, you're talking about Stalin. Hitler, that's like how smart he was. Like, what? That's the thing, like, you're sick of yourself, man. It's like, why are you thinking so much about how awesome Hitler is? That's a big 6 months later, you were dead.
well, it goes on for too long, and you're like, do you not read the room? That's like self-awareness right after you go, like, he makes them feel comfortable, and they're just going like, Brad's literally going, my kid wants to disappear from that room, and wants to teleport the fuck out of there, like Nightcrawler. He was talking about Stalin. He has this Trumpian like word salad thing where it's like think, you know, and it's like help because you watch this like tangential thinking in real time where you know it's obviously surprising, but you know, imagine being in the room. You know what's great is this long conversation we had about Brendan Schaub's character and talking about the lack of curiosity and whatnot. It peaks in the worst moments is curiosity. I do not know what Hitler made. I don't know if he made Boss. Why did Schaub know that? Yeah. Interesting things about like that. I'm fascinated by the guy, but you know, there's plenty of angles on the podcast. Learning about Hitler. It's like if I was looking at personal achievements, I'd be like, I'm looking more like his architectural design. Okay, which he actually drove himself. It's like he didn't make Volkswagen. I don't think he told some people to do it for money or whatever it is. Like, yeah, right. Like Obama, you know, or like George Bush, like drop bombs in Iraq. No, he just said like do it. You know? Yeah, just because companies happen to be started at that time doesn't mean that Nazis. Who's this guy? Something to steal, I guess. This one's called Big Boy Stews, posted by Rogan and Shorty. He's the star of the show, right? We are here at Big Boy Stews in Calgary. So take me like quite the weekend for the fight fans in football. Super Bowl weekend. George was at the ball. Patrick Mahomes doing the damn thing. He's like, oh, he's like, his podcast, he's like this. He's like, it's like a solo podcast. Anyway, anyways, that's what I was doing. I don't really want to be here, bro. The inflection is exciting. Where it seems like they've just taken a dad from his family and be like, you have a podcast. Like conscious, or is it something like a joke? I said a while ago, I was like just first of all, I don't know, because my legs are huge, but like I don't like crossing my legs, so like you're not gonna catch me. You know, this right feels comfortable. Right, it's gonna be like like what is going on? Like, and I get excited. It's like I'll have a sore back or something like that. I want to massage it. It's like he's not massaging. He's just like self-soothing. I don't know. I have to imagine some sort of stress reaction, some sort of like comfort or something. I don't know. It's like thumb sucking. It's you know, I made a dent on his mouth. You know, so I think we said he's thumb. I guess I'm gonna do this now. How shocked would you be if you found out you like walking up sleeping?
This mystery.
So had a big UFC 284. A main event in UFC 284 delivered and the Super Bowl delivered. So can't be mad at any event unless you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan or you're out of town or whatnot. Okay, there's not really much to Philadelphia Eagles fan. This one's called The Squad Believes His Own Show 20 minutes before it ends. Posted by Rogan and Shorty by 34 Live. So yeah, I'm about to go. Give us a show. Don't finish it. Because if I say you're not going to have us, you're leaving. More subconscious criticism. Somebody's not really accept like probably see this famous moments where he's like, "Oh, you really like that Andrew Tate joke? Like, Western comics, and like he likes to flex a lot to me, and people like professional comic, and about humor. It's like, well, you know, like there are funny people out there who totally sweet. Like arbitrary fashion standards, you know, it's like you can't do this. It's fuck all the health, man. You know, like you're a jeans t-shirt guy, right? Like it's this, some people kind of like it does know want to dress a certain way, like if you're forcing your fashion on me, it goes down a weird path. You know, like, so you're uncomfortable with how I look to you and around you. Right. Yeah, I'm more of a scene. Well, not scene like slippers. Yeah, moccasins. You got those shoes. Alright, so the last thing we have here is posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. It's called Token and Cutty Take a Sandy Break. So Rex and Scooby immediately start talking about dicks and plugging their dates. Michael Jones, Michael Jones, Jesus Christ, I should have to fucking repeat your biggest just fucking, you know, every time you have a chance to reference it. Probably not that big because he's saying it's wrong because it was the the math works. Oh, yeah, I mean, somebody else's dick combined was Jesus Christ, I know it's also funny because I go, does it matter at that point? Like, how many tickets you can sell from, like, how many people from Florida are watching that broadcast and also are big enough fans of you to not know that you're going to be nameless? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, like, there's any shit from Joe Rogan on his podcast. They're like, you never hear me plug a single fucking thing in his radio. Because then it's like, I'm not trying to get caught being that butt of a joke about plugging shit when you know. Am I selling any extra tickets from that plug if I have a million
you guys plug too much. It's like, it's like, you know, so they have to watch how much you do it, because it's not really entertaining. It's a cool yes. And I just think, you know, it's, I mean, you're like vaguely doing it, it's come on, plug it, you know, it's, you're doing it, but seriously, the cord is a joke. Yeah, it's going to lead to a really douchey. The only thing we're plugging is Brendan Wallace from Water Power. Oh, that's it for clips. Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's really the phone. Is there you know, I had a speech pathologist, you know, in the microphone. So, you know, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed your guys' show. I love your approach to, you know, roasting the Bible person. So it's great to be able to come on. Awesome. So only one thing, only one word to end this appropriate thing, which is Nick. Plug in, subscribe to Patreon, join the Discord. Have a great week. You, Nick. Yeah, just worst pain of your Rushmore of interviews. We just came off the biggest interview in show history with the Mark Harley. Thank you, Mark. You crushed it. Everybody loved it. We had a great time. So shout out to all the new people that came through just because of the interview. Yeah, welcome, cats. Yeah, welcome. Whether you're a long-time cat, first-time listener, I'm happy to be here. It's good that you're here, man. Also, we have Patreon. So join the Patreon if you want. Discord. Join the Discord. Discord's free. Everything is on Spotify now. And lastly, long shot, but if you're watching Prez, Brian Campbell, BC, we'd love to have you on. I know we're kind of like Bubba says, we're shooting for the stars. We'll probably land on the moon. But, you know, that would be real Netflix if you can come on. And probably not in the cards, but I said I'd ask you, and I'm asking you now. But anyways, that's not why. Also, too, I want to say, like, this week's song is probably my favorite song of all time. But we're kind of running out of song ideas. You guys can just throw us a bone. Yes, thank you, Charlie. Yeah, if you guys can suggest some songs, we'll look into it. Takes like a chicken, man. But that's not why they're here. That is not why you're here. All right, you're here to let us walk you to the truth. Now, we're here to start the time. We're sure West Timmons shop. Turn the timer. Timer. It wasn't even on, but it's fine. Yeah. All right, so we've got a clip that we wanted to address from Mr. It's called Timo's Meets My Slawfish Clip. Yeah, I can't even say that too. I can't talk. Why are you not to be? yeah, that's Lee gets caught doing something bad, and he's like, wait, someone else, where's Chip? Where's the hot chip guy? They come in, he calls him a hot chip. Clever shot, coming up with an excuse right away, can't get caught. Got the cookie jar, the kratom jar, and then, but his Netflix brain just was like, oh wait, someone else is fucking up, it's not just me. You lead from the top, if you don't lead by example, then your producer will be in their chair. Also, too, with Mark Harley, when we did the interview with him, aside from one phone call incoming, he was never on his phone, dude. I don't know what he was talking about. Yeah, that's probably another lie from the shop trying to darken the name before Mr. Mark Harley. Alright, so the next clip is a movie trailer. Blockbuster movie trailer for The Sixth Sister. I haven't seen this yet. Made me laugh really hard. It's hosted by Blues Nate. Oh, it's obviously rated R. This is a Red Band trailer, right? Yeah. Speaking of peon sings, we got this clip called "Does Martin Get an Intervention?" for Brandon, hosted by What's Up 167. I did not expect for the subreddit and the video to redact Mark Marley's face to redeem things all day long. I mean, what's going on with Canadians peeing everywhere? Peeing the toilet, guys. There's 1,000 of us. So all 1,000. Now they're peeing everywhere. Everything seems to like this. It's a lot of piss. Yeah, it's a lot of piss.
Because with that, let us begin. We have an incredible which dropped ahead of us today. That is Saturday, 90 reps on 8 tests for days, 89 right off the ladder. Sweat for the rails off the story of the Africa. Then we're going to start to take out a team call. Sacrifice your son, which I think is going to look the big one is that sons. As we get close, your own son, say you have to be one of the this one is the single son for each other, this one is the single son for each other. If my children can have to move it out, I share a hot dog, the one dog, our advisor is really good. I love that book. Really incredible. You are right there. I mean, he says, you think I don't love you strong? You think I don't love you strong? The father loves the son, what the son doesn't do, it's got to be the father wants. As the father says, okay, it's not. I asked him about the podcast on it. So I was pushing from the beginning of it's not. Why the whole thing is crazy? Why was it so go ahead and like there's no stuff like that. In order to have nothing to that, what we don't. also recognize the idea that halakha itself is so to speak, openness and intellectually just emotionally justice face it out slowly. It's also fascinating idea about sometimes how to say sometimes it's not just about pouring it out. It's not just like for example, a person has to feel like you to objective reality. Incredible. Give me a cell phone back. Let's know what everything was on grade 2. It also shows, by the way, how even I'm looking at this before, again, getting out of the body is to get into the mindset of being and ready and young is also a process. It's a process as people are looking one, don't have to put the switch and say, okay, I'm ready to do that things up. Remember that if people stuff like that, might be satisfied time of I don't know. He's a double that I feel like he started dividing. Right, I love the text and pushing through. Well, I have to follow it up at the late. So there was the part of the extra process. I think it's part of the production was it. He's a double reference part. So the something says I'm looking at this other. This is what says that I got it was that. So something is trying to be about the sabotage. Essentially, everyone being exactly positive states but not to understand. Not what God's wars, not what God's desires. Actually, how can it be that a God loves you? Looking at God, that He's so brother like God. How you know that one is so brother? Well, it's not what you're God. Could it be that God loves you so much as to something, in which your entire future hangs in your future hangs in the balance of this one good on this start. But we stand to say this was not on the all of those, I need to feel I'm in response, I walk in my simplicity. Like trying to scam or something like that. Simplicity, weakness, not what he was essentially says, what's the feeling that we are in, but I'm not going to represent the ability to keep oneself over other people. You've got this, I'm the back of myself, but I don't self-reference. So therefore, I got to just start with it's not a process. It's about keeping myself over the God. I need to continue to walk with you. Like when you start off with every result of the that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Incredible. Although you rest much less stuff, so that's how something's not going to be. But maybe your hero, maybe your Shema, maybe your hero heaven is making you foolish. Maybe your hero ultimately again is going to be. Although, not now, everyone.
You're a 9 signs which may be a result of narcissism.
But I'm going to say, you know what?
Instead of listening, they're wrapped up in their own opinion. What's next?
But the only thing about it is, even if we have it, I never put it on the ticket. Might strange, unexplainable, but at the end of the day, not about people, not about us. Is anyone who look at me and this conversation,
they constantly need to be admired. Maybe you've seen that they almost sweat. They may look like they have tremendous confidence, but it's not enough. They do not take any criticism well. They exploit others without guilt or shame.
Maybe a misunderstanding. Those who put themselves in that they'll never be lost. It may hurt you difficult to look at the other, even because of the low question on it. So once the suffering starts up, Eli brothers grew up. Now Shabbat Yahweh Harden. Hashem Yolam, the English of Yolam. Only such and such to Avram, the Bible Avram, don't worry too much. because I feel at the end of the day, God doesn't really have to sacrifice. Good news. Right? I can't believe it ends up offering up a shit and nothing stuff. So let's look at the tools out there. But yeah, I don't know. I'm using the question of the best place to start by that. This is the first of the water. Like, you know, over heaven, really clear now. That was like, can somebody rise and rock? They tell the truth. No one listens. No one listens. So interesting. So what is this gospel? What is this last? The hope was that something is trying to do this. Trying to be this, I'm going to do not do this. Right? And then the last is talking about don't about it. Don't about it. You're not going to talk about this one. It's going to be fun. That's the shot. The shot was, he was trying to take away this sky. But he was trying to say something about that. That's the test. He's not going to have to do it anyway. So he tried to do this. That is the crucial way to get rewards for doing. People would even more control. You're trying to really try to sense this up, and I don't listen to you. So whatever you say, I got to be removed.
That suck up in class who always gets the lecturer's full attention, or the brown noser at work who barely does any work but gets promotions.
I got a wrist when I was 13 years old. You got a wrist when you were 8 years old. You're a baby. There's no consent. There's no memory of it. I do it when I was probably like an adult. 13 years old. I don't know. What else is of jazz? The behavior after the guy of you, starting up to do one body chart. You only have to be one of the other. I'm still on the phone. I need to go there. Right? I need to go there. Also, I used to do it with my entire body. I would drop. And he asked her about her personality. Or he used to after that, listen, what's the show? The point of this? First of all, that I think one of the things that comes up with this is it's a picture shows the phrase, shows other things will test. And who gives the most part of that whole just develop. But they have to go for it. They try to go for it. As this book says, I share the big holy, sacrifice my entire soul, I do that you do so. And right after that, there was two resources. It's almost as if after that moment, that Jesus himself demonstrated his ability to be ready for such an overwhelming task. In the aftermath of that sin was that's when it was only after it was clear that Jesus was ready for something silent, that he was so some of the professor was when you just become there, I can feel this. From there, I can feel this. It's also interesting to say that website, whatever you want to do something with life, just be prepared.
In the beginning, where he's like, we're gonna talk about intravenous CT. Like he literally says CT. Wow, he's talking about
that the whole year is endeavor, you're going to resistance, right? You're doing something, right? When you're doing something that doesn't really matter. So the forces of nature don't start up with you. Start them, so shut up to you. Don't start up to you because no one really cares what it is that you're doing. When you want to do something for you, and you want to do something that you really just get right for the resistance to occur. You see what's happening with you, right? That thing is starting. The second starting up with that. Small starting up with this. So there's resistance every single step of the way. That's when you're going to have something. This is one of my favorite parts of the whole thing. Actually, by the Acadia, the James is to work on the time that you move. Because I'm going to the Lord. Go check these stuff. And then what happens? Check I don't buy arguing. I don't get I'm looking to go right and see if they can if there was a man that's plugged into that store. I don't think it goes over. And he offers up a child like I asked the customer, that's good. I don't even know go ahead and offer that up as a present. After all, so because if you want to cover, they didn't want to cover at all. Right? I'm not going to go to other countries. Says, because I'm living in southern report. So this is like this. I don't want to run up to I'm living in the sea and go down and see. I don't want to walk it. So something that right from the sun. But when you saw the stuff in the listen, you ever try to get a ram out of a thicket? Right? You're watching it. Somebody comes up there with like, right, okay, every time you get a ram out of a thicket, you match, right? There's the thorn, you gotta get stuck. What happens if you try to get a ram out of a thicket? You get caught. Please, it's struggle. I'm going to saw where there's struggle, there's shut. Where there's ease, there's no shut. Where there's struggle, you are going to get caught. You are going to get beat. You are going to get battered. You are going to get bruised. That's where there is shut. So where there's ease, return for it. But no shut. Where there's struggle, there's absolute coldness. And look at that's the story. Starting up with Agravation. Yitzchak, starting up with Yitzchak. Sometimes in life, you know, only in that way, then they get difficult. But we make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem really wants these to happen, the fact that it's difficult shows that it's not that I think it's here. That's the opposite. It's the opposite. The holier the endeavor, the more intense. Sometimes the greater ease, it might be something very nice, but locked down for this. Rabbi, so it's a fact and Rabbi Shepherd for this. Then Rabbi Shepherd, yeah. So Rabbi trying to get other people to go ahead and watch the Zara. The children have to get remember again, so when you see the Rabbi Shepherd, yeah, every Rabbi tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, not the area that does see, remember, those who try or are going to try to get the entire city to worship idolatry. Rothschild, I'll put this kid up to join the prayer. Rabbi Sheep, yes, this is what my friend is not right. Now that you try to get people to worship on the God, get to know why is that what God put it out of. So it's trying to get I don't on the basis. Don't be there, show up on the basis. I know this is Rabbi Sheep. He said, so the Bishop is not by the God, it says, Misa. It was not like so Misa, what are the photo? Down to the elephant. The general Henry Misa that is mentioned in the photo is but you may hear that why is it that you got us? It gets to what the large question is. I don't know, only this, only what is the so can make it clear, Shama, I don't have the height different pieces, or from the rubbish people. Positioning, I don't have the the Ligma has basis. Why does it consider Shama from basis? The Gemara says, the basis. Done in basis shopping, we basis shopping. They ain't done in basis shopping, we basis hate, we basis shopping. Because we're going to rather go ahead and learn how to do Shama from basis shopping, in this context, there's two type of insiders. Like there are those inside individuals and there are those inside groups. Therefore, we would rather go ahead and consider Shama in the light type of favor. The opposite. I got a way of getting a report because of the insider and that's kind of that for the love to insight. So you will take the inventory, yeah, and if I had to because of this stuff. So it's inciting. But once he's inciting at the end of the day, he becomes the head. No longer he has the drugs. The numbers that is or of his stuff. This was a different type of side in 1988. My whole get the in general. Now we're back to this, right? False prophet, right? So now the Shaila is what exactly is it getting asked to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Obviously, the key of makes us people must not have a later cover. They won't say anything to us. This comes up in the population. If he goes ahead and little against uproots some total halacha that was that main aspects of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah. Take a look at that. First, actually, not focus. Rabbi Shimon. Let's say, obviously, both Rabbi Shimon and Halacha Raisa, obviously, Rabbi Sheker is both disciples. That's the focus. That's the focus. Take up his son. That's the focus. This is what actually says here. He says, not focus, Rabbi Shimon. The Navi focus, one has good power, the Amar, it's that this is not a good to get more of it. It's not a lot of mitzvahs avodah in the Torah. So this is obviously the classic case of the Rabbi Sheker. So he prophesies that he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to ever be. With no prohibition of avodah zarah. No such thing as avodah zarah. Okay, or all the training mitzvahs for the backward mitzvahs, but I need to tell you that one is you should have shown us more than possibility of this. The other possibility is you're including part of avodah zarah, but uprooting part of avodah zarah. So for example, good example this would be, well, let's say well, let's say he says, you know what, you're not allowed to offer a part of avodah, but you are allowed to bow down to avodah. That would be an example of he's maintaining part of the prohibition, but uprooting part of the prohibition. So that's what this is my focus. Again, I'll be spoken about one and then shouldn't go to a video. My focus is about the type of life. Watch this. One of them, we had that. It was just like that. What the Torah says, that the Rabbi is trying to say the Torah that we know that even if you tries to get you off part of the data. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of avodah zarah and negating another part of it. About Osir, what the Shard is, maybe I call it. This is interesting. So let's say someone knows that Rabbi comes along and says, nothing to do with that avodah zarah. The Rabbi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of Shard is no longer applies. He just uprooted another mitzvah. Uprooting another mitzvah. Everyone agrees. Look at that. Look at the false prophet. And correctly was that. But everyone agrees that situation is taking that back there. The key was mitzvah. The people with justice shall be to that company. Okay, I mean, he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part by other mitzvahs, and will be conduct. Will be an example of that. Says that on Pesach, you only have to keep 6 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. So it's trying to okay, what's this? Three categories. Category one is the whole desire. Whenever all passion will, and even uproots the entire prohibition of all desire, what do you see is part of it, that's when I'm hoping for the shilling of the type itself is the skill. That's category one. Category two, uprooting another mitzvah, not holding on this time. So we're in this one, I'm going to category three, which is category three, is another mitzvah. Part of it, busy and what's that look over there? Project. I get to read this. I just need that they do that. Marshall Master of Rothschild'S and more exactly. Now that has now because they that's the words clearly. If the concept if the concept now Navi I will also in a couple of them. I must keep Sarah Allah Shara and the science about it's just kind of the Navi Shepherd both of them more dissecting that hospital. Lala has remember he's going ahead by hearing this from the camera that I sent them to the Bible. Lala has Zoom stuff I say. It's because the Bible together. Paul, Zoom stuff, both sides say. Brother say. What is it saying? It sounds like that yes, it's the other parts of the Torah which is still looking today. What's going on here? These are like about all the stuff I'm going to say. I've always been on the Hebrew stuff and stuff. And everyone is talking about idolatry. It's like these are all positive commandments associated with idolatry. And it should ask if there is. Like one of his stuff in the Christ work to get its passage to that. That's why I was actually thinking about that the other day. How crazy would it be? The staples, the authors, all of those are. And then we're just on. That I'm doing all right. Which is the new way of waiting until we know. If someone we knew did a cartoon,
just do
But I
standard
was
doing
really
Trump as obscene your routine, just read it like
second
honestly.
and as a job, they're already thinking about what everything
I don't know.
was in the morning.
I mean, now that we've interviewed Mark,
Then
maybe
just I could not start the shit. 5:40 minutes
I feel like he'll never be on
because
because
which is great. There's stuff up information. It gives us some thank you. It's really awesome. The way night, the morning, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much.
But let's see what's next one. It's called Those spending the rest of your time.
Wow. Okay, I'll take the coffee.
I don't know why this is all the push.
I'm going to
Let's find out. Rogan is shorty.
I'm going to say like this. Oh, my focus, okay, I go. Things that will come in inside. He has a different every time that the first spot comes along and uproots some different calories from the Torah. Whether that is not the Zohar or any other mitzvah. So this is again, you understand the thing that he's saying, this mitzvah or this idea, whatever it is, no Rothschild. It's according to the Rothschild. Any time that happens, Gemara says, oh God, just read all the baby Shabbos, the mitzvahs, ובכל מצוות תעבוד צהובת, ואחרון העולמים הדרך ומצוות right. Don't forget. I love the way so. There are multiple categories. First one, you consolidate like this. Upgrading of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, regulates. How do you like that? Whether it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and say, all of idolatry or all of idolatry, how do you like that? How about here, the mitzvah, Shabbos is, you're going to call proper. So what is the proper? If you uproot them for some part of other mitzvahs, right? Like you said before, you go to Shabbos on there Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not the rest of it. Whereas that would be an example of uprooting part, there was very hard. In that context, you put there. I don't know what that was. I was probably like, I don't know, guys, listen to this. Well, these properties, like, there's no way to uproot some element of the Torah. Everything else, once again, the dice, so you hear plus information, example, the Torah, or anything else. And that becomes one of the sex. A particular mitzvah, a particular idea, don't worry about that. Okay, or I see the whole battle. I'm studying the Akar Dominant Torah. Fine. Like, tiny mitzvahs for the battle mitzvahs. Let's say you emphasize to uphold part of the mitzvah and to include part of the mitzvah. The Mishnah calls that. The Mishnah says that you're talking. You got all this called other. The owner Hayom will walk out of the blood. Is that called Hayom? Even if you partially uphold it, partially remove it, ultimately again you're going to be trying to right to Hayom. This is whoever the example of that is. Let's say it says, on Mondays without washing the whole Torah, the rest of the week you can, it's still lies on the Torah. A guy is some of the countries, but that's a different position. Therefore, what they now we have essentially two different about how this is not focused on the whole. So I won't take up this as such a book. I will take up this stuff, or try to set this book, and therefore you took this entire discussion like what is the house. So, Rob, what was this? Rob is over the house, sometimes I go to Shmada holds it up on the door, and ultimately I can go there and interpret it. Here we go. Abai saw the cross, this one, Abai saw the stuff, Sabai wanted to this stuff, and interpret this entire discussion of this stuff. I'm just not, here we go. I'm just not in God for them. Torah is the actual connect. Again, if the Navi comes along and uproots in this stuff of the Torah, I want the definition of uprooting in totality. You say a particular mitzvah doesn't apply, whether it doesn't apply. Whether we're talking about Abu Sarah or Sharon mitzvahs. Now, what it is like both the connect. Everyone agrees, much like my connect. The tiny mitzvahs to the top of the mitzvahs. What happens if you have to come below by mitzvah? It says, you have one part of it, negates part of it. Maybe Shimon points out, maybe Shimon said that's your father. That's by Sharon mitzvahs. By Sharon mitzvahs. We're all beginning to Rabbi, and so to Rabbi Holbis. The Holbis is the father when it comes to idolatry. After the honor, Hayom Yikua, when you walk up the Kua, Chayim, Rabbi Holbis when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it or partially negating it, and you want to believe that his liability, right? After this, when you rest that on the Zara, whether it's full negation, partial negation, or it's going to be a key of stuff. I want to be a stuff. My kid is not going to be that's not Holbis. That's not Holbis. That's about it. Rabbi saw what God and interprets the right side of Amuna, and which that was brought into context in our spiritual society. And therefore Hashem was power is certain being to do certain things, even though again against the will of the Father. And therefore again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, don't listen to him to worship idolatry. Turn already a kiva. First the Shalom Shalom God reminded time of the over his soul. So he says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would be power over nature? The second we define how big to work with talking about. Hashem is going to give you the ability to power to another sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Hello, he goes, can I get an assertion? Doesn't like the MS, but the myself, Navi Sheker. Navi Kiva says, no. Where does the Navi Sheker scenario arise? Was it ready to arise? But unfortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happened? It happens. It happens, right? Sometimes people go bad. Or that's nice if you have someone who has his potentials as they go and fight them. Right? And what happened? Unfortunately, he loses his life. It was like whereas this way, Allah says, I'm coming back to the fight your most stuff. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You can be a Navi. Because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. But the King says that's the case of a Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proving himself through real miracles. He goes upon the he was King God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any new miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a Navi. Even if that guy doesn't know himself, he's better off. The Muslims go to the other really sad and worship idolatry. And even if this is the kind of Navi, who wasn't good enough, kept the sun from setting, still goes. Rabbi Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to perform any miracles. Okay, last part is only last going. When you're not English, let's remember again, let's remember again. But the last going, right fast going, which goes to punishment, straight up. So this was saying that you continue to testify about her, they don't get pushed back to straight. Because what do they get? They get hurt. So does her adultery. Right? What's the name of the reason? I'm Rabbi the sign of Yosef, this is not on the marriage, but it's an occasion, someone who lasts us the says, right? You have to do to even what they can inspire to do to their brother. He runs his life. If you should call him, so maybe well they in general, you know, the way you do something works is what kind of punishment is it? Specific punishment. Whenever you even want to consider that then there is a punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. He was guilty by him. Bascoin, he was written, they love his Jacob. So what happens? So now you know a Bascoin in this country, she is exactly the Jacob. Now you know her Coel. The very much to go through, but it's not to get it straight, right? Because people are already that they use punishment there. So then, in your there, in the shoot, what I think is over. I think some of the examples spoke to them at the same time. They get their punishment, I don't know what to get them. That's who's going to get straight out. The guy is going to get hurt, right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? Omer, Lasso, La'achir, for those assholes. Interestingly enough, the way the passage is phrased is that the Eden are given a typical punishment. Whatever they wanted to do, La'achir, to their brother. What do you see there? You burn the typical worship that they were going to visit at cause, the Poel and not. And therefore, when I said they get to well, how do you know what? Abraham and you know, what's like Mazda? It's like, get ready now, so perhaps most people don't we are about to engage, you know, it's like the next couple of days, on the map, everywhere, on the map, these Gemaras are going to change our lives so many things. Call yourself, gave some shame to the every year has a healing going on. The Shemay Mars, the Ame, Kulam, Sadikim, the Olam, alright? The next time, I forget that was more of a close to us. Those ones from Shia, they're literally getting their nation, are all Sadikim, they will forever inherit the land. Next time, I used to again like my 7 issues of my 20s. not going to say your body is spoiled. And they are the creatures of my hands, through which I become glorified. So the idea of the part of the puzzle, you know, really focusing on over here, is about like, what is this doing? Like, right, what is this doing? What is this have to do with us? Like, we were like, we see that, right? And now, so that's exactly what we go back to say, push another back to the other side, right? Back to the left side. One day, so get along, how about they told I use the eyewitnesses, and if I start with the clue about the first running day, so again, she says over there, we talk about penalties, and then we're going to talk about penalties. So, it is. It's not about the same question as the moment, is the point. But I think the kingdom of God, the thing is, no one is pure solution. Right? And even those who are killed by Nissan creation, ultimately are going to make each of them before they die. Holy Spirit is going to go up. Like, you might have thought that you're being executed by being. That is the end of the Roman creation in this world. First video about children who are getting for their last breath. So then you just finish about 10. Yeah, you just finish by that. Unfortunately, make sure to leave sugar before you die, because if you do so, what's the next line? Hold yourself in the grave. Because the first thing will come, and then for you, choose me, execute by fear, like Christ, by faith, by heaven, whatever it is. This is still any important in the world to come to you down as a hardship. Incredible. I will say that it's that way. If you look at the part that finished the quote, the Ame Fiddles that he did. Remember, the Ame Fiddles that he vocalized in different languages now. In the talk. The in-talk Fiddles that he did. You know, we got to show every year is a big shot. Right? Every year is a big shot. Right? So another reason to look at it. They don't get to see us. And so he doesn't just see the outside of the video. He doesn't just see where we are, he sees where we did. But he also sees who we did. Because of the devotion of the one thing he is still at his people to see the influence that he did. In the eyes of the Father, everything that he did in Shabbos. But what he does is not just to get us to the what's out like it's and every year is such an incredible potential.
I think that character really comes in and sort of
That's the first one. And then into the mission says, they will shame him. Okay. And these are the people who don't know the person of God. So obviously, there's an encouragement. What's the shot? Holy God, everyone has every brother, every Jew has a portion of God. The evil shouldn't have given about. And these are the ones who don't have portion of God. So how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the thing? Cult trust. If you are a member of Christ, if you identify as part of Christ, in other words, if you beg yourself to be the crowd, you have a portion of the world. When you lose your portion, the moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say, the evil shall share the face. It says the evil. So you can either be Yisrael, you can be evil. If you're Yisrael, because you spend your life going like Harvard and getting yourself into the fire, sometimes no matter what you do as an individual, you have a portion of the time. But if you're an evil, you develop this evil dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with others, you remove yourself from the clouds, then you can lose your own level. Embed yourself in the clouds, and another will always be yours. Remove yourself from the clouds, and yourself in the clouds. So this is the difference for everybody. Already, because this is not Torah. Somebody says there's no resurrection of the dead. They don't have and someone says Torah is not the right. Not the Kodesh. Again, Rashi says in the question of the Kodesh. Rabbi Kiva says, Kodesh is starting so this is very
he can be sued for
so even more than me,
also he doesn't know that there's a
well, like, what is that? Second of knowledge, second of books, what so again, you have to define exactly what that is. Now, location of a rock, but always has a version of something science, was a lot of carrier zero back. Someone who whispers some type of incantation over words. Okay, like I said, we're going to define what all of these things are. Abishal says, I found yes, I should rush this. Someone who pronounces the name of Hashem, who actually says it. Also, another there are 3 kings and 4 regular people who go down in history as having lost their portion of the world. Who are they? So 5 years ago. King Manasseh has a portion of the world from Shinemar by Iskala Elov, by Yishna Nasal, by Yishna Nasal. There's also no doubt that Manasseh got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble. God and Hashem, and Hashem restored him to Israel in Yerushalayim. And that's what happened. And it's for answer, about Shimon. Rabbi said to him, about Musa Yeshivu, Mordechai Olam Rabbi. So Manasseh was returned again to his land. He was just his portion of Paul and Joseph, who were the four regular guys who lost their portion of the They lost. So the Lord of the people, the late, we'll discuss it, was an advisor to Shaul, Topel, one of the advisors who got another within each side of Shalom, and he was like the Gabbai all in the island. Okay, we're going to all of those. Which was that? The Kolkach Lama. Most jump ready to this. Why is it that someone, why is it that someone goes there to noise, resurrection, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, I will say, by the way, just as an aside, like, and we'll get into this a little bit more, there's focus about what the phrase Olam Haba refers to. What is that? Is that like afterlife? Is that when you die? Like that show? Is that messianic and post-resurrection era? So there's not a discussion of there as well. We're just going to look at it right now, for our purposes today, although I'm just saying right now, we're going to switch gears but the mindset for right now, we're just going to get it all about how it's possible. Your portion of income is where you go after you die. So you got you died, right? Eternal life. Now again, what happens? What's the implication of and messianic resurrection? Right. So again, we'll see some of these things. I would say, die, resurrection, which is right about. Which the Gemara says, yeah, the Gemara says, look how look how cancellation. You check the notion of cancellation. Well, you have a fear that cancellation. I say that it's not. But the Gemara says, messianic era. The Gemara says, like, this guy, he rejected the notion of cancellation, and therefore, again, gets no cancellation. By the way, it makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe the resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. But only those that shall go probably you dig negative God. So say the great devotional works, reciprocity. You dig negative, reciprocity. I'm not going to I'm not doing it. You know, because you dig negative God. How do you know that the soul will do the negative God as reciprocity? And I'm not going to tell you because it's very good to know what exactly. There are other issues that merchants of this stuff that's very fascinating. Remember this shop. Shimon Parashem, it's no first all so the shadow. It's a science of the shadow, the shadow. Context. The army of Arams as they teach to Sarah's kitchen. Now what happened is famine. Obviously it's famine. So there's no food available. She gets up and like sitting in the this friend tomorrow will be able to buy a ton of food for her. So it's going to be overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayan Hashalish, Hashem, Vayomer, Ini Hashem also Rubos Bashamayim, Agiya Hadlavar Hazan. So what do you say? Like standing on the surface, essentially just to be thought. That's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opens up all of the windows in Shemayim, such as the current officer was saying, there's no just here. Don't be here. In other words, there's no food, over abundance of food, it doesn't make any sense. Vayomer, so we should say to this officer, think about what they were out, we should go so far. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get these other days. You have to what happened? By you okay, by you this old sound of Shire by the so it's interesting on Sunday by the way. The end of the story is that night, the army of Iran attacked off, which is left. They just left for some reason, and they left behind all of their positions. So the next morning, what happened? There was out of the city to get you food, get food, get out of the who was killed in this stampede. This officer, I don't know if there was anything about it, right? Maybe it was the person who said, "Well, yeah, I don't know if all out." He about someone who got really involved. Again, the person who was very powerful. Even if the gas is just utter, and you're utter, give us folks out, and you're going to send by levels. But that's the reason I was shot, right when you say by the gate, I'll just be shot. Because this conversation that happens between me and shot by the gate. Say by those guys, they're all off the right side. But you see from their music, they try to happen. Therefore, again, if a person's life is really the best case, their boss is fine. Don't believe that. That's up to you. But if you don't believe it, don't believe it. Says this is one of the most important solos in Torah production. Rabbi actually on the passage of the word Hashem Silva. Hashem Silva. So help me to that Hashem Silva as Hashem is your shape. That is the thing. Hashem is your shadow. What does your shadow do? The shadow does whatever says. What you get from Hashem is what you need. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way which one is good, which is basically divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, we'll go above and beyond for him. I act in a supernatural manner, I push myself beyond the level of that which is expected of me, and he'll do the same for me. Again, listen, it's very important. If again, if I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do. I don't right? So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to do in order to get by. Just expect that same type of control from the same way. So again, if one has embedded in the flavor of mediocre truth, so they'll expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it's best possible. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural results, then I have to put supernatural in order. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. Hashem is my shadow. Incredible. Second, I'm going to all of this stuff. Yes, it is the Shia, all of Haba. Why did it not mention which was in Torah? Right? The Rabbi includes as like Shia includes as one of the Yes, and they think one of the principles that they okay, so everybody uses the Rambam. So what Shia is something that's so Judaism is a life-centric religion. Judaism does not focus on right. Why? Because that's not what I focus on. Sorry, doesn't talk about it. Sorry doesn't speak about Shia. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus is. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing life. Maximizing this moment right now. Makes the reason observation. The verse says, how did you notice? I was like, yeah, the devil drive by. However, what you'll see is virtually every church and every school. However, the distinction is cemeteries. Churches offer cemeteries attached to it. Schools never had cemeteries. Churches offer cemeteries like school. And that was the type of plan. Like that was just often like yes, it ends on let's say like exactly how cemeteries. But if you know it's like no one ever It's really not about what happens after it's really about what happens after destruction. It's about damage. It's about Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my life? What am I doing to make
enough. Maybe it's okay.
Not
But again,
sound weird, like, no, act like that.
but again, that's
One of my
really
dreams
just
is to
performing
next
for
month,
something like that. Like when I went in their
that's
friends,
why I
I was like,
think
I could never live like
we're
this.
asked, how they,
So it is
we're
odd
business, and that's
to
all
still be doing that behavior when you're 40
and
on
that's
your
such a little feeling of something out of the home. All she says, you're addicted to it to Aaron. That's why. Aaron was only playing, well, what does that mean? Like, she went to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron's dead. This is like, here's the bit about, no, is Aaron dead for what? Aaron never came to start himself. Aaron was born, Aaron was never came to start himself. So what if we then put it in like close and allowing us to speak us so let's put it so what's it, what does it mean?
really, dude?
And there's this college where you don't give that to give him your true love. You can't. Let's get listen to that. And we are saying that is true, yes, so that's like how beautiful is that? You know, so it's David as yes, and it's supposed to be about time to come back to life and teach us. The opportunity to bring out, back to the phrases is that right? That is the scripture, which is what's on top of it for today. We are right on schedule. Do not worry. Do not look ahead. But great. Looks like tremendous, incredible week ahead of us. You're gonna have to do it.
I can confirm Brendan does that all the time. I don't even think that's weird. I can't believe how many people, all the stuff Mark said, that's what people latched on to. Finally, bro! That's fucking dope. That's the guys who see it too. Adam Carolla did it all the time too. Your place, it's my North Star. You can't sing. I need some good pitch. As a child. Oh my god. You know, that's all these guys remind me of my dad. They bring it in this. My dad would always piss, like, all over our house. Not inside, but outside. And, like, I remember our friends would come over and be like, why's your dad being outside when he has, like, a toilet? I was like, oh, I think it's normal. And your dad would be like, just do it doing crazy shit. That club was so funny. They were like, yeah, old music, like the old music from that Miles Teller commercial. You know, like club there. Who was that? That was like one of the producers. He made much of it. It's like, you want to Nick Davis? No, I don't know if it was Dave. I think it's Davis. What, do you know him? I heard from someone. I did some reconnaissance. I know someone who knows Nick. I was like, his shop, like a bad guy. Nick says it's cool. Well, Mark says Nick's a really nice guy. And I think he probably has to toe the line somewhat. He works there. I'm not going to shit on your boss. No. I'll just be weird to do that. And you might have a little bit of like style. You're not stuck at shop. Or maybe shop. That's good. Alright, so this is supposed to be about MMA. What the fuck kind of fight companion is this? Boxer, yeah. This is a good make of a boxer. Yeah, this is what oh, I don't like that was so good. Wow, that was so good, dude. I have a big prediction. Alright, so these clips, these memes, they remind me of like the Ben Affleck ones. You know, like the Dunkin' Donuts, or there's the slow zoom of him when Henry Cavill's talking about like Batman or Superman, and you just see it, like Ben Affleck goes so deep about himself, and then he gets into the word answer, and you just tell he's like, and now it seems like he's almost leaned into it, like kind of smart. Right. I think Shaw has made him himself. I think he's responsible for a lot of this, right? He made mistakes, right? He says things in a dumb way. Maybe he's a talker professionally, so that's how it says it. I think the same way with Ben Affleck, where he crashes and then he rises. I think there's going to be a Shaw song. I there's going to be more stories where Sean's actually a sympathetic figure, and people are going to get tired of wailing on him, and then it's going to become more normal and exciting to be on Team Sean. I could be wrong. This could be optimistic.
Well, this is, I think on the Chang's thing, references as the question that should be asked. Is if Sean will never have one of the songs. It's like that's their thing. Like, we never talk about that. It's like,
Right. Okay. I don't want to violate. I'm not going to let it though. I respect them, and they do the stuff on here. I devour. They don't have it.
yeah, they know, man.
They're interesting that way too, right? Like they're very decentralized. Like they don't want to have any kind of work thing to it other than like having fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's different guys. We interviewed the one guy who's a normal guy, can't job house with really, just posters. But we talked about it. We really enjoy shop. I had to have it. So he's not a good stand-up. He's the fact that I'm not listening to his podcast or reading shop. When I can watch these fucking clips, I'll do. Oh yeah, you know what I mean? I watched the whole Glassman episode, and it was kind of hard to watch. Glassman was funny, but it's just like them just talking, because they do this thing where they just talk about how well they're doing. And not like saying that they're doing really good. They just literally talk about they're like, well, the numbers on this show, and they're like, then Ryan goes into talking about he doesn't do it anymore. He talks about sandals for a while. And it's just like,
and then he said that bought his stock out of the company because he didn't have time to run it. That kind of didn't make sense because it's like we just invested quicker. They really need you for all their marketing calls and stuff like that.
So just distinct from you because of your, what's happening in your life. That's such a big dark moment. Oh, it's the sandals deal today.
We had Glassman on our podcast, and it went kind of bad. And my mind because we're pretty nice most of the time. He was kind of ripping us. I was uncomfortable with it. I edited it, and I told him I didn't want to post it. He was like, "Don't be weird, post it." And then I posted it, and honestly, tried to edit it down to make it less cringy in my mind. But I'm probably biased and gave myself a more favorable edit. He didn't like that and asked me to take that down. And so it does make sense. In our small form fans, a lot of people want to hear it. I probably should have just posted it in its entirety, but I felt too vulnerable about it.
I get it because, to be totally honest, I talked about some of this where I didn't really enjoy being that episode. It's like that's not my style of comedy. But I understand they love it, so I was just like, I don't want to. We did a whole Rick Glassman episode, and it was like an hour of us watching the clips. We couldn't watch it. He's very talented. I didn't comment on it. I just didn't like. He's already doing he's just shitting on them, and I don't know if it's hard to tell whether it's part of the show or not. And we didn't have any good singers. We didn't do a very good job, so we just were like, let's do other clips. And work with our stuff.
Yeah. So maybe I was talking too much, just reviewing.
Oh, no, it wasn't you guys. You just go there and chit on us. There's unfortunately on that. Yeah. Alright, so this one's called How to Reproduce Himself. It's posted by Immortal. My favorite thing in Chang's when they isolate a clip like that, it's a sort of categories are about. He is now my favorite part of Change. Do you have what's your favorite part of Change? Oh, definitely Dicey. Just like seeing Dice, the Dicey emotion. I'm gonna kill it over that's more the Dice. The Dice is so fun. Putting two dice on something. And what do you have a favorite?
I like Dice and Dice. I think I have taken on some of him and Delia's inflections, and I know people that he took the inflections from Delia. But even when I'm doing my own podcast, I punch the first syllable of a word. And I don't think I'd never watch those guys, and that would be in my delivery.
That's one thing that they don't acknowledge at all in any of this is that when you watch people, it's not even outside of just comedians. When you're hanging with friends, you take on their mannerisms a little bit. Almost everybody does that. So you don't do it consciously, really. But that's the thing, though. Some of them are suggesting think that Chop is doing it consciously. Like the Rogan laugh is insane. Oh yeah. We didn't notice it the first time. It's like the
Like when it started with like the Triplex thing, and then it went to Brennan saying that he had like documents and that he had thought it come from Bobby Bilal, and then the intimacy of all those videos, like how deep into their personal lives it went, and then the way that it felt like the audience reactions to it was impacting their personal lives, like drastically changed how I, from that point, started portraying maybe not drastically, but I was like, oh, I don't want, like, I'm never going to have a photo, like, I'm just going to keep my personal life, I'll talk about it, but I'm going to try as private as I can, because it's like, it's already so hard. And then you have all these eyeballs on it, and people commenting on your personal life. Like, I'm a sensitive person after I act. It might impact the way I think about things, so I've been like, kind of shut down, dude.
That's interesting because they name the waters, you were worried that your emotions could get gadushed. And then, so, yeah, no, I think that makes sense. I mean, there was a pretty personal thing. I would say for us, this show maybe would exist without the drug walk. Like, the first episode was just us watching the regular Poppy, but the drug walk is like core to the show. Like, that's what almost every song has in it. It is so fun. And I don't know the validity of like what happened, whether he was trying to get her to blow up or whatever. And like that's how she felt made her biggest producer.
This song's hilarious. When you guys find a place for drug walk,
I just can't.
I never see it coming. It always surprises me. It's undeniably hilarious. But I do think too, like, should grown adults be talking on like 2 hours a week about their personal lives? As someone who does that.
Well, Reddit doesn't like a lot of those like comedians.
Yeah, it's so oversaturated.
They do the same. Yeah, they're all the same podcast. They tell the same stories. But we're new guys. They don't know our stories yet.
No, I'm not being too. Like, I have a much smaller audience than these guys, but like someone commented on one of our podcasts, like, I feel like I'm done listening to this for 2 years. And I don't even take that as criticism because of like, if you're listening to like a non-interview podcast where there's an expert on it, you're just two friends, bullshit. It's wanting to be stupid. We're not going to have very sophisticated thoughts on it every week. Like, I could probably do one podcast a year where I have informed the things I was talking about. But there's to make money at it, you feel like you have to feed it. And so you're like, I guess I'm going to talk about, like, what we talked about, like, the new system, COVID, the Department of Energy, like, and I was like, oh, damn, I got to talk about that.
Can be better than anything Mario was saying.
Yeah, you don't get any more help. Yeah.
You don't matter. Hosting ghosts, so you don't read the comments. Don't check your social media. And also, haters don't matter at all. You know, like that's just
That's right.
Why lower yourself to responding to a hater?
You can see the toll that the haters have taken on Shop's face.
Yeah, because he's that is funny, right?
And I know it's the perception is
It's been fun. How much money is it running?
do that too, like, and I think it's probably made me a better guy. And we were like I talked about on the podcast before this, we're like, tickets are low to come with. It's because I want to get out in front of that because I don't want people to think I'm like posturing as someone who's selling more tickets because I see like that. Brandon actually douching already. I'm like, oh fuck, dude, like, I don't want to give myself over those shots.
You're coming up, you also don't really, like, it's not your main thing. You don't talk about ticket sales all the time. Yeah, so that's his thing. He's built his own prison and now he has to live in it.
And I used to love pickup. I really did. But it's become such a cottage industry that I'm like, should we let him up? Should we let him up?
I mean, we're not necessarily talking about that.
We were working together and I was like, yo, should we let him up? And he was like, no.
Another fighter shot.
If we let him up, is he going to be funny? Like, I don't know.
You know what I mean? As long as it looks funny, I'm like,
It's Blockbuster. I don't want to know.
he's gonna change his ways a little bit. Yeah, he's gonna happens now.
Yeah.
Changing or homeless.
Alright, so this one's posted by Rogan. He's shorted by, it's called the You Tell On Yourself Again, Papa. A photographer searches the gloves.
It did seem like a real Tony's winning the over with that singer, and then he's like, what are we doing here? And
Alright, this one's posted by Immortal Knievel.
Callan really say homeless cats?
I guess I don't know where that's from.
Or is it like AI?
sometimes they edit stuff, like it's hard for me to tell it's hard acted, like whether it's real or not. So, like, remember that weird thing with the, it's like a check him out with the, whatever. It was like a freaking check.
Oh, yeah. He's getting bigger digits of his mom, digits in front of his family.
Yeah, it's like a shot. He got shot and never redacted, and then he just messed up. Put those words together. He's really
just keep it so straight up in the cartoon. There was a time in our lives where we were celebrating the cancer. He was degenerate, but I know where he's at 100% of the time.
I mean, if he was our boy, then he was there. Well, no, not from his family. We have to check if they're almost. Well, you get checked out from your family.
No, close to I'm a chronic masturbator, but I've gotten better about it. No porn. None of this is excuse. And I do remember one time I was watching Monday Night Football with my brother and my dad, and like we hang out in our boxers, really into it. And I just remember getting towards halftime, and my dad just turned and said, JT, what the fuck are you doing? And I looked down, and I was beating off, like at a muscle bag. And then classic teenager, I'm like, well, shut up, dude, you don't know shit. Fuck off, man, I'm not jacking off, you fucking loser. And I just remember I turned to my brother, he's this big one,
JT is desperate to get me there.
maybe I gotta get contagious because we all gotta get contagious. But I told my girl, what's going on here? I'm like, she's like,
I will not leave until I get
and my friend Craig's a fan now of the Fred, like Jonathan Fred, who's very funny guy, but not stand-up. And he's into it now too. So I'm like, I think, I don't know, there's part of me that kind of wants to feel the contagion.
Well, even what you just said, yes, it's weird. But it's like you're a kid and you're, it's like you just did like a weird kid thing, and you almost said jack off. It's way more normal than if that is not a habit. But the clip he's saying that a masseuse is figuring him in the butt in front of his family.
No, that's not okay. But the other thing is, I would never say what I did when I was 16. Okay, I'm not a sex addict. I'm in a process always of trying to get out of there, and I want to take accountability.
It doesn't matter then, it doesn't matter now. I mean, it's a bit to say things don't matter as part of the show, but it literally doesn't matter. Your dad and your brother. Whether if anybody you jack off in front of people, it's weird, but it's better than jacking off in front of some stranger or something like that. You just were, I don't know, maybe if you clipped your
Really told me a couple years ago, it's in these words of having no one less countries that don't induce yourself. Or the like I love Chad to death. That's my brother. Like honestly, I hope take a bullet for him. I love him so much. He's a wonderful brother. I can't say a bad thing about Chad. Chad got me he's amazing. I'm a movie guy. If you look at our podcast, watch those posts, you'll find those moments, bro, where I am annoyed or disinterested or on my own wavelength, not listening. And it's something I'm trying to get better at, but it's all there. It's all there in the archives. I feel like we all have that in the archives. Not as much as shop, maybe.
Exactly.
No one's gonna touch you.
That's all we're saying. We don't do it as much as them, so we have to make fun of it.
You're right.
There might be some truth.
Well, also people that make fun of us, we don't call them homeless.
Yeah.
Oh, he started that. Man, everything starts from him. Like he's the origin point.
It's worse than that.
They all meet up at PF Chang's or Starbucks apparently.
That's all they need to PF Chang's. They're homeless cats.
Worse than homeless cats.
I think the funniest thing to me about the homeless rant, it is unstreamables if you're a new cat. Watch Ultimate Streamers. But the funniest thing is like he goes, they're homeless. He's like, why would I care? Why would I care about that? Why would I care about them? They're homeless. You know, like just that is like
Highly disrespectful. It's not really, take some sports terminology. Don't point the finger, point the thumb. Like they're coming at you for a reason.
Oh yeah, that's just one of the many things. He's not worse than that. As we see,
I can't help but notice how we all are a little like Chuck. That's what I'm saying. So you hate this. You don't want it. What's not good for the thing?
Right now. It's funny to me. But I mean, like, if you do something really stupid, you can be like, damn, that was like shot. But that doesn't mean that you're stupid.
No. And again, post it goes, baby. Don't see it.
Post it goes.
You know what I'm saying? Don't read the comments. Don't read the comments. Try not to. It can be hard because it's like, I think working and like, look, I don't think we're special comedians. I definitely don't think that. But I do think being a comedian makes you more self-love. I think we're all naturally inclined that way.
Only 1,000 people can do this job. We're 3, 2 low-level comics. We're just comics.
Your stand-up, you're a better joker than I am.
No, I'm even better than that.
Okay, so let's go. We got our audience. We do it right. I think I just you gotta kind of believe you're great too to do it, right? Like doesn't Sean have to believe he's great to not do Ringo Bobby in the third time?
Yeah, we should do it. Ringo Bobby 3. We talked about this too.
He's got own it.
We love it, but I mean, for doing self-introspection stuff, sure, I should probably think more better than I am, and that might help me in the shop. Does that very well because you have to be confident to go on stage and do something like Ringo Bobby, because everything should tell you not to. And I'm sure, and many people in his life told him not to. His agents, his best friend, right? No matter how you rationalize it, there's a deep homeless cat out there that has an answer to your rationalization.
I think you guys are right. I think it was
If you got out of the mud, right? If you would have went through open mics and whatnot, you would develop that confidence that he's got.
right.
You didn't develop it.
No, I think he did skip the line and he wasn't aware about that. And I did look at him on the thread and I watched the video frequency 34 breakdowns of the Showtime special and I was ecstatic while watching it.
Shout out to Base Frequency, great work.
He does incredible stuff.
Shout out to Full CK too.
And there's rhymes like it's a nice little thing that he came up with there. So like have that going while you're watching it.
And I don't think that not to talk too much on Beige and go back to this, but I heard somebody saying that was Dave. I don't really think it was that Dave. Yeah.
It's for sure.
I don't think it was like super.
Savage, bro.
Really? I don't think so.
Well, you're very good at being me, and you're also a very good guy. I know that's too clear to be true, don't you?
I may have lost my mind, honestly. I think I lost my mind a little bit over the pandemic, and the shop thing is like,
But you guys are right. Like, I'm like being a little bit like defender-y, which is lame, but I think the point that you guys are making that like he shouldn't have put out Ringo Poppy is a valid one. I think because like when I saw it, I was like, why would you make this into a special?
before he even plays in the UK, there's a red, what is the backdrop? Yeah, the red backdrop. What is that thing? That's ridiculous. There's a stolen artwork in the back on the right. He stole it from somebody else. There's a gigantic tiger thick whiskey bottle, stupidest name ever. Shouldn't be right out like we would put like our bottles here. That's redacted. And then on top of that, there's a Tampa Bay. Was that a Tampa Bay Bucks hat? Why? I think Devil Rays. Or Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Why? It's a cool sweatshirt. Yeah, there's a Star
sees Bob saying, "Oh shit, come on, let's come, let's take it to it's sold out. Gotta see what's going on. Let's get you figured out.
So that's who you're defending, and then he just missed a pretty good situation.
Okay, so this one's called, it's posted by Animal Evil. It's called Mama Pulls Off the Rare Trifecta of Thugging Up 3 out of 3 guest intros.
He has the biggest fight of his life coming up. Javante Tank Davis. The dude is all Tom and Jimmy, right?
Yeah, that's how you say that. Yeah, we'll cut that out. America's got some
He's not one of them. He's not one of them. Well, this is good because people are being honest with him. Like, no one is pussyfooting around and they're telling him what he's not good at.
This is almost horrifying, I think. You need to have somebody on your show, and then all 3 of the guests are just making fun of you. This is being an idiot.
Have you heard? Robbie wanted to hurt me, dog.
Yeah, you're do you think he still considers them all a friend?
Alright, so we're on our last clip now. It's posted by another North Star dude, Sorghum Bird.
Yeah.
He's a beast in this subreddit.
God, it's like a legendary song. That guy,
It's called Papa Goes Full Redact with Fish Talk.
I like it. Everybody agrees he's wrong. I don't even know for sure. They just don't do it.
I mean, I think the issue here is that I've never seen 4 guys with less chemistry between each other. Like, they're all on their own wavelengths. Like, you got Ryan Garcia Boxer, Ken Shaw, what do we call him? Podcaster. Howie Mandel, Ray Camille. I don't think any of these 4 dudes are friends on campus.
No, yeah, there's no, you're right. The producer side of you is coming out here. These people have zero chemistry. Ryan Garcia does not want to be there. That's clear at this point.
Totally. That's a great point because last week's episode we watched a clip where Papa was talking about, like, I don't care about numbers, dude. I'll have a lot of friends. If you're watching a show with people that don't know each other, remember that?
Yeah. And the better fight opinion, or at least the clips that we watched, was the one with Rampage where he got drunk and just started insulting Sean to his face. He was like, wow, what kind of name is that? I said, wow.
I watched clips of him, like, highlight reels on YouTube of him picking on people he's very gifted at. When he was on the Ultimate Fighter, he broke down a door that was kind of a weak door, but it was tremendous power in the way he went through it. And then there's a guy on the team who had kind of like, kind of boobs. Rampage, like, is supposed to be apologizing. I'm sorry, just taking the goods, taking it, and they go nuts to those homes.
Yeah, that was great. You think he's going to say sorry? They said the meanest thing you possibly think of. And they almost found Rashad or something. That was great.
Yeah, and that's the producer side. Ryan Garcia, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. Adam Ray, really nice guys. Like, what? They're not fighters. Get a couple.
Yeah, they don't see fights to the point where Adam wants to leave because they were watching the main fight. Howie Mandel's probably never watched the fight this life. He just came there to like make fun of Sean. He's like, oh, I did so well. Fire in the kid. I want to come back on and go to Calabasas. And Ryan Garcia's like, is there money? Do I get paid for this? He's like, yes. Exactly. So no, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, shit, Rihanna.
That'd be great. Although he might kill us all.
You think Sean let her go there?
Like, you come here, we have us
Or address the homeless cats head on.
Here's one thing I'll say. Let's wrap it up with this. When Mark took the account over, the Twitter account, he texted me like the second he did it. And so I thought it was a bit. I immediately went on Twitter, and for a second there, I was like maybe 5 people that had seen that he took over his Twitter, which blew my mind. Right? Because we didn't even know each other like this before we ever hung out. And then I'm like looking at it, and I immediately retweeted, and I sent him out like, oh, I gotta retweet that, or something stupid like that. And then I replied, Hagged, like Hagged, and it eventually got taken down. But here's my point: he didn't dog me. He must have seen or their social media. He didn't block me. He blocked other people. negativity, but maybe there's a possibility that he is going to take in some constructive criticism from teammates. Yeah, no, Chicago's not going to matter. We don't matter at all. So
I think consider your guys' stuff constantly. I get a huge kick out of it. I think you guys are so funny. So, like, I know you're in really good rhythm with each other. That the songs are just.
I'm just trying to build a narrative thing. I want Brian Campbell on the show so bad. I got it. But, all right, have a great week. We'll see you next week. Love you too. You know, too. I know you so much. You too.
Does Sean have like a live thing that he says to people?
We've seen a little bit of the year. One of our guys do.
You know, you guys are my good quarterback defense. I only have one.
Damn, Jonathan homeless. All right. Peace. Welcome back to Timbers Shop. Oh man, we had the Mount Rushmore of interviews. We just came off the biggest interview in show history with Mark Harley. Thank you, Mark. You crushed it. Everybody loved it. We had a great time. So shout out to all the new people that came through just because they interviewed. Yeah. Welcome, cats. Yeah, welcome. Whether you're a long-time cat, first-time listener, I'm happy to be here. It's good that you're here, man. Also, we have Patreon. Join the Patreon if you want. Discord. Join the Discord. Discord's free. Everything is on Spotify now. And lastly, long shot, but if you're watching Prez, Brian Campbell, BC, we'd love to have you on. I know, kind of like Bubba says, we're shooting for the stars. We'll probably land on the moon. Yeah. That would be real Netflix if you come on the number. Probably not in the cards, but I said I'd ask you, and I'm asking you now. But anyways, that's not like.
Also, too, I want to say, like, this week's song is probably my favorite song of all time. But we're kind of running out of song ideas. If you guys can just throw us a bone.
Yes, thank you for, if you guys can suggest some songs, we'll look into it. Take a look at Shake Him Out.
But that's not why they're here.
That is not why you're here. All right, you're here to let us walk into the truck. No, we're here to start the timer. We're sure to watch Timbers Shop and start the timer.
It wasn't even on, but it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got a clip that we wanted to address from Mr. You're not joking. It's called Timo's Feeds My Swordfish clip.
Yeah, I can't even say it. Can't say it. Too. We can't talk. Very good.
Why did you just be?
was like, wait someone out. Where's Chip? Where's the hot chip guy? They come in. So he called him a hot chip. Clever shot coming up with an excuse right away. Can't get caught. The cookie jar, the creative jar, and then his Netflix brain just was like, oh wait, someone else is fucking up. It's not just me. You lead from the top. If you don't lead by example, then your producer won't be there to hear. Also, too, with Mark Harley, when we did the interview with him, aside from one phone call incoming, he was never on his phone, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's probably another live shop trying to darken the name of Mr. Mark Harley. All right, so the next clip is a movie trailer, blockbuster movie trailer for The Singfisher. Have you seen this yet? Yeah, it's made me laugh really hard. It's posted by Blues Nate. Well, it's obviously rated R. This is a rated trailer, right? There's nothing more satisfying me when people talking about so much feeling it. I saw kids in the freaking scene. I'm like, at this point, there's no way I can get near the scene. I'm like, I'm going to my people's house. That's like an intervention, like Jan and the old intern and Chappelle, like, you are peeing insane. You need to stop. That is a place of work. Speaking of pee on things, we got this clip called Does Martin Get an Intervention Before Brandon? Posted by What's Up 167. One thing I did not expect from this subreddit is that we go from redacting Mark Harley's face to redacting pigs all day long. I mean, what's going on with Canadians? They're peeing everywhere. Pee in the toilet, guys. There's 1,000 of us, so all 1,000 are peeing everywhere. Everything's just like piss. It's a lot of piss. Media, it's a lot of piss. What are we doing here? Alright, so this one's from Sorgon Bird, which he's dropped a lot of good ass songs recently in chat. And it's called The Weasel Caduceus Papa. Is that night? But I was wearing the 80s. In the 80s, I was in, Brandon's on here. He would fuck up this whole it's a great British impersonation. It's fun. That is like exactly our show. What he just did, what he do. Polly Shore can do 10 minutes of shopping from the eclipses. His views real quick. Alright, so this one's posted by Rogan to Short 5, our North Star feed. It's called Papa Love Bump. Someone takes a not so thinly veiled shot at Mark and mentions Jay. Oh, that's the deal. That's right. That is the deal. So I thought to somebody, I was like, because you wanted to check out what was her eating bill, right? Because all the things that she lives in Illinois, so it was like $500. She's like, they just took it out of my account. I have nothing else. My niece took the movies. My husband, Valentine's Day. So it's like such a like, please take your niece to the movies. Don't touch your son, so if you go to state. I mean, those right there. She's like, what? Yeah, it's fun. Sweet, dude. dude's how often Crystal is cut off. You notice that or not? He's trying to get something out, but he can't do it. And Brendan and Eric are just like, talking over him. Right, well, they have to do that or else there's no show. And, it could be just the clips of just Shaw, I don't know if you guys know, are the most ridiculous. That's when he messes up the most. If you just let him talk for a long period, he's like, yeah, and he always looks like he's dying. He's like, yeah, there's that show in like San Antonio. But if you're not on it, then you know about Alpha Brain, and then but then Dana White's like out there hitting his wife or whatever, and I don't think that's what I would put my wife in front of bullets. What? What are you talking about? What's it called? Also, too, people were talking about how we missed a lot of questions for early, and we apologize for that. One question I don't, one question I regret missing is why is Brendan Chomps lost? Are you hating on Brendan because he's old? So he's awesome. So we wish you guys let's watch that part again at some point. I feel like you friends get a little lost for being awesome. I feel like I don't know. It's a little bit of Tiger Dick Weeksy coming out, That's what Weeksy makes you say. Put the red over the phone. Being awesome. Where's my steak going? Shit, was gonna say. What are you gonna say? I didn't tell you. You guys, I was gonna say that no one would have heard about that story. So this one is a longer clip. It's called the fire emoji, full horse meal fire emoji. Proof that Brendan is a narcissist. Posted by throwaway hate reward.
Here are 9 signs which may be a result of narcissism. 1. Instead of listening, they're wrapped up in their own opinion. What's that? I think. So yes and no. I think he retires. I don't think Tony Ferguson. I don't think 2. They tend to cheat in relationships. So like, I remember seeing this one guy who like cheats on his fucking girl all the time. And he got on you ass guys in a slip it on you. Like slip it on you? Yes, going up in a body. 3. They constantly need to be admired. Maybe you've seen that they almost sweat about losing arrogance with every breath. They may look like they possess tremendous confidence, but it's not enough. 4. They do not take any criticism well.
I was like, you're going to do a special? You're not ready. Not ready. And this is insane. You thought it was jealous for a second. You got outside your head. You were
5. They exploit others without guilt or shame. Narcissism goes hand in hand.
See, does this cheer back? I didn't give a fuck about. Chick is the left. See, that's where she got fucked up.
6. They belittle others.
He says he does these there's just people that say that you should try this before surgery. So the internet tells you to do
They see themselves as more attractive than they really are.
And you're like, oh, there's something wrong.
Only care for me so hard, and we know his chick. On New Year's Eve, when he was having dinner with his family, he was like, "What are you doing tonight?"
Left him on red duty. Left him on red duty.
I don't think Narcissists will often cozy up to someone higher in status. That sacrifice often captures thirstful attention. Brown noser at work barely does any work but gets promotions.
It's fun. It's so it's the funnest. But once you have a feeling like this is dirty business, so you don't want to be where you're just dirty as
kind of like Mama says, we're shooting for the stars. We'll probably land on the moon. But, that would be real Netflix if you come on. Probably not in the cards. But I said I'd ask and I'm asking you now. But anyways, that's not why I came. Also, too, I want to say, this week's song is probably my favorite song of all time. But we're out of running out of song ideas. Okay, it's good. Just throw us a bone. Yes, thank you, Jordan. Yeah, if you guys get messages of songs, look into it. Take a look at Jake and Matt. But that's not why they're here, dude. That is not why you're here. All right, you're here to let us walk you to the truth. No, we're here to just talk. The time, we're sure watch Timmons' show. The timer. It wasn't even on, but it's fine, yeah. Alright, so we've got a clip that we wanted to address from Mr. Your Ninja Meat. It's called Timo's Meats by Slogfish Clip. Yeah, I can't even say it. Can't even say it. Can't talk. Yeah, good. But yeah, that's me. What are we doing here, Papa? We have Harley on the show. This is the CGI. It's AI technology. I wanted to ask you guys. I am bigger and more like a person, I gotta admit. It's huge. I heard myself. Lion is out of the zoo, free to roam, do what he wants, can do anybody he wants. It's very free. It's very cool to see. Yeah. One thing I didn't expect from meeting you is that I didn't know that I was going to feel like a baby alien. I just feel like I'm inferior. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's so funny. Because sometimes I think that's a fun way to interact with guys. I'd be like, guys, let's do this. Like, no, I'm going to get like, yeah, like, you're above, like, right. Guys are being wrong. So I spend so little time thinking about that and trying to, like, actively not have my brain working that way versus I think guys like Sean and other nurses, it's like always like sizing each other up and like, oh, I'm stronger than you, who are you? Like, you know, it's just, I don't know, I just, that kind of bell behavior, you're going to get it anyway, not the rule, but I just always think it's so funny that some guys interact like, yeah, but you're bigger than me, it's like, oh, what the fuck, you know, because there's 800 guys, you know, right, bigger than me in the, you know, the quarter mile. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even see it, honestly, I feel like a long time friend just meeting it for the first time, you know? Yeah, like, I never met him. This is so cool. We've been shooting the shit. know if you can get pretty good numbers with that. Like, yeah, but numbers can be you guys do really good numbers for, I don't know how many subscribers, but it always looks like people engage, and that's kind of another one of these cool things that, we're making clear. Like, here's how I think, and here's how we're doing things. And I think, part of the mistakes that led to us falling out are part of this, because I think when you're dealing with podcasting and social media, you have to cultivate your community and treat them like equals in a sense. Like, you can't kind of think this like I'm just better than everyone, and that's part of what the
Alright, so it's like good morning, let us begin a good result. It's a good Baruch Hashem.
Maybe you should hit you're an asshole from the comments, or just some sort of
again, the week. Joining up to peace out to American Hashem. I thought I lived with Kobo and down to American Hashem. Beautiful stuff, really. Actually, I want to hear you coming back in this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good it should be illegal. That's how good this is. I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for the 46th day. Our annual Talmud sponsorship, the Top Shin Hey Hey. The Tosin Mishpach HaGar Tzisrael for dedicating all the children Rothschild'S as his host. The Solas Kavos for Israel. From Paris, for the month of Adar, Harry and Steve, in loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv and Levin and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, and the Rabbi. We hope that American Life Time all the British Shabbos family, the families in the Kavos, all of those who need a food shopping for their clothes for late Israel. Shmuel, we should never to bring all of our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful with all of our state. Let's do that. Let us be a great state test. You have to have unconditional on the great test. The Mishnah says as follows. A here, what we did Jehovah. Son, some homework last night at the end of the year. If I don't start for one time on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. And plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible this week. But that's how you're going to stop it. So, gotta give myself a fight there. Says the Mishnah on page 89A. Even Mishnah knows us. Again, we're still on the incredible figure of the second number. Remember again, when we learn already about this concerning when the second memory is put to death, what type of hopes you try to do in the second memory. Now it comes to the actual execution of the second memory. Which says, you do not execute in the things nor do we execute in the things in the after. If I can look at things in the after, it actually initial the basis for Mishkas HaKodesh. What will happen? The cause of the Shayam and actually also says like verbally happen. But Daniel Abayis Kayu. Therefore, it came over to in the source of Yas. So it can be was one of the things that the exile. So the exile thing for you to say like this. In order to go ahead and execute such a murder, in the base of the compound. Since the list is not changing the place, like the face, you can't execute the second murder. Hello, now that all the base of you take the second murder up to the base of the high court, but the Shami also had a layout, and the Eastern also to layout. So what these two are, all the whole thing, and so the next upcoming layout, the next upcoming layout, one of the bodies is actually a surface. Remember again, this is the first stop, the first play in the stop, and what is it exactly? It was all everyone's on a journey. Everyone's mind is like always doing something else. Never like, okay, let's go back, that's it, we're over. Always traveling towards something next. The plan is now behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. There's something behind us. right? In a whole stuff, I can think of it like that. I was doing like that. And the reason I was executing on your really fascinating. Now, why? Why should I have the hell art issue? No, but when you see the one that because the most people know the entire issue is here, and the fact that we're not calling the person here, that here, the different case like this. You gotta make stuff right. People have to see, people have to see this, people have to understand it, hopefully hard to this. But again, unfortunately, people see the same thing as so everyone agrees that is all right. I want to go to the issue. So first thing, yeah, the publicity component essentially is established by holding it on the result and executing it again on the result. And people say, no, we don't do that. They don't say, we don't understand something. Somebody brought it to that. We execute it. Or we're not going to go ahead and execute it. Rather, go ahead and execute it. And what we'll do is we'll send out letters. Well, the same each going is by each of the people. Or again, that's how we go ahead and work with the publicity. We'll write about it and we will send it out. And we'll put the evidence about how we go ahead and when we go ahead and execute the numbers. But now about it. Let's have that. In reason also, mobilization was it's not just the right cell. It's pretty much technical. The right cell is called. In the reason also, mobilization should be up. So you don't execute something like that. It's mobilization. The mobilization should be out there. Not even if it's out there. Once again, basically out there. The gap is in the subject itself is exiled. Hello. Now that also the base of other things are rather again what is such a memory of the high technical the shaman also Adharaga. And the way to hold things like building the whole self happen for the this. And the reason also the right. And the execution one of the Shema of the on the shul, you go, you may that the execution. The person will hear and you will hear these words about the execution. So again, remember, Rabbi, keep it that the whole of when you're going to have a turn of everybody to do it out there, it's not as open something you trying for the right. I'm going to use up. The media and you go, just because you say, hey, that is here, and you so you couldn't make it without that people should see this is something not very excellent. Like you can say something, how to say that you hear and you should see. Although, and I like to show you guys, all the sense is that here and here. Lots of verses, one of the other people shows that. So essentially, again, the Buddha says, only people should hear about it. The only they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and relate instruction? Why not only people shows that? They want to say, look, it's interesting that you understand this to be like, either they're really the corruption of the thing. Life is Why would you delay it? What's the purpose? What's the serious reason for that? You have to execute somewhere. You have to execute the Brahmanas. The world that makes out of the world. Because you understand that sometimes you have to do difficult things. Why was it that's it? It's going to be executed. But why delay it? Like Pedro, who was in that state, Rabbi, the other one he's supposed to be out of the close of the shop, is loaning his high needs of the baby. And again, how do we fulfill the purpose? Right? Let us send out the letter so it's executed as and we get to know. So we'll say this is how we like this. That the executed out and how we execute. Okay, incredible. How about these going to have to also? Now, it's really, it's like a memory. It's not just that we execute, but this is
As we all know, he was
we'll have to know what is in that cabinet. First, by the way, there are four other situations, where in general, it's not just enough to execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, how they exist. How they exist. Basis is the one who goes out and incites others to worship Avodah Zarah. Then Sorah and Golah, Shachim Mamre, and Agent Joseph. Interesting. All of these four main hashtags, Rashi says that they are Raza, voting makes the days for Abra Berezu, to be Nirdos as Hafir. So literally, they were realized some of those executed and all of this is done in order to the public share, like the Russian policy, where it says, the Kolaan, the Holy Israel. So ultimately, again, I'm sorry, the Kolaan. So all of these things, we'll see. Interestingly enough, the Polish Rabbi was only because the Polish Rabbi was only because the Sharon, the locally Amel Cousins was Gaza. This was Sahad Yusuf Sharon. Which is interestingly enough, by Missouri, the Russian Catholic Sharon. Those who are left over, right? Those who remain. Why doesn't it use the same expense as Russian ultimately again as Kala Amel Holy Israel? What's the reason? Because like it was not actually Avis owns more than the whole why. But there was an example. They can't go out and do the site. Because the Mishnah there, they can't go through others, can't do it. So because Avis himself is not open, therefore again the public acquisition of the whole site doesn't have to be not as sleeping as the other stuff. Okay, that was like beautiful drawing stuff. Mishnah, Rabbi Sheker, Rabbi Yashai, next guy is hiding something. Rabbi Sheker, all prophet. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnadi Mashalo Shama, or Mashalo Ne'amado. So what's the Rabbi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples. Number one could be a person who prophesied something that he did not hear. Okay, or something that was not said to him. That was an interesting so let's say again, I'm standing around with like my a lot of stuff's happening like this, right? So what happens? My parents get to the world, kid is probably many people can do it, right? Especially by your third kid, suddenly I get to right? So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to you, right? You then get to the world. Now it happens to be, it's a legitimate reward. Case number one is I prophesied something that the prophet didn't say. Case number two, the emotional gave my friend the Jehovah. I heard that, right? I heard the Jehovah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category under the umbrella of the other Sheker. Because in these cases, you subsidy the other. These individuals, like the other Sheker, is executed by court. By court. Kovish is also, so let's say this is factual. Kovish is when you also somebody receives the law or refuses to share it. Something, so receives the law and refuses to share it. Now, there's not the argument, or one who goes ahead and simply disregards, ignores the word of another, or another who receives the law, that violates the only law that he received. So all of these cases, we saw this, we saw some of these Shemayim. All these individuals, again, get death at the hands of heavens. Death at the hands of heavens. Incredible. Shemayim, I know he as Rosh Hashanah. And we started to share all this stuff. We can also get into all these issues a little bit. And we started to share all this stuff. If somebody prophesies it, they need to have all this stuff. And whatever. So I'm going to have all this stuff happen. And again, the person says, little bit again, this is what the all this stuff says. People keep it as how I don't know, as I come in, as I are, even if what? So if what is true, it's factually correct. Now, look at what becomes wrong as well. I hereby say in the name of Allah, Sarah, the Torah is supposed to, avoid killing the fire outside. Okay? Right? So, in other words, the Mishnah says, even though nothing is wrong, and when you do actually in mind, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Allah, Sarah, by definition, makes it wrong. First, adultery, even Shinitness on the just about it. So again, if a man has religion to marry women, even if this married woman has not got the shed innocent and not innocent, or they just got married and innocent, but again, they do not get lived together. What is go out, the adulterer is punished by terror. Some of the best point of law, so ultimately they get a lesson. A fast point of adultery, that's a big straight up. But remember again, that's a unique thing for her. It does not apply to her adultery, nor does it apply to anything solely like witnesses testify falsely about her. Shekal Muslimin, even though also the person don't that's point about it. In general, again, the way it works is the exception to this is aging is going in by a fast going. She gets baseball, but generally, and when you don't do it, you get it. Okay, forget about let's go to that analyze. There's the deal. Social is something else. Social is something else. So there are three all categories of false prophets. Three of them ultimately again are close by a point. The three of them is the issue of this. What are they? And the study Marshall Shama, who Marshall Ne'emer. What's this ultimately again? First we go ahead and prophesy something, right? It's not a prophecy that was not said. There was essentially your redemption prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the name of the Father, right? The person does redemption prophecy, or they go ahead and they convey prophecy that was said to someone else just after them. Or, and it's not the share of all this stuff happening. Right? It's not the share of all this stuff happening. Or a person goes ahead and prophesies it in the name of Allah, right? As I said before, even if what you're saying is factually correct, Allah is Sassan Bidi Allah. Most of these individuals are executed by a being correct. Jacobic is the water, and nothing is the good one. So that's not shared. On the back of the Rabbi, if somebody disregards the Rabbi Shabbat, the Rabbi, or nothing disregards his own prophecy, we saw the issue. Again, their death is at the hands of heaven. They will say, it's like the it's not a national Shama. I understand why. If somebody prophesies, it doesn't say, I was thinking of more information. I understand what it is. Right? It makes sense. It doesn't prophecy. Now let's say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy to someone else and I hear it over, I understand that it's not true. Why is it actually reason? I'm not making up words. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, we'll see the positive. Skeptically, what when I say the works of the person right, trying at the end of the day, yeah, both the life never gets someone else. Like what you're doing, maybe there's a seven. It's not mine. When I take that prophecy and I now make it mine, that's me trying to become what it is. But that one of trying to become someone else's life. That's such a purpose. Such a purpose. No, such a beautiful thing. Often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who can represent us with the model of themselves. So they go, I want to be that guy. my hope is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the revuah that was given to someone else, you use your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personal identification. Then again, my avoda is to be me and to be the best version. You take someone else's revuah and you make it your own. I need something. I need stuff. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because listen, you know, you hold me outside. You're always going to become someone else. Like, there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone else. But it's like trying to be like other people. So I just think like trying to become the best person. Incredible. All right, let's go like this. Let's do it. Look, you're not hearing. So we're doing all this stuff. I'm going to be talking about it. I know the Asher Yossi was down there, love our issue. So I says, ultimately, I get Rabbi, and intentionally tried to say something over my name. That, who's that? Sounds fun, much of the show. That word came out of your life, the process of reading over something that is not human. Okay, it's I do. Next. Asher Yossi, I think that's what I would say. All the Chavirus, but that is very that I did to them. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately to the project for something that was not said clearly. And you will go ahead and say something over the name of another God. That refers to someone who prophesies and my God, and we're also looking into that. Because of that, is even what? Even if informationally what you are saying is wrong, the fact that you open the room about what was our reason why does that. And in all of these cases, what is about to say? Based on not being happy with that. When we stand with the Torah stand for your elephant. And once again, stand whenever the Torah says that technology, it doesn't identify which technology the default is. And I good, it also that's not what's going next. I told him just to the rest from the background of the Nabi Sha'abra of the when the Sun is Shemai, what's the level of the text is. This is someone who prophesizes, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share. Without their disregards to words of the Nabi. Or number 3, a Nabi who finds only the so all these people have put to death the nation. I really know this. Siv, by Ish Asher, no Ishta. What's it? The Prophet says the first one out there. The Nabi will not listen. Holiday, Lo Yashmiya. So the Lord has not only Lo Yishma, but Lo Yashmiya will not make it be heard. What? So it's back to the prophecy. The Holiday, I'm sorry. Holiday Lo Yashmiya, the Holiday Lo Yishma. So again, in that one passage is someone who disregards it, cites someone who hears no prophecy, disregards it, somebody else who hears the word from another disregards it, and another ultimately again is Kovish as the also does not share his word. And it's not a man Shalosh Shana. And I think about this in the sense of how is this not pretty much or sounds like over there. And it's not a man Shalosh Shana. The church of prophesizes something he cannot hear. So you might use an example. Don't Sitya Ben Kinana. Sitya Ben Kinana. Sitya Ben Kinana. It's Ayah, Sitya Ben Kinana. Karne Arza. What is interesting about this? This is the story in Nabi of where Aram was attacking and the king of lions. Remember again, there's this first kingdom of Malchus Skull, and Malchus Skull. King of Malchus Skull is not only the king of the righteous judge, and but they realized that they have to form the one. They wanted to turn that down. So yourself was like, I'm good with you, but I need some practice to back this up. Because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. Sometimes when you need an unholy alliance, that's how much holy objectives. So I feel like I just really don't. So after we produce this, after it's gotten no show, you can't even get money. You can find study of practice, right? So in other words, after we produce this, and still your stuff, but it's not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sitya Ben Kinana, which is when you what is Sitya Ben Kinana do? Actually, he makes iron horns. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that college was going to pour Iraq. Very successful. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So my habit is, so again, so that, Sitya really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy. But all you know, what you're going to see is there's a different false prophecy. Because again, whatever the happening in this battle is not that it's killed in this battle. All of his movement was all of his way. So Lord, the battle for the Akhir was dying battle. So the Gemara says, my habit of the other, what shows what the Sitya had done. You have no more practices, which is a story. So Sitya was deceived by his spirit. His spirit, the spirit of devils. So it's like that means every devils had a beautiful figure. And Alpha was very much related. So that Alpha devils means self. So Alpha has a life on the cell. Cells to bring the husband Alpha to essentially bring the devils up on false charges and having executed. That was executed. All the Alpha takes the So what happened? So the spirit of devils came back and kind of appeared to Sitya, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get access to God, the balance that happened in the battle. Okay, that's it. Remember Hashem, me Yishantes Nacha, Bayal B'Yachal B'Yi B'Yi Moskilat, Brad Moskilat, Baruch put out a call, like the Shabbos. Who was willing to go down and pull out to go to war? I hate that. I am on the spirit king of friendship. I will go and protect Yomer, shift that they got two mouths say, but also king, or Judas might say, what does it mean that the prophet said to describe it? Says that to describe the levels. Go, say to Nikisasi. We have to what's it, the chapter says, God was essentially saying to the Shabbos. Check one of the Shabbos wants to get you to go, but after you go, you can't come back. Why not? Because Shabbos is spiritual, to deliver a false prophecy. But he goes all over the all on this. And it's something that is not directly designed to the side of the outcomes of the bonus and all those things. Now you are going through that, and another one, another thing is getting. So ultimately, again, the spiritual bonus is really, he was there to avenge his death by missing the word out of the body. So that's the spirit that appeared to Sitya Ben Kivar. I believe in this. I have a short second from Sitya should have been a little bit more vigilant. If it is signal after all of the communities, they really do understand the signal happened. So it's interesting, you know, you have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but people don't get it in a different way. That times you have multiple prophets with the same message, but only two prophets of that man again. Saying the word about the Shark in the same way. You know, the right, oh, God, Yahweh, Shadol, Vidas, Yahweh. Yirmiyah, Amar, Kipatas, His, Shadol, Yahweh. Now, I said again, just examples of revealing and training the same general concept, but each of them receiving it and conveying it in a slightly different way. Those things, that's the very like that. No matter what goes wrong, the world represents almost like a place in the world to like a child. What is the human saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message. But the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from person to person. It will be profoundly so. The person doesn't feel like a fool. And it's feel like every element of our relationship is like a child. No two Jews have the same relationship with God. The same identity. The same children oral, but at the end of the day, when you relate to God, when you interact with God, nevertheless, it's powerful, varies, okay, but nevertheless, it's a variance between one to the next. Incredible. Whoever goes like this, you know, it says, the army, so ultimately, it's the city of the life. There was a city of life. That's a prophetic red flag. It's if we should realize there's something going on here. Says, one second. Maybe Sitya didn't know the capabilities. Sitya didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy.
hostile environment. So like you develop, you get over it real quick. She would say that, but that's actually something we're talking about. There was a time like, somebody get this, I would go for all my friends. Like, I don't mind everyone is saying the same exact thing. It was like, so what that has to do with lunch. So that's something we did incredible lesson. Like our leadership is part of it. But all of us is carrying I like to think of myself as like, if shit went down, I'm running toward it. So like, in that sense, I was like, yeah, like if somebody tried to attack Brendan, of course that would be helping out, and of course that would be like that goes for anybody in the car really. He was like concerned on his end. So he doesn't have
I want to show you people saying different things, and yet all of them singing the same thing together and being married to that's Actos. That's Actos. We have this very skewed view of Actos. That Actos means like unity. Everyone's on the same page. So, how y'all doing? Yeah. Never happened. Like, what does it actually say by accident? I was living in Shep Hart. The labor part. One people with one heart, Rabbi always said, it never says Shep Hart. Everything was this. One people with one heart. So, one heart.
And that's just, that's kind of different as far as like how he sees people. It's like, what do you mean? Like, you have a free minute during the day, like, give that to me, Why aren't you doing everything all at once? That's great. But did you ever have to, like, do security in that thing, boy? The great big boy fans? The thing is also, I used to wrestle. So when I wrestled in high school, I go against heavyweights or like squash. So, like, a big guy of like 270 or 300 pounds. I'm not sure how many years, like 180, wiry enough, cauliflower hair, this guy's probably like trades combat sports, like that, like a football player, like a lineman's got a whole lineman for
it was like, and then what was so beautiful, is that afterwards, I'm like, this one, so I took it out 3 hours, but it was part time, so I might go like 30 seconds, everything was slower, but also, those are the other ones, but then at the end, like, the way it ended, I don't know how, like, I went over, somehow, it felt like that, and then about 3 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever it was just a symbol of healing and moving from the bottom. I don't think that's that. I don't know exactly what happened, right? But the race, that's what it's about. Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to help people, even if you vehemently disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though they're absolutely every single step of the way. If you think that what you're seeing is going I always call it the incorrect thing in the world, but I love it. So when you see perfect people sitting in the same place, we like to surround ourselves like people who think the same thing about us. It's so boring. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, it's like our church is like this cause, so I'll say, a lot of them are incorrect. And a lot of them are incorrect. And a lot of them are just wrong. So they just need to all this stuff. To me, like, shoot this in positions where, like, 53. But I said, what happens? People all saying the same thing. That's something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people who are saying different stuff. And actors need that moment when you can embrace, even after a book of this. All right, good night. See if I was like, I'm going to let you cook already. So what happened? So your chef says, I need someone to do it. The actor says, why do you want to do it? Look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the guy says, all right, Catholic was lying in the days of the Abba. I learned this from my father. Signal Echad over the covenant of the the ancient entity and established the signal Echad. So all the looking at what he learned, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be about 5 lines up the bottom. Right, but they go, but none of them give it over in the same way. Like they all get the same message. The fact that message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because it was starting to want to act like you go out to work to fall them down. So your Shabbat, like, what? You guys are saying the same exact thing. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your Shabbat needs to be okay? So we know that like that. So much good. I'm just not a national what's the example of the Navi? Gives over something that was not so. And you know, Kananya ben Azur, the Kite, like Kananya ben Azur. What happened to Kananya ben Azur? The Kite, you know, Shukal, Jirio was standing in the upper marketplace, Shukal, Koamar, Shem Tzavakos, and then he showed her as Keshes. So Jirio is getting a prophecy. Right? And Jirio said that the prophet is going to go ahead and break the ball. I'm going to break the ball early and defeat you. Okay, so what happens? Not the Hanania California. So Hanania gives this prophecy to me, and it needs his California. You might feel like you know that Elijah's logo. I'm not going to be possible. You show that Cassius is like, this is love brother. Like the God is going to say, but he's going to break the ball and he's going to defeat you. And Allah is going to come. Let's learn Allah is going to come. Okay, but the Father is coming breaking the primary goal of God's will. So he's going to break secondary goals of God's will. So can I get a couple of words? The Father is going to have to large. He's going to run the Father. So what happens? He's not getting prophesied. It's absolutely Amar, Shem, Shabarti as old Melech Baba. Fascinating. So when you hear the prophecy of the Lord, you need to have a homer from that prophecy. And it dispels it in a prophecy. Only when it should, the prophet didn't say it. The prophet didn't say it. Only if I'm not by it. I look at there and everywhere. This is not an example of something that the prophecy gives this president over. And made this up. Which comes from the sky, the form of the letters, command the Ikmalik Rabbi. So ultimately, again, the Ikmalik Rabbi who is not called man Allah. Those are ultimately because of the Bible. Because he's the Bible, and because the Bible is going to be accidental. Both the word shriek is like a case of saying over a prophecy that was not given. Okay, critical. And the third job of the public. What's an example of all the prophesied is the name of prophet? What's the last one? You go to the Habal. So what's this? The Habal. Go to the Habal. Look at Baal was found like a God. He had his own reveal. Things that were not true. That psychologist was lost. What's the example of holding the old prophecy? You go, Jonah ben Amitai. Jonah, right? You remember when Jonah gets the prophecy, what does he do? He runs away. It's like, so many of us are over and back. Every day that he almost should open his spiritual measure, what does he say? Just like again, he says, every day constantly it says, Shuvu Dangin Shovu. Everything about smoke comes out and says, and I hear this prophecy, and I hear this prophecy, and I do it, and I do it. I suppress it, and I will. That's called the story. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day opportunity comes to us. The fact that it's become great. And if it's nothing, but it's no real life. That's called ovation. Jonah ben Amitai. From the back of the day, who's the one? What's the example of one that is running away from God? What's the kind of days? On the days when we went, not just the new house. So the kind of new house. So I'm going to find the new house. I think it was like, every day, every other no, yeah, I mean, the young, and the non-young, so there's not an old style young, of black color. So again, this was also one of the prophets who was prophesizing that day, that day about say that he was up on the reality, I'm not on the all right, no. So don't forget, in the name of God, this is part of the prophecy, right? So ultimately, again, that all these others were successful, ultimately, because of all that. I mean, in a shotgun, so I don't know, whatever. See, but I don't know, yeah, I like to make some, I thought, no, yeah, but trust me, that was just a bio-bio. Seriously, because they didn't, right, and we continue to nothing.
horrible chef. So like, but it is true that you're right. What's funny, but also because I'm a makes the greatest films. All right, I feel but then, I guess I posted him recently. Was like, yeah, I guess he had fun and he was friend, but I think he chose something else to get better. It's like that's fine. You can think that, but also like I want the world to like the big customer was like 100% validated. And he's always said he blocked it, so she was like, and then Mark blocked me. I was like, I wish I could try to click on yours and turn like it shows that you blocked me and I still have the option to block you, in other words. But no shots, well, he's like, look, if I like to have a reason, let me know. Yeah, and you get close to shop, you get conditions. So, yeah, correct. We could probably smooth things over with. So, yeah, even once but he's there's joy to us. I think it's hilarious, and I hope that he can work in this situation and be like, oh yeah, like, you should just be shop. And I don't want to get drunk. I'm the guy like if I feel like it's personally, I want to take accountability for that. Why not? Just I'm saving you a trip. I think if Sean knew about me and Gerardo's personal lives, he probably would feel worse. But anyway, the question I was going to ask you is, with the eating of food while he talks to me, is that like CTE or is it disrespect or why should he constantly do that? So yeah, we'll get that's another one. This is also something where
you go, so go do your prophecy, don't stop. Don't do anything, stop. Try to laser focus
so much, and again, I'll use the narcissistic term over because it's appropriate, but it's a set of rules for one person. That's important because he's very judgmental about other people. Every time
somebody
I
like
say,
I work at the prophet of God on a mission.
I'm going after this guy with like 6 eggs and a ribeye and a fucking potato and like mashed like,
Together,
yeah, it's like fun. Because I'm 250 pounds and I lifted weights. So get off my nuts, and like having a second slice of lava cake at the improv, like, you got on you for that? Dude, like, I was like, you're trying to like shame me for eating like Italian. God, I was literally overeating. So anytime like it kind of makes you feel on edge with eating because all the eating is like connected to him. So like let's say I'm eating by myself, well, like once give me more DMs if you're on the road, normally like any TV show or anything importantly, you do commercials or you're getting money for any time you're on set to like cover your food. Sean will pay for your food. So we have to like carry you on the road. It's kind of like we're eating all the music restaurants together. What that gives us is the power to be like, like an hour, we're like, dude, slow down. Let's go play stuff eating. We're doing stuff eating. It's crazy because like working the improv, it's like maybe I only have like a light breakfast and then I'm gonna have 12 chicken tenders, and breakfast and like that. Like I don't like obviously don't eat that much or I'm getting fat. Like I may like binge eat and it's still kind of fun to me to go to Saturday. It's like yeah, man, I'm not gonna get plastered, but I might have like some chocolate cake. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, but he like really, you can always tell his tension of like he doesn't want you to get around him when he's not eating, especially like he's got some weird hangups about eating, but then after the show it's always like, let's go get pizza. I'm like, dude, I just like it's just free food here. Go to speak it. I think he just like it because he's like nervous before and stuff like that. But like it's always like anywhere in Sweden is like, I wouldn't be gross, but if you did anything to him while he's like, oh, what's I wonder what his therapist thinks of this truck diaries. Like, why would he always like, it's like, I want to do cardboard and keto and get ripped, like Mark, but also like, there's a donut in the logo of my company, and I'm calling myself fat, like, thing is these things, that movie, The Menu, where they did this, I was like, I'm learning, and then, I enjoy it, like, these other girls for gift cards, I don't like doing that.
Yeah, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here.
I went into it too. I used to I would consider myself like since I love who got into it late. I was like, watch a lot of Netflix one day. But I was going to watch all these trailers. I really feel like when I was like
person goes ahead and
like, I'm watching this one in the morning because it comes in and then sitting down, like, I'll sit down and
anyway,
I'll say, oh, yeah, and then next minute,
I don't say that.
I remember not watching the trailer, so I didn't know anything about it.
One
And
of
then
the
just went
things out of the
like,
last
that's really surprisingly good.
now,
You
what's
know,
one
yeah,
of
it was
the things
cool.
out of the basket? The answer is nothing.
It's going to say something about the eating patterns. It would just be funny if at food truck diaries they had a similar kind of thing, like Brendan's crazy, makes the
I was able to do that. I was able to
like I
say,
said,
I'm not
just
nothing.
the ones that I know. All the way out from
Okay, how exactly does everyone know that you're like my master day? Giving a cigar. I'm not buying it. I'm in the I'm not sorry. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying
What's the worst bomb you've seen?
That's that question.
I don't know if I've
seen
like
about it.
they
Still know if the film up has the they have the start of this factor. Well, like they became the one of the things so to speak changes in March. For the 100 days, we had other local audience. Again, talking about the fucking like maybe there was a lot of people who were out of the shows like Tell Chappelle, like shows that were like got off.
He said fix the J and the R J. Well, people were like,
1 second.
you're fucking hilarious. Sucks. And then walks out. Chappelle's like standing next to his brother. Yeah, name in the water.
Yoda finds out
Chappelle is a killer with water. Realize because he's rich work and he's got the flash on social media, but he's a very authentic person.
Yoda made cut off. Didn't take that. Very important. The one person who only said the whole time going young,
He takes this really professional approach. Like I've seen his act involved. He'll have like little looks. He makes like small tweaks to a better joke that might not be totally obvious, but like he watches his own sets. Yeah, it's better. Right? That's crazy. And no, I'm not. He watched his entire hour set like once. Like he only watches things until I'd be like, post it. Like I swear to post. How was he after doing it? Like the night after, was he like really excited? Happy? His mind was like crushed. I was like, my attention even like, we did it because there was a lot of stress to get into it. Just whenever Brian contacts me, he's always been like really linear. That was important. He also said, like, he says some diplomatic things that I think I know, like, you can't discuss it directly. Like, Brian's on the same page as me as far as seeing this ultimately seeing him graduate, obviously, right? And, but like, he gets it. He'll just kind of go out his way. Like, remember when that incident was
what we're going to do, how we're going to do it for us. Our lives are just open and
historically his whole element to the
another point is
he treats people like appliances. Yeah, it's like, why is everybody in this curing machine working? Yeah, throw it out, get it going, how stupid is he, bro? Like, for his job, everybody thinks he's really stupid, right? He's just like, he's just not like a dumb guy. Is it safe for him to drive his kids around? Like, so I think, like, if we're to test his IQ, I don't think that would be, like, something exceptionally bad or something. Like, I think average of average intelligence. Actually, I would say, I would say he's below average intelligence. The same thing as like George Bush or something like that. Like, where people go, you got like 12 in his SATs, where it's like, that's pretty good. Here's the specific commentary I'll make about that. Brandon's not a curious person. He has his very limited areas of interest. He watches a lot of reality TV. He watches like serial killers. Like, a fascination with the world. He does not have a fascination with geopolitics. He does not have a fascination with the cultures or religions or anything that really is, I would say, more abstract. And I think maybe like as Canadians, that tends to draw people who are more abstract and philosophical. Because it draws people like, I thoughts are funny. I like to reflect
why
kind of like Byron's metaphysically is like this sort of philosopher is very broad the categories. I don't think Brendan has that like
the old man's lost it. Right? That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said. So why should he
so head job and put some big highlighter over this, like you're going, I don't even care, but this is stupid.
So what happens?
And so,
So remember
the
again,
lack of curiosity,
the
lack of self-reflection, the lack of like,
crazy stuff. What is it?
you're wrong about something. Like, you know, like it's the movie, I can tell somebody how I've changed my political views.
Puts a lot of water.
Very anti-Second Amendment.
Right?
It's myself pro-Second
All
Amendment.
of that. What does it do?
And even if I have a set
Fire
belief about something, I still want to continue to like learn about it and challenge it. And it's only lifting it as a big deadlift. And I watched a big deadlift videos once just to go, what is there a cue there or something? There's like actual like shit like, over the years I've changed the way I do these based on this. Because I've always got really cautious. I don't go whatever it is, right? But it's true in the sense of like, the moment you think your shit don't stick, what is your next word? Kind of calcify. You know what I mean? And
No longer has to give an oath of
there's a lot of that with Brent. Once he thinks he has something figured out, like let's take for example, he has a Tony Brent, like he's very strong in a lot of ways.
all these fellas worship
He has bad form and has pull-ups and he doesn't do like proper like no grab press. You never seen him do a proper squat or even like a goblet going like this long, but like I can just listen to everything's like a shortcut or half-assed. He'll tell you, dude, I grew up in the gym. It's like, yeah, okay, I can spend the night in a computer lab. I've been 10 years when I know how to code. You know, I mean,
again,
it's
this
not
is
definitely what
that's
if there was like a video of him doing half
how you go fight for your kid. I mean, this is a fight for my dog. Like, I'm just a fight for their own. And like,
it's like my kid's got to go to here, right? And if it's not half, like, it's showing you that it's competitive, right? Whereas like if I'm all the way down dead heading stuff, come up, it's like, yeah, I might be like 20 and I can do 12 with the same strength. Like, but just a little more like if you're raising your hips up wrong when you're doing ventures, like it's all like individually, he might go, oh, I don't do it good, or like his incline press or tendency. So like 4, 6 inches just now. That's cool. If you like shoulder hurts, so but like a lot of times it's not that it's like, you know, he can convince himself, whereas I'm more like go way lighter if you can actually strengthen yourself, change the range of motion, change where the needs you. And that actually repairs you better. It repairs and strengthens your joints better for doing full range. Barbell curls, I don't mean to go fancy or anything. No, I have as long as I can. Like, it's like it's how you do everything. Exactly. That's right. And it's like and contract. And I get a lot of patience because I've worked out with many people in the gym. But like, I also kind of just follow this here as a second to grow up in the gym. Like, if you try to energy has to try and not recycle. Like, has to be. If somebody like, you know, I'm a person who trains the kind of honest, like, sort of valleys, like, that's it. And do mentality. look how they don't have one. That's good. But I'll tell you even more though, like even if I didn't have a girlfriend, I think it would be bad because I don't stand gay pics. You know, I don't want people to think that I did. Right. Like, I don't want that to get corrected. It's like, hey, that's it. I got my words. Like, it puts me in a position where I have to like defend myself. Yeah, something that's like essentially potentially is there. Yeah. The implication of the joke, if you think about it, is I'm gonna send this dick pic, and I have to ask this one. The girl didn't ask me. Like, if girls are asking me that, secondly, fellas, you know, like most of the guys are being with them. His name's guys making dick pics is like unsolicited. And any hot girl that we all know, or not even hot girls, we're hot women are being bombarded with dick pics all the time that they don't want. They don't like doing it. It's like, girl, we'll let you know. You know, so, you know, it's like he's telling people that you're six pics, but maybe you're sending his dick to people, right? Which is like the worst. It wasn't like it was all good. It's like, like some of the things, like, for example, like, I was supposed to get 3K a month for Tiger Thing, and like, but then it was like, time to invoice, and it's like, oh, his manager's gonna call me up, and like, oh, no, he's and shit, right, 3,000 total, like, how did, like, nobody does this, it's like, no, man, your salary's 50K, folks. I mean, that was like, the value of like, it wasn't really good, so it was like, that was the second time it happened, like, where he promised me $1,000 a month for like having him average on my podcast, you know, and then it was like something like I invoiced it, oh yeah, my account's in going, he says, I did, I actually found out that was you that actually helped him, it was like the same, like, yeah, and I'm like, but then I started writing actually did it, so like, you know, so it's sort of weird stuff like that where it's like, and you're gonna maybe think you are like, like payroll, okay, like, that's, you know, what started our getting fired was like, I couldn't come in for Shop Show because it's my wife in Vegas. So and I'm sitting there like, oh, he's texting me, I'm so sorry, what that he texted me the guy, he covered my thing, and he was like, this is not good, right? So I shake text, like, to kind of find out, like, which wasn't necessary. It's like, dude, I already told you I'm gonna spend the rest of the day getting collectors, like, I'm gonna put in one in or shit. But then I kind of found out later, you don't take all the payroll for that particular show. So like, you're shitting on me. And you're already consciously taking me off the air for the job, that aspect of the job. And also, I gotta keep this news. These are people, you should get to know your report. This is what I need to work. Yeah, that's our own trail. Maybe one more question than what's important. Yeah, but with that whole thing, like the chemistry of that, the fact that it's like a doing business with a friend. So it's like, oh, you know, I mean, like, well, yes, in a sense, like, it involves like, had I not get fired, I was gonna have to take out the chin. But like, this was 7 months of aggregates for Happy Hippo, and it was like, oh, yeah, it's only 7,000 bucks. Yeah, that'd be good. But if you fail, oh, instead of 3 months of Tiger Thing, that's 9,000 bucks. You're gonna get 4,500. Okay, that's $10,000. Like, I'm sorry, that's a big amount of money. You know, like, how the fuck am I gonna pay for these living checks? How expensive are they? That's a serious question. I wanted to ask a few questions about, so first, with Brian Callen, right? On the AMA, I don't get it, but I'm a huge fan of Brian Callen's before ever getting involved with the changes. You know, what he is, I mean, look, he's at the craft of comedy, like he knows what he's doing, exactly, you know, and he's astute, and he's thoughtful about it, and he's overarching thing about Brian. I mean, he has some issues with him, kind of recent does to be trying to get me not to be the man. I felt like, kind of like, hey man, something I'm trying to do this good shit. Yeah. But anyway, like, you have to respect his craft. Yeah. You know, with the both of them, I was wondering, because recently with the clips from the Fight Companion, there was some cheekiness to what's happening in the Changs, right? I was wondering like he makes a reference to the 1,000 paper cuts. Yes. And I go in my head like, there's no way Brian did that deliberately. And I watch the clip and I'm like, he 100. Because he goes, yeah, death by 1,000 cuts. He goes, this little part is long as possible, but it's basically like a guy shows up to this like this circus, and he's like in the front row, and a clown comes out and rips on him like this, and like embarrasses him like thoroughly in front of his day, and like the middle part is like he goes on this like training montage to be like the funniest like to learn like the comebacks, or like how he's got a black belt like the jiu-jitsu verbal combat, and he's like prepares like for a year to come back and see the same clown, and he goes to the show, and the guy tries to do the same thing, and he goes, "Fuck you, clown." You've been leading up like for 20 minutes, and then he goes to this school, and then he come back and it's kind of like that because Mr. All I Champion. So with the question, we can cut this out if you want me to. But I was wondering, does that cheekiness show up outside of the show whatsoever with the allegations against Brian or Brendan's presence on the subreddit? Oh, they make cheeky jokes towards him. Brendan wouldn't like be cheeky about it. I don't think it's allegations. And also, I think that was maybe off, like it wasn't off limits. I don't think Brian would reference the subreddit because, like, one of the things he said to me before going on the email was like, these are the worst people in the world. I'm like, oh, that's your perception. It's like anybody who's like has money at Brian's expense mostly is like the worst person in the world. And I actually get his like he's antagonizing on more red bars with that, but also like I was there too. Like, oh my god, these guys are psycho, coming after me. But it shows you. My big takeaway from seeing it up close was like they're scared of it because they're not willing to engage with it. And I've always felt like I'll engage with my haters because I want to know what the fuck they're saying. And worst you can tell me is that I'm fucking a douchebag and I have big lips and like it's like okay, I'm kind of that because you haven't hit my real insecurity. Also, there's no nuance to it. It's just all one note. It's just all those same things. Right. And that's what it's like. It signals to me that you're antagonistic to me. What's funny is like so many people in my DMs. I'll see like the last message that wrote to me. It's like fuck you, you piece of shit. And then it's like, hey man, sorry about that. I'm like, dude, I can't do that. So many people. It's like, oh, so like, you can't offend me if I don't know you. Like you can if we are close, like you can betray me like that. I'll hurt more. But it's like a stranger talking shit about me on the internet about my physical appearance. Like if you can't handle that, you're an adult man. Like grow the fuck up. But a lot of it just seems like they're kind of they run away from that. And there are people. I don't know how Brian felt about leading into it. I think he generally he's trying to get Brendan a lot of notes about even just podcasting. Hey, let's do more yes and don't shoot everything down and kind of don't be but it's hard because it's almost like you have to inception it. You have to plant this idea in his head that makes him think it's his own idea to be less of an asshole. Or people less because there's somebody that when somebody else is telling you what to do, he doesn't like it, because that's what my belief in my conspiracy is that Brian is homeless but paying rent. You know what I mean? I told Brendan about this. That's a philosophical dichotomy of ages. You have a home, but you are homeless. No, I don't think that's too far off, and I haven't really probed his mentality because I think he is diplomatic and he does have a lot of loyalty to Brendan. Okay, a lot of times for any reason, but what you're saying is. I can answer like this. Would he get the humor and a lot of the jokes you're making about Brendan? Of course. I just don't know. I think he's checking it out because people even when I'm I would go on the server and I wouldn't, I don't want to go just go seeking shit on me for no reason. So it's not fun. Unless it's they kind of set up a system other people are checking out there. I'm sure people are reading it right now. Another guy who works there is yeah, can you pick that down? That's my name. Oh, my bad. I don't want to know. I know somebody's paying attention to it. But my assumption is the way Brendan likes to have feedback is kind of give me the cliff notes of the cliff notes, and also make them all positive. So, unless it's a true emergency that's going to ruin my life, unless I do it right now, it's hey, give me a steady league of positive tidbits from my narcissistic supply. It must be hard to find that, though. Often it is, yeah. I've actually talked to him, Gianni Paolo used to run his social media. We commiserated, we typed in socials to both our phones. Like, how social? Like, he's been using the same phrase multiple times a day for years. How social fellas? How social fellas? So he was texting, hey, do you have socials? In what way? Hell, it's just like there's no interest in it really. It's just like copy paste how socials is correct because I go like I would be so much more specific if I was in his position. Like, what are we trying to work towards on social? Correct. We did. Exactly. No, I couldn't agree more because somebody who's really smart guys like Jake's like no social media strategy or no analytics. Like this doesn't make any sense from a strategic perspective. If you're trying to be like I'm not on social media, but you check in multiple times a day. My analogy is like I don't need ice cream. I just pay my assistant to shovel in my face, and my mouth happens to be there as the ice cream falls off the spoon. But I don't need ice cream. Somebody else feeds it to me. That's totally different. But it's like no, you're on social media. You have to do it just by proxy. And it doesn't make any sense because like you're not on it, so you can focus on other things. If you're worrying about it all day, it seems like you spend a lot more time worrying about likes and comments than you do about writing new jokes. So keep that same energy. Yeah. So on that topic of the socials, I was wondering personally, with the iMessage group chat, who named it Operation Tiger Dick? I believe Brendan. That's awesome. That was the answer I wanted. Yeah. Okay, so back to the original line of questioning here with Brian and Brandon. I think we already touched on Brian becoming homeless. I'm praying for him. God, a little bit hard to see for me as long as, unless they have a big falling out, which look, Brandon pushes their friendship to the limit. Okay. Because Brian's a pretty agreeable guy. He's a reasonable guy. Anytime here's what I would say, is one of the biggest differences between these two guys. A couple times we've had an argument in text, and then you get context loss, and maybe you type in all caps, and I'm like, dude, where are you getting upset, something like that. Because technically he is my boss, and in terms of I work for TFK, so I'm hired, and I'm a little bit more like, if somebody disrespects me, I don't give a fuck who you are. I consider myself an employee, but it's like, hey, we're not doing that. We're not screaming at me over text, but to his credit, the very few times it happened, next time I saw him, he'd be like, he'd make sure to talk to me privately, but I didn't like how that came across. I just want to let you know, that wasn't my intention. He gives me, I liked it. That's what I liked it. People, it's like, I'm not just going to make a answer about that. I'm going to be like, here's where I'm coming from. I'm going to offer you an apology. You don't have to take it, but that goes a really long way with me. It demonstrates a lot of maturity and a desire to be a better person. And Brendan, he can't take solo accountability. He'll be like, man, it's really tough between us. It's like, when he'll go, I don't like how things went down. I don't like this tension between us. It's never I did something wrong. It's always like, I call it his fake accountability. Like in this tiger thing, group chat that maybe read, it was like, no, man, that's on me. I should have known you guys weren't going to do it or something like that. You're fake accountability. It means you're going, oh, yeah, it's on me. You guys are so stupid and dumb. I should have known. It's like, yeah, it's on you because you're claiming you pissed to do something. You expressed an expectation after we couldn't have gone back and done it and acted like we're stupid idiots. It never is a hammer on the head, So, with Brian, if there's one thing that you can tell Brian, the best part about becoming homeless, what would that thing be? The best part, and this is kind of this is what it came down to because he was on the phone with me going his, and I'm not saying this is insincere. When I first picked up, I was kind of because I didn't want to talk to him. I was I feel like you're trying to convince me something. Part of me is Brendan in the car, over here, I don't know, but and he assured me that he wouldn't talk to Brendan about it. But somehow that conversation got leaked in, because on the MMA holes, and you were screaming at Brian, and my wife was there to comment, screaming. I was talking like this. Here's what I said: hey, dude, Brendan is a narcissistic asshole who lies to people and defames them behind their back. That's not the kind of guy that I feel any sort of loyalty to protect his nature now. I said something like that, and then I was like, click, And if you heard me scream, I'm screaming at you, they're fucking, so almost every single line in the planes, So I don't like it when people exaggerate like that because what's the goal there? To make me look unhinged, I'm choose one for yourself. It's like, shut the fuck up. My analogy is they were fed. This is me discussing something that happened to me that's therapeutic. This isn't me going to fucking slash his tires or something. Like, it's very like hack into his Twitter account and post something like that. Like this, crazy person like that.
But yeah, imagine for like how pathetic that is that Brian and Shaw reached out to some, no offense to MMA host, but just some random guy in Arizona. But also, man, he's just a YouTube dude. I hear that.
I think I assume, actually, for giving the benefit of the doubt, that he reached out to them for comment because he was trying to be like journalistically. We don't do that. It's true. Like there is a difference if you're trying to do entertainment versus sure. Now, I thought the guy did a good job of like even saying like, yeah, if I agree with my stay neutral, and he kind of just like keep me up, let me talk. And he wasn't like, oh yeah, that's crazy. Like tell me more. He would just let me answer. I'm glad he did give me the sentence because one of the reasons I started talking about it in the first place was I go, Brendan doesn't say anything yet, but every time I've seen somebody leave his life, every time, 100% of the time, he badmouths them with false claims after the fact, and really revises history in a lot of ways. And so I can kind of anticipate, like, I know this is going to happen, so it's almost like preemptively I have to get it out there because I know he's either doing it behind my back or he's going to do it. And of course, that turns out to be true. He made like 8 different claims about people not coming into work. Okay. Like, I've been late all my hours. Like all this, like everything, 24/7. Right. It's like, I got to come in late. Also, I have, I might have a recording of a phone call where, in-person discussion where he said I can work remotely. So, even then, it's like, if I get up at certain identity at 8, and I don't come until 11 to the studio to do something, well, I'm not working, and you okay that, but then it's a big deal. So, every claim you made, you saw me kind of get worked out on the show, but it was like, it's when you're not expecting it, somebody's like, hey, man, is it true that, like, you beat your wife? And it's like, what? Like, no, hey, fucking, she's saying that, like, it does get you riled up. And to go back to your actual question about Brian, because of the financial situation, like, he doesn't make a lot of money from TV. I don't know how much longer shows will last or whatever, but I know Brian privately has expressed interest in these, like, things will be tense between them. And Brenda kind of has this card like, well, I don't know if I want to do the show. It's like, well, you have less money too, right?
Brenda, if you're watching this, suing Mark is a bad idea. For an NBA, you think you have to pay Mark and sue you right back for free. On wage and hour violations, you moron.
That's a very good point. If I were to have like labor attorney friends who I can speak to, like, they might say things like, oh, that's terrible. Oh, really? That's why I felt it more about this. I mean, look at my hand. Because, like, first of all, like, I double secondary assume over telling me exactly what happened to me because you're a piece of shit. You know how terrible I look, and that's part of how he spoils our reputation for going after this unique guy. And then the headline becomes Red Shop sues small YouTuber over joke. It's the worst headline you could possibly write about a community, like, short of sexual allegations. That would be, take that off the table. This is the worst headline you could have written. For sure. Yeah, all right, 100%. And then the last question is, and this answer could just be no, because it's typically on Ching's yes question. The answer is no. But Ching said, real quick. That's like the first thing you text. When I heard it, I DM'd you, and I look at my phone like a little bit later, and it says, hey, real quick, B. If you were to put your Dr. Strange hat on, is there any possibility of a redemption arc for Mr. Brenda? Like I can't say that would be impossible, but it would be predicated on humbling himself in certain ways that I just, like, from everything I know about the personality style that I'm describing that I believe he has, it would contradict all of that. And I think, like, there would be multiple steps in the way of, like, awareness of the issue, which is very unlikely for a narcissist, and then pursuit of help for the issue. Like, something major would have to force him into that. Like, some mechanistically would be like, well, you have to go to therapy, and you a company and making it bigger and bigger grow. He kind of just carries a hammer and looks for nails that aren't there. And it's an amazing way to put it because I've always like his leadership style, and like I don't think people realize like if you were to get an MBA, you'd study leadership styles. So there's all these different styles, and like the best leaders take different approaches with different people in different scenarios. The guy who's like the fake alpha male, which I do, like I like to do like the faux narcissism joke and kind of like pretend like I'm like a guy who like thinks he's in charge. Like that's a funny character to me, but like I just know, and I've always known I'm not the guy who always looks to be in charge. And when you get somebody like that, and they tend to be sort of narcissistic and maybe psychopathic or something like that, but like they don't develop a lot of leadership skills. They kind of use this like bullying tactic or condescension or fear. There's like a very limited palette of leadership techniques that they use, and that always runs people dry. You can't always do this kind of like, get on my level, let's go, let's do better, you're fucking up, like you're gonna get fired, and that's kind of like, almost like you can summarize the leadership stuff in those 5 terms. Very little like positive long-term vision. There's very little encouragement. He micromanages, but doesn't know like how even to micromanage. You're like one thing if I knew how to edit, I'm editing, micromanaging. It's only like, where is it? No, like, yeah. So, and also like you said earlier, if you could talk to Brendan if he's watching this right now, I would say continue what you're doing. I love Brendan Schaub, but please, if you do stand-up comedy, make it a segment on a podcast. Stick to podcasting. That's that. Right? Well, yeah, and I think that's going to be that one. I love guys. Ringo Puppy 2. Yeah, I want Ringo. Puppy 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like Avatar. They're hilarious. Not on purpose. That actually would be a really good idea because you get so much more like I think like imagine there's Ron if he unironic, it was just like Ringo Puppy 2. Yeah, that's how I really is Ringo Puppy 3. You keep watching, it's like Sharknado. Like there's an avenue to lead into this, but that's also predicated on like complete self-awareness to realize like, there's a meta thing going on that people would really enjoy, but you like, come on, the level of abstract thought you need to like pull out control. You're not Boberto, like it's part of the level of abstract. I know, but like basically your wife doing a stadium accidentally knocks over the water. He's like, man, this is a lie. Like, that's the little tricks. Like I like that kind of stuff. But you have to have this forethought of like, Boberto would be inside, and outside. Do you want to watch some clips? You're down to watch clips. I love clips. Those are some of my favorite things. The first that we have is called Rates References, the Tony Hinchcliffe and Steve-O Papercuts joke. And Papa Don't Take Too Kindly, posted by Lost Psych. You can actually go to sleep and you're here just by 1,000 cuts. Up until that moment where he breaks, I would have been like, oh, he just said that randomly because it's a common enough phrase. Yeah, no, he nailed it. That's like that dog name where the dog tells a joke. He's saving that up. He made, there's accomplish. And what that tells you is because normally Brandon's excuse is like, I don't see anything, I don't even know what the joke is. Like, how can I be in on the joke if I don't know the joke? Him saying fuck you means they've discussed this, and Brian knows that Brendan knows that Brendan is aware that Steve-O and Tony Hinchcliffe, who he has like a weird issue with, I think Steve's like, he makes fun of Steve-O behind his back. He's like, you got his understanding, it's like a PowerPoint presentation, it sucks. And he's like, I'm not saying anything. If you're a comic, Brendan talks shit about you. Brendan, and you're a comic, aside from maybe like Tom Segura, North Star, or anybody else, it's like, he could be fucking Joe Rogan and he does TED Talk, it's like everything's like he'll find a way to, the mental acrobatics that he does in order to dismiss other people who are more successful than him is astounding. But Tony Hinchcliffe is one of those guys who's like, you're not want that life, like you can't insult him, it's opening for Rogan or whatever, it's like, what a shitty life, his podcast crushed, party in life, I like it, he's amazing. You're a comedian, blogger's name, Schaub talks about you, you can just guarantee, like, even if you're his best friend, if there's a way to dismiss you, if you're Trevor Wallace, he'll be like, he sells a bunch of tickets, but like, young people at a show don't buy enough drinks and food, it's like, really? What is your name? So, no, like, it's like, I'm just telling you, like, it's at that level, and then, like, the editor's store for Brendan, he was one of the first to get good he's 30 years old, he's gracious. He says, you know, to church. It's like, well, he doesn't sell enough food. Right. I'm sure that's his number one. Like, it wouldn't be like that just sold out theater that he just did. All right, so this next one is posted by Sprout Cobain, and it's called The Ultimate Sacrifice, Long Live P.F. Chang's. I enjoyed this one. Makes sense. They were so good. And also the things that picture he was taken by this guy by this whole lights out of me, Photoshop the shit out of my face to make it look all high, so it's like a kind of it's an interesting picture. But I think you shouldn't be redacted anymore. I think show Mark's face. Show Mark's face. I wrote that Mark wrote. That's true. This is one of the it's really fun. It's like, because we're all connecting via this idea of like these dudes play very ragged. I know we're allowed to the right, but there's a retard. So this next one is called Decided to Put an Apron On for the First Time in Months. God dog. This podcast is dead. Posted by Toronto Rapture.
But he wasn't like over 40 million people that Stone starved and killed. They said that's not true with the post-colonization, except for every historian would disagree. He didn't come. So I don't literally the things Hitler did. Sure, like the Volkswagen Transportation, all that. War machine. It was he planted the seed to get it going, but the final ticket to go on the Volkswagen abortion. In real time, defending Hitler's genius. It's not like what he's saying is necessarily anti-factual, but like, unless you're a World War II professor, like I'm going to this lecture about like Hitler's entire life, like you're gonna highlight that. You know what I mean? And also, if you're talking about Hitler, you're talking about Stalin. Hitler, how smart he was. Like, what? That's the thing. I was thinking, like, you're sitting on yourself, man. It's like, why are you thinking so much about how awesome Hitler is? That's a Dixie Spuds thing. You were dead. He goes, well, it goes on for too long here. Like, do you not read the room that's like self-awareness right up his he makes them feel uncomfortable, and they're just going like, Brad's literally going, like he wants to disappear from that room. He wants to teleport the fuck out of there like Nightcrawler. He was talking about Stalin. Okay, of course, like, it's just the weirdest. He has this Trumpian like word salad thing where it's like thing, and it's like it's a thing to be held because you watch this like tangential thinking in real time where it's obviously surprising, but that just makes it real. What's great is this long conversation we had about Brendan Schaub's character and talking about the lack of curiosity and whatnot. It peaks in the worst moments of his curiosity. Right? I do not know what Hitler made. I don't know if he made Hugo Boss. Why did Schaub know that? Early mentioning things about like I'm fascinated by that guy, but there's like other angles that we're getting off the podcast. Learning about what Hitler did. Like if I was looking at his personal achievements, I'd be like, I'd look at more like his architectural design. What he actually drew with himself is like, he didn't make Volkswagen. I don't think so. He would have put money or whatever it is. Like, like Obama, or like George Bush, like dropped bombs in Iraq. No, he just said like, do it. Just because companies happen to be started at that time doesn't mean that Nazism. do shit, you know? It's just, you can hang on those things. I'm trying to prove to I don't know who I'm gonna die. You can prove it twice, right? Twice a day. I love your minds and thoughts from not it's digital, buddy. This is not on digital. I think it's rather gently mocked for him, you know. It's digital. There's a lot of clips of you talking like single popular. I use them as a beat. This one's called Thick Boy Stews, posted by Rogan and Shorty Body. Use that star of the show really a lot. Absolutely. We are here at Thick Boy Stews in Calgary. That's what you're saying. I saw Kate the Beagle in the weekend, fam. Quite the weekend for the fight fans and football fans. It's Super Bowl weekend. Hope you all enjoy the football. Patrick Mahomes doing the damn thing. Yeah, he's like his podcast. He's like this. He's like what solo podcast? He's like anyway. Anyways, someone was singing music. Yeah, I was like, I don't really want to be here, but I was the inflection is excited. I'm hungry.
There are times with Baba where it seems like they've just taken a dad from his family and been like, you have a podcast. Do your shit.
Also, is the micro being like conscious, or is it something like, dude, come on, this in a while ago, I was like just, it's, first of all, I don't know, because my legs are huge, but like, I don't like crossing my legs, so like, you're not gonna catch me. You know, this already feels like a full ready to do that. It almost like it looks like sexual, like what is going on, like, and I get sometimes like, oh, I'm so bad, or something like, oh, I want to massage him. It's like, massaging is just like self-soothing. I don't know, some sort of stress reaction, some sort of like comfort or something. It's like self-soothing. You know, and it made a dent in the mirror of his mouth, you know, so that he was like, he's gonna do this now. What shock would you be if you found out, you know, if you like walked in upset me, he's like, it would be
disturbing to see, but not true. That's just true.
That would be a negative thing. That's not. You also had the big UFC 284. The main event in UFC 284 delivered and the Super Bowl delivered. So you can't be mad at any of it unless you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan or you're Alexander Volkanovski fan.
Okay, there's nothing really much that they stick the landing.
Philadelphia Eagles fan. This one's called Squad Believes. His own show 20 minutes before it ends. Posted by Rogan and Shorty Body. If you were saying not to go, you gotta do this other show too. Don't picture it like graded. Is it my feet or not? I gotta do another year leading. What the fuck, dude? It would be a bag of cooks, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be smart to it. I know where you're going to go to town. It's like, take it easy, Mr. Sullivan.
The Navy sounds better than the comment.
Yeah, they're good stuff. I know it's funny, right? Because it's like, I feel like more subconscious about it. Somebody's coming. Except, like, you probably see these serious moments where he's like, oh, you really laughed at that Andrew Tate joke. Like, what did you comment? Like, he likes to flex a lot. Like, professional comic. But humor. It's like, well, you know, like, I think there are funny people out there who don't necessarily use their comedy. Like, have a scary of an ass. That is a okay, Mr. Holmes.
You think those are toenails he's got on Navy SEAL? Has he ever assigned ever given you toenails?
No, but funny enough, I'm in contact with the owner of an EG. He was a really cool guy.
just really like when I come in and out of the house. Like to me, they have it handy. I'm like, make sure, like maybe I want to see a show or whatever. But anybody with like arbitrary fashion standards, it's like you can't do this. Fuck all the way off, man. Like you're a jean and t-shirt guy, right? Like so people kind of like it does go. You want to dress a certain way, but like if you're forcing your fashion on me, it goes down a weird path. So you're uncomfortable with how I look to you when I'm around you. Right.
Yeah, I'm more of a sand, well, not sand, like slippers guy.
Yeah, my ass is moccasins. You gotta have those shoes.
Fans, boat shoes.
Alright, so the last clip we have here is posted by Rogan Shorty Pie. It's called Togan and Eddie Take a Sandy Break. So Reek says go immediately start talking about dicks and plugging their dates. And I tell you, Michael Joe's my boy. I'm not making it. I get it. I get it. I know it's a hot thing. I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm pulling Joe right now. Let me ask you a question. First, you're into the joke so much. Like I've seen it. I've seen it multiple times. It's like, Jesus Christ, if you have to fucking repeat your biggest age, it's fucking, every time you have any chance to reference it, probably not that big, because me saying it's 12 and I was there, I don't know how math works. Oh, yeah, I mean, everybody else's dick combined was 3 inches. Wow, just plugging dates. Jesus Christ, I know it's also funny because I go, does it matter at that point? Like, how many tickets you guys sell from, like, how many people from Naples, Florida are watching that broadcast and also are big enough fans of you to not know that you're going to be in Naples? You know what I mean? It's like, if I got any shit from Joe Rogan on his podcast, I'd like, you never hear me plug a single fucking thing again. It's really like, because I just like, I'm not trying to get caught be the butt of a joke about plugging shit when you really go, am I selling any extra tickets from that plug if I have a million followers? And also the Zeitgeist knows that you guys plug too much. It's like, right, it's like, so they want to watch how much you do it, because it's not really entertaining. Correct. It's yes, and I just think, yes. I mean, you're like, you're like haggling you, and it's like, I'm plugging, it's like, you're doing it, it's seriously, covered as a joke.
Yeah, it's going to lead to a Reddit get douche.
The only thing we're plugging is Brendan Wallace, Walker Pod right there. But yeah, that's it for clips. Hell yeah, right, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
It's really fun. Thank you, Bernie. Sorry, I said speech pathologist, the microphone. So, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed your guys' show. I love the approach you take to, roasting the Papa person. So it was great to be able to come on.
Awesome. So, only one word we did hit this appropriately, I think, which is, this was Netflix.
I wouldn't say the Netflixiest.
Plugging, subscribe to Patreon, join the Discord every week. Yeah, Discord, subscribe to it.
Shops on the Ace Lays, if it's stopped, if it's subsided for Ace Lays, usually it's 24-hour period. The yoga, how do you let this result? So the stop for 24-hour period, and she can work during that time. This is called the Olympus result. Well, technically speaking, Olympus is the first against that I was Olympus uses like that. So nevertheless, the shop says the light of the end, and then the shadows yoga. It's a high level.
Fish clip and all that you're not to be we talked about the YouTube channel anyways, because like we talked about, I don't like it, but it's below us to like just fire shots out. It's all those randos, dude. I know, man. I was texting Jordan for Dick Juicy to get it to me in time. It's pretty much that's another thing that we didn't get a chance to talk about on the show. We talked about how like each other. Yeah, he's the Helmar Harley takes from us. The British Alphabets for Dick Juice all the time, man. And also, he was taking big accountability for that. Yeah, he refuses to take accountability for everything, so we sort of jokingly ended doing that to each other. Like, oh, it's on me, man. I thought you'd do it anyways, kind of thing. So it's on me, man. That's pretty your risk. Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. Another thing we forgot to address this. Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. What is it? It's my bad. It's your bad. Whatever, dude. I'm not racist. I'm just weird. Alright, so the next clip is called I Can't Stand When People Are Buried on Their Phones Instead of Working, hosted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. Star B, Shorty Pie. You made $1,600.
And about 4 lines up from there, we actually
I'm just saying you can't do my joke. So you did well, that's good. That's good. I don't want to cheese, and fucking cheese are gonna win. It's gonna be fucking outscored now. Because the great Super Bowl, we know they're going to Vegas. It's gonna be a lot of money. 25 years. We're gonna be Vegas every year. Well, let's try to Bobby Lee in East Texas. He's like, hey, we've been there. We were there when like the sports book. Sorry, he's watching the special. He's watching but yeah, that's cool. Like he gets caught doing something bad, and they say, wait, someone else, where's Chip? Where's the hot chip guy? And they come in. He calls them the hot chip. Clever shot, coming up with the excuse right away. You know, can't get caught. Caught in the cookie jar, the creative jar, and then his Netflix brain just was like, oh wait, someone else is fucking up as much as me. You lead from the top, you know, if you don't lead by example,
Where's the
your producer won't be in their chair. Also, too, with Mark Harley, when we did the interview with him, aside from one vocal incoming, he was never on his phone. I don't know what he was talking about. Yeah, that's probably another live good shot for the dark in the name. Mr. Helmar Harley. Alright, so the next clip is a movie trailer. Blockbuster movie trailer for The Sinkmaster. Have you seen this yet? No, maybe not really hard. It's posted by Blues Evening.
Separate events.
Obviously, Rich York is a Red Band trailer, right? Yeah.
That's enough. The last thing is like, even if you look at that
Trademark.
they never expect to keep that thing. Like, you think that. You know, what business is coming over and say, somebody kidnapped and such. So what happens? Now, those very same businesses are really businesses. They are not great. Some are not great. In there, I think. When you know about how can I do this? We need to always come around and say, yeah, I feel last night. I feel good. You know what? Okay. You might have it. He's my slave. Plus, he must be able to sell it. So, expensive. Therefore, I'm not going to make stuff where the natural PS.
There's nothing more satisfying than
the alcohol stuff for that. But yet, you know, you can see it. I'm like, don't want to know how to do it. But if you just want to say, I like the right stuff, what if you got it? Okay, you got it. You got this, this, that, and without being tired. Remember, getting picked up and doing just picked up. Hold over and then cut. I mean, I like it. Yeah, I like it. But I like it.
like
What's
you are
missing?
key.
What's missing? Witnesses that say that we didn't keep
That's a place of work.
See, if
Speaking of
anything
peons,
you know,
we got this
if you don't
book
have to
called
do
Does
that,
Martin Get
you
an
have to write about
Intervention
that all the time.
Incorporated,
If
posted
you
by
had,
What's Up
and I
167.
only have witnesses that we didn't have safe city. But no witnesses that we didn't kidnap the city. So there's no proof of it. What are you talking about?
One thing I did not expect from the subreddit is that we've gone from redacting our crawling space to redacting
No,
things
the
all day
idea
long.
here is at the end of the day, I love from myself.
I mean, what's going on with Canadians? They're peeing everywhere.
To the
They're
kidnapping
peeing the toilet, guys.
I can't
You know,
remember
there's 1,000 of us, you know, so if all 1,000 are peeing everywhere, everything's gonna smell like piss. It's a lot of piss. Yeah, it's a lot of piss.
There's not
What
getting
are we
second
doing here? What are we doing here? All right, so this was from Sargon Bird, which he's dropped a lot of good ass songs recently in jams. And it's called The Weasel Caduceus Papa. Is that night? Broke it out somewhere in the 80s. When we were in the 80s, I would see it. I mean, it's right at the time. He would fuck up this song. Immediately, like, that's like exactly our shit. Polly Short could do 10 minutes of shopping properly eclipses. Alright, so this was posted by Ruby 45, our North Star feed. It's called Papa Love Bomb. Someone takes a not so thinly veiled shot at Mark and mentions Jay. Oh, well, that's the deal. That's why I had to focus. I sent this out. It was like, short and cheap. It was her eating bill right on it. Right? It was so crazy. I love Illinois, so I was like, $500. She's like, hey, should you come? I can't. Nothing else. My niece to the world is my husband, you know, Valentine's Day. You know, so I said, let's take a nice after our two sons,
Okay,
and then go get a steak. Have a toast.
moving along. Talking about rain. This is very interesting.
Was that sweet, dude?
No,
Nah, it's kind of terrible.
talking about rain literally translated is the
No,
rebellion stage.
you were just
Essentially, the
doing
Russian rebellion
it.
stage
They didn't
is
want to say
the
they feel the story of this also. They like you're really
who refuses to yield to the majority.
I feel like you That's simply why because he's so awesome. What's great on this book too is how often Crystal is cut off. You notice that or not? He's trying to get something out of it, but he can't do it. And Brendan and Eric are just like,
Different
fucking talking over both. Right. Well, they have to do that or else there's no show. It could be just shop. We clipped up just shop. I don't know if he was part of the post for that. That's what he messes up the most. If he just let him talk for a long period. And he always looks like he's dying. So yeah, the show runs in. It's really
what we call the
better on it. And you know about Alpha Brain and but then Dana White's like out there just type or whatever, and I don't think that's cool. But I will put my wife in front of bullets again.
What we said, shop as a rabbi.
What's going on? We're talking about how we missed a lot of questions for work related, and we apologize for that. One question I don't, one question I regret missing is why is Brendan Chomp so awesome? Almost. Are you hating on Brendan because he's awesome? I think he's awesome. Let's watch that one. It's so funny. land. Not a lot of place in heaven. So this one is a longer clip. It's called a fire emoji. Of course, Neil, a fire emoji. Proof that Brenda is a narcissist. Posted by Bro-Away 831.
Here are 9 signs which may be a result of narcissism. 1. Instead of listening, they're wrapped up in their own opinion.
What's that? I think. So yes, there are a lot of times I don't think the person.
Number 2. They tend to cheat in relationships. Like I remember one guy who cheats on his girl all the time. And he died on you. They don't have anything. Like, slitting it on you. Yeah. 3. They constantly need to be admired. Maybe you've seen that they almost sweat. Feel arrogant in their breath. They may look like they possess tremendous confidence, but it's not enough. 4. They do not take the pain personally well.
I was like, you're going to do a special, and you're not ready. Not ready. And this is insane. You thought it was jealous for a second. You got outside your head. You were
5. They exploit others without guilt or shame. Narcissism can go hand in hand.
Everyone's not coming along. People are coming. Showing money to from the
See, that's what
This
you
is the base thing. This is the base thing
6.
from which Torah goes
They
down.
belittle
All
others.
parties are Shana and I. What kind of life are you passing? Let's say so now, it turns out that the kind of music doesn't change. They get real stressed about this. Real stressed about this. People are and against the subject, against the soul. Okay, I'm going to the sucking is back to his time, and he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine,
They see
fine, it's not a
themselves as
problem.
more attractive
Or
than
allows
they
us
really are.
higher. When does he become a sucking memory? This is a sucking memory. If your name is not only essential to his opinion, then he encourages people to practice all of that. In other words, take the sucking memory and take that home. And
So hard, and we know his chick. On New Year's Eve, while he was having dinner with his family, he was like, "What are you doing tonight?"
But if he comes back after this entire process and says, this is what you have to do. So we don't even have to find out the child. That's a problem. That's what he's going to do. Tell you, I should have asked this. I should have asked this. Tell me to horror asked. Let's talk about all of this is a sucker. And what is a sucker? Sucker is the way to see. That's what becomes a sucker. Let's see if you don't have a sucker. Let's see if you have a what's the problem? Like it's Rashi says right here, conviction, here no law, and that's not updated. So this is a guy who's telling someone who might become problem,
They
but he
put
has not
some
yet
people on
gotten to the
pedestals.
level
A
of
narcissist will
Torah,
often cozy up to someone higher in
so let's say
status.
if you go like
For
this,
example, that
goes
suck up in
ahead
class who
and
always
you
gives
know,
the
speaks
lecture
to the basic, and even
lecturer's
instructs
full
others
attention,
to
or
fall,
the
to
brown
test the
noser at work who barely does any work but gets promotions.
So builds the funnest. You feel like this is a dirty business. Like, I don't want to be a part of this. It's dirty. It's fucking ugly.
It's not put to death, but thing is up to incredible. All right, this was a new tomorrow. Come on, boy, here we go. Keep on your mother line. I want to say now, just outline the process of the subject. Now we know exactly how to do this. Now the interesting part is what kind of books, like what kind of disputes are we talking about a sucking memory and his fellow sages. So come on, boy. He probably been talking about half of the saying, he's saying, and we'll push your business talking about it. So first of all, we're talking about someone who's a Muslim. An expert. In order to become a sucking memory, you can't just be a regular guy. To be a sucking memory, you have to be a regular expert. Next, thing talk. So let's say, you're going to get on this memory. The current is, you must analyze the text. How do you analyze the lyrics? How do you talk about it in the shop? It's something matter in how long it is. And you down, like what is what, they do the thing, judging and judging, nega and nega, like one type of affliction. Another one, right? Okay, good. Maybe I go, even people shut up. Or any argument you may have in your case. So come to Valisa, I'm not going to change how she'll get off. Well, there's so thankfully, this entire process. So what is the main cause? You probably mean like a large. So the main cause, the move flow. The main cause, say, yo, we're going to do things. So we get it to the cancer. Or, let's say, in order to get yourself in trouble, because remember, you have to be holding on a certain level. The main cause, I'm not supposed to give you an example of types of machlosis, which could result in a second scenario.
In the beginning, where he's like, we're going to talk about trauma, CT, like he literally says CT. Well, he's talking about that's crazy.
Kind of thing,
All right, so here we go. This one's called
next.
Beats his own show. 20 minutes long.
The video is the thing min kvar just att få skilja sig då är det bra. Grabbar, växer grabbar. Så har man fått det som precis det har varit. Det är highly other individual about how much they want to see. Talking about listening, like so that's practically the speed. But the response, sehr halt. Was the response is the first thing sehr stark. Sehr mal so so people that type of sehr stark. Sehr stark, sehr stark. Anytime you find this is number again. Just think these different examples of things that ultimately you can continue to go and instructing getting down the down, getting down into the down later. For example, there's no focus in distinguishing between down later, down the seatbelt, and you do the process of thinking about this. There's a dispute. Something again, whether it's conscious capital increases, then we go to this. Monetary increases, getting markers, flashing, they neck up with that out. What is that? They negate all down, negate back in, negate the budget. Sometimes it's so again, around visual of a whole of clothing. Big brain, able to run everything back visuals. So different moves again, mirror vowels, RF vowels, hectic vowels, regos, flash cars, so Davi fast eglos, the cameras and solar, so we go to the artificial again, the social situation, egla, you put the cat to the cat, the body is in the cameras get over, the shaya, but do the things. So like a ship of chaos. So there's again, like a ship of chaos, so let's do our circle type, so let's move on. It comes down, goes and so down. What learns is beautiful, down to all the different areas of you have an argument which could result in a second number scenario. Okay? It comes up, you will get off where it's at. You think, you go on the north, and you go up the runners, should be sending push, go on the area to start, go on the call to so it says you will get up from wherever you are and go up, but basically going up. See the things in Mikdash, the highest point there is Israel, and ultimately their Eretz Israel is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately they're going to look at Hallelujah,
Can you imagine what the next special on Rogan's going to be like? Wait, there's another special that goes on Rogan. That would be watched by so many people. Ringo Bobby 2 plays Ringo Bobby 5 is fucking workers are watching.
So I understand why you see the
things.
big
And you gotta, even Rogan is like, even if he didn't,
because once
you
they
don't
found
realize
this,
how bad it is. He's gotta have that.
and it's installed the bond
They want him to tell stories and if I were in the shop like that, I would say, hey, shop, tell us like 6 or 7 lines. And just come up with whatever it comes to your head. I love this. That switch shirt, the dicey shirt, is the worst thing. I like the dicey shirt that just says dicey, unironically, I would wear that. With the 2 dice on the hoodie.
Says that they will come.
I'll take it. Zoom into the dice. Alright, so this next one is from the same show. It's called The Illusion is Strong with the Sword. Also comes from
want to do that all the time. You can do that. It's over here for years. There's no issue. We can found out that Jimmy Stokes, they have
Like,
good.
listen, but
If
just
I
believe
am
it. I passed it out, you know, we're really talking about the fact that it's not going to all of the learning about dispersion is going to lead us. We feel
Yeah, I mean, that's,
as great as
our marketing team does all of our social media. You know, those things. It's all marketing.
It's color miracles, it's even miracles.
We got a medium chip guy on our
And
side. So
the turn away from us, as much as
this one's called the number of flip-flops does on audio versus YouTube, and this clip is worthy of its own tool.
I don't want to
decline now.
I don't want you to
Goes where it's at the
we want
big
people
open
to
package.
stop.
People
We
are
want
starting to go back.
I didn't even notice that. I thought you were laughing at what he said. No, he said optimistic in general is on the decline now. It's like not for a year, but
They're going to come. And when they come, the response is going to take us up. It's going to take us out.
Audio illustrator.
One direction. That's always going up. I'm not going to.
Yes.
Nothing more.
I really like what he said.
I've never seen it go.
Speak for yourself. Mark Hurley came on and Lord represented a lot by naming
about
maybe he's
what
you.
part of the
Yeah.
to make someone who's talking about.
Thank
We're
you.
miracles and it's only regarding something which if done intentionally would be a fear colors and accidentally would be a fear process. We don't need this as I'll double shake. I don't need to make photo finish and yourself and you really say no, it's about something with the source of the phone, which is alright. So if your interpretation is through the and you're arguing about the interpretation. So if you should know when people say people act like it's this, so it seems like it's pretty much even if you're arguing about like a yeah, we're not going to do ultimately, again, it's looking for something about it. My God, yes, that's not like, my God, that's not like, sometimes I'm like, I mean, they said that I'm not for myself, I may have said that I'm not for myself, ultimately, again, the mayor said that I'm not for myself, the only type of thing that the people should be sucking my brain, ultimately is type of thing
Who
that
wants to, even though this is ridiculous, you gotta think about it. Who wants to hear this? Imagine we just talked about our numbers. Who's viewing us and whether we want to download TV. Okay, we keep our download TVs. Why would you ever want to? Why is he still talking about this? I mean, that's part of the interview job to kind of like navigate the conversation that did go towards this. I guess, yeah, this guy, I don't want to do that into it, but this, I do not like this entertainment media because I do trust him not in that interest. Alright, so this one's called Who Wants to Pay for the Favor Going Out for the Bears
and show me this. I was my fucking memory. Okay, so maybe let's have an example. Fine, that's a being one. That you go up, and you go say, remember that this is a being one. That only goes up in my range, only goes up in my range, and something totally different. And you do so. Right? Look how long that is in the ISO, and you tell other that was that. What are you going to do? So that you know, yeah, I should have been off. I do it.
Bro, we should try to get to Takashi 6ix9ine. I know, as he said that, I was like, I would absolutely be in Miami to talk to Takashi 6ix9ine. Daniel? Oh man, if we did an interview with him about Shop and the potential project we had, he'd be just like, I would do you with it. Takashi 6ix9ine, yeah, Takashi 6ix9ine wanted Brendan on, I find that hard to believe. In other words, his reputation, I feel like maybe his team told him like a rapper, he's like, oh, I don't know, just Takashi. Maybe Takashi, right? It's not a lie, dude.
Sure, the movie, the highlights, something coming there.
But the thing is, like, all my close friends, same as me,
Take the advice,
really
was
close.
it the advice is spoken about
We're together, that's our social
take the advice and put it into your country. Once it's done, when you're in the evening, that's I'm not for myself. I'm not for myself. You can only become a something that is, if there is a focus regarding strengths, that it's done intentionally, and it's unintentionally carries the field practice. That's the only character.
You do a poorly read or read like poorly read something about
So again,
media.
so like, if they have
You
not
have a few
focused,
bears,
you
but
need to
that's a
give
really
a
good
second time, during the day. Without being a focus, that so here it says, only if you're a focus on something which is very
whole bring up Hopkins, he hates his wife, he hates his kids. His kids suck at judo or whatever. I mean, I understand you're a dad. And, you know, you're busy and all that. But like, why would you prefer doing it at rates?
Fine. Share again, the understanding the job of the Lord. No being expert, no being expert. But an expert to the expert.
Am I afraid of that from the name alone? A little bit.
Intercalation
It's called the. It could be, I don't know, bro, unlikely. Let's just say that.
First of all,
It's called people who call me the list of things.
all the more so
You
that I have a
YouTube comment section with their
all the
list
more
and
so the
nothing
actual
to
process.
they are
Of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about the expert of the expert. Fine.
I think they're
Next.
great.
Next. So it's like, what's next? We're going. So again, I understand the thought we're about that. Fine. So keep this done. Anyway, this is what I'm going to say. So let's talk about it. What's an example? I'm not going to talk about it. Okay, you ready for this?
That's pretty hilarious.
Listen to this. Hey, English, I'm going to say, Sherlock Holmes. So you over on
Tony again. Why? It's so easy for a cat to get on stage. Yeah, that's what I was actually thinking about that the other day. How crazy would it be if one of us did kill Tony, and then we're just on, and we Papa's the judge, and we wait until Papa or anyone we know, if someone we knew did it, kill Tony, Papa's one of the judges. What do you think you would do if, like, you went up there and Papa was right there? Well, according to Mark, he wouldn't know anything. It's just that would be funny to just do stand up and start doing Shabbos in your routine just randomly in front of Papa to see him. And I said that wasn't right. I don't know. I mean, now that we've interviewed Mark, maybe he does. I don't know. It's hard to tell. So I feel like he'll never be on Kill Tony again because they're almost there's like 12,000 almost cats now. Yeah. They could eat. Some of them must be one of the 1,000 people that can do it. But let's see this next one. It's called No Scoop. They are busy. You're working 15 hours a week and spending the rest of your time not working on your comedy and flying out on the occasional weekend. Your mind was, I don't know what this is. I don't know what the question is and its answer. Well, let's find out. Rogan is Shorty Pie yet again. Well, this had to be a little bit also.
Every child wants to know that his father.
We all work together. Like, me and Brian, I can't realize that we have the outside of the podcast today. We're just in all together. It's been the third time. Like, two freaking partners just strolling the streets of Austin, chatting. He was one of my best friends. We have good friends. He was a good friend. You know, Rogan's a good friend. But you see, outside of work, like, all of us are so busy. It's work. That's also our social time.
For example, hey, you should have this as a open at that way. For example, also they have a focus about how to go ahead and declare every year. So again, they, I'm not just said, that they can go ahead and make the entire outlet into a street outlet shading, right? Up until for it. That's not focus. Up until for it, after for it, in the high piece of the show, in the high piece of the show, of course, about my focus. Ramifications are you going to coming from his remember again, depending if it's going to be a leak here, and at the shooting or at the base, just going to be one thing that points out, yeah, you have copies done.
There was one story about the nightcap, but
where again,
I wonder if
stakes
not
are
only
race
is
versus
Rogan a Shorty Pie,
one of those like the
I like the thing that he does, and he's just making sentences knowing that you're going to fuck with him. There's no way you're going to get that.
but you open it on
Why
a
are you doing that?
the machine in the level on a series of so if you take a look at flashing says over here, I'm going to show you how it's being implemented. So let's say, remember again from the last cycle, so from that cycle, we have this concept that actually points out over here that if there are 11 days, at least 11 days between remember again, when you look at we're working with the right side, is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days in Middag, 11 days in Middag. More close over here, again, it looks like we're not going to get exactly over we're going to quantity to like all fascinating with themselves. They want to show us
perspective. You never know where it's going to take you, but fucking run with it. Don't have a
We're
plan.
just trying to now interpret the concept that we interpret
Maybe
at the
you are
beginning of this
the
channel
next
and
Jerry
highlight a whole
Seinfeld,
bunch of
try
cases
hard.
that fit into that
Says
criteria.
these two
So for
random
example,
guys.
for
Who's the
example,
other guy?
again,
No one knows who he is.
what's Davar? This is a
I
person
don't want
calling about
advice from
Arturo
them.
dos Acadas,
He seems to think that
Asiri.
Shabbos
What
is
happens
art.
if one of these and David Yofer, Amar Asiri
I always tell young
and
people, this
second
guy's
like
like
the night,
26.
Shem Melaki Amar Asiri
Who's a young
Acadas.
person to you?
So I was like, so again, remember, the thing about the
Alright, so this one's
about what
called
happens
Here is the hilarious
status
joke
of the
Scoop made
the 11th
without the
day of the
Netflix
10th day going
Simpsons
forward.
bit.
Does that make her Nida? Does that make her Saba? And the resulting ramifications which could potentially lead to a future others. But you're going to see not the sheep by Shimmer, not by Siri by Shimmer. Fine, there's one thing about Siri, Hadasar, not Hadasar by Shimmer, not Asiri by Shimmer. So again, that can be a fundamental process about that extends to the things that people ultimately get into the
Whenever I
days
ask
of
you a question that you have to
what's
answer,
the
it
status
yeah, it's a
that
good
they're
thing.
focused
Where
on
were you
that
managed?
potential
Alright, so this one's called Brendan Explains Why T-Back K doesn't look
Next.
or doesn't look
Zah,
like a name
so
guess.
was Zah again. So Zah the
Hosted by Ryan Jones and Benny Shout to him.
I mean, as long as they're not understand that,
So for example,
we
I'm not
fucking
hoping
big
regarding
gas,
whether or not
nothing
one
common, just
of
for
the
the names.
names is private. Let's say
There's
it's
no
private
fucking
or
private. Sure.
and it's
It's
one.
not this, my
What
friend.
the edible status of the death roller is.
I think also to have been on pause for a second. Anytime he says something where you like you really have no idea what it was, we gotta play it again just to see.
So we
I mean, as long as they're doing all that shit, that, you know, the way you have fucking big gas, you have nothing common, just for the names.
Around them,
There's no activity. Sure.
So that's it. It was a memory. Says no. It's when you just learn from the legal way.
Yeah, yes, you put it if you want to do it. You feel it's good. Someone's fan base now. That's the thing.
Actually, as far as the going, they down the weekend.
I like him. I know he's blockbuster. I enjoy talking about this. That's what it's about. We're focused on the audio now. Attempt to get into it. Yeah, it's probably more important. We drive everything to YouTube. Also, too, big names. No, we won't get them. But we'll try. Yeah. We don't want them, but we'll try to get them. But we don't want to. But most of the time, we're going to talk to guys who are military. And Ron Ruggles.
Just like there's someone else like Star. Podcast session. Ultimately, again, that was
Okay, so once again, one of the rounds, just saying, one of the negotiations are these cards. Because relations with one of the guys and the different cards. So then you get the that way go, what the that way go. So you get both of the that way, you get both that way, which now that on their mind is up to you. I told you so much it's more than it was. That's what it was started. So like for the what about that? So we got we got right so
it's all about the niche stuff. You can't
like that lead off, that
just like promoting our podcast. It's about niche, you know. There's a whole thing with me. Talk about how stupid I am. These two guys out of low-level comics. Check them out. I mean, Bill Murray, John Belushi, Bill Murray, John Belushi.
and then for a certain amount of time after the player, when they go, the blood is tough. This is a focus on that I'm reminded that
the Gollum thing is
that says really there's one source of blood. I told you that. So my country also, and again, at some point, the brother says the blood is coming. Another point, the brother says,
it's called Bubba's Girl back in the day had the best brains. Hosted by Ron Thurman.
Different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, this come out, this come out, this come out,
and then they go home and
where
my
the coming
girlfriend.
stuff is closed off.
For 6 years on and off. Well, that's what all my shit. Literally, when she knew I was going to be there. She wasn't going to see the friends. And I was like, yeah, that's weird. Like, it's, even though I'm way sweeter and supporting. And then, yeah, I brought the close to over that night. I worked in this.
Always trying to show again are examples of
Wow, yeah, she took all this shit. Wow, there was a little story there. Yeah, just a little more you, right?
are courage to go
That's the worst one I've ever seen.
the book is a lot of your show.
Two of them seem legally
It's
medicated.
not
I hate to speculate, but
that's how you know
as
the woman went
a
ahead.
high-functioning, almost too
Literally again,
high-functioning
she's
Baba,
there, she says,
great and just ingested or whatever he's doing. spend too much time cooking. I don't want to see that. I don't want that. That was bad. Never again, Bob. Please, never talk to that man again. He is Papa. In our last one here, this the last up to the day, sadly. It's posted by Ryan Joseph 82 again. It's called I Didn't Do Anything for the Money. This is talking about the money. Yes. Classic Bobby. We never started the podcast like that. I've never done it. I started everybody. I started your podcast. So literally shout this. Maybe, I do not know what that word means.
Probably not going to work well. So the lights again.
I'm sorry, I'm talking over the clips. I can't control this. He makes a point. You gotta get on social season. They're staring at the dice like this. They're gonna call it nice.
Not the blood. Once again, just all simple things where the straight up.
I remember we had our first major check on our podcast. We were with Fox. I had the first major check. And that's my check on the counter. I was a short for the apartment. My girl, my wife now.
There's my focus on one side. Again, my capital things, monetary things, was way more. Another example here Schneider shit done his name.
I mean, although he was fighting, so I understand. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
so their judgment is a valid judgment. However,
right, you did say that in another clip. Yeah, no, it's all numbers and money to Brendan. It depends on the day or how he feels, how he's going to answer the question. It's a real numbers guy.
Everybody thinks that one, a person of two people, can't be shoot a lot.
Yeah, for the word, we only show almost the word.
That was like, how did you say,
I don't know, I haven't checked it out. It's not like
watch how much this is fascinating. So remember again, let's say a basic two people. Basic two people, shipping. Like Ruben claimed that shouldn't owe money. Basing of two people, Austin, they say Ruben's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Ruben uses that money. Right? The problem is that, according to one of the the husband with money that does not belong to him. So now you could could result potentially in adultery or the whole variety of different circumstances. So again, and that all starts with another person. So here's an example again. The number says, I hold that amazing to be two. And the other thing is amazing to be three. Still again, it's capital two. Sorry, it's monetary pieces. It's monetary pieces. Well, in the type of fascinating. The book of the Rabbi Rabbi, what the name is, Rabbi Rabbi, the sign of the Rabbi Omer, and it sounds like that, but back on that, that's nice options, it says, well, so when it goes as a light for a light, that was going to be a light for a light, rather, what is it? It means words like conversation. Not to open the over our leverage members, you say money, but maybe it means actually like, oh, like, yeah, minus the amount, yeah, minus the amount, it's just trouble, like, it says, you see our bodies in the tree, but I'm not alone, so let's say they have no focus about what the average class has done. That's a very comparison to that. The other is can say no, we need my break. And it goes to the end.
JT go way back in the stand-up game, and he messaged me telling me that they enlist us to team ups. So I want to have him on the show. So we're going to have him on the show today. Join the Patreon. Join the Discord. It's free. Everything's on Spotify. But that's not the reason that you're here. You're here to watch 10 minutes show. We're going to do tyrants. So you start the timer now. Play the chain clip. Alright, so this first one's called Just a Quick Microwave Edition before I go on to the day. Posted by Spend Sex.
We know we have United States.
there for
John is certified homeless already.
Just being here is really focusing on the things that
You walk around with homeless and shit like that.
I tell you myself what I say. And one of those things that become a fucking memory, focus perfectly about something which you've done intentionally. What carry with you colors and it's not coming home to me to carry it with others. That's a lot of the way.
Why would he film that? He didn't notice that there's a giant chunk out of the fish. He didn't say anything about it. He didn't trust it at all. Did he bite the fish? He said it's assholes. So it's an asshole fish. Another fish attack.
So it's like,
Are we sure
again,
the fish
most of all this,
doesn't
we
look
got
like
four
one?
I guess you're right. We're not sure about that. I mean, you address it, right? The fish is homeless and it just sitting there with his friend like, hey, let's make Brandon look stupid. Even animals are homeless. Fish are homeless as fuck. Okay, Mr. Whole Foods.
Like specify what kind of fish that was?
They might. We can look at it. It's just people saying it because they're not going to be like positive. Like, actually, the fish. Can you imagine? Rob was right here.
From the genus of the mangoid.
Honestly, though, sometimes they do say, like, Papa is actually right here. Like, so that's good. Yeah. It's already called the chompy fish. I think that's cool. Do you know what chompies are, JT? No. So Shab got tattoos of his kids, his boys on his arm. One here, and I don't know where the other one, but they're as zombies, and they're very graphic. They're like brains are coming out, and he said that his kids call them chompies, because they can't say zombie. What's weird about it is, like, why would you get pictures of your kids?
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess if a non-shop did it,
I think she was being weird, because
I did it, because I have 2 kids on the way.
Yeah.
If I got zombies, my kids on my body,
Would you make fun of it? I would stop you from doing that. There's no way you would, John. There's no way you would, because those tattoos, that, and also if you saw the tattoos, and brains are coming out. It's like picturing your children dead. It's not something that
my favorite movie to watch right now, Manchester by the Sea. And then I like it in the bedroom, and then I like Rabbit Hole. There is something about when you're going to have kids. I like watching things about where worst case scenario dies, or worst case scenario fun job.
I mean, you're in your head, and that's what happens to anybody that thinks about shop for more than 5 seconds. You start thinking, like, I mess up too? But no, you never think where I shop. Like,
it's cathartic for them to see the worst case scenario.
I agree, there's something, I don't even have kids, I feel sick with.
Yeah, dude, you party.
Well, like, that scene where the seriousness of it, and then the scene where he's trying to get the gun out.
Yeah.
There's something that I relate to there, and it's also a fear that I have, even though I don't have kids, I'm going to burn down the house, I don't have a fireworks. We record this live in our parents' basement, according to the comments. We could lose our whole family at any moment. Alright, so this one's posted by Booyah182. It's called How We Confirm Homeless Guy. Oh, you said you wanted a quick one. So you
I just want to get out of here because I got to piss and this thing gets out.
you own it, you woke up.
Oh man, I feel like a Hell's Angel. I feel like a real rebel. Do you think this guy?
I'm all the way around on Howie. I actually really like him now.
I know him a little bit.
Oh, did he come on your?
He came on and he was really nice to us.
Did he roast you guys at all? Because he roast Shop a lot.
Yeah, he picked on us a little. Like, he was just different sensibility-wise than us, but super down for whatever.
I think that character of the guy that comes in and sort of just like does bits, but they're not super mean or vicious or whatever, is a good character, and it really is great at this show because Shop he's
right. And people are like, this is interesting. This is like one of the things that people are most disgusted by. Like, it's got a ton of run on the thread, which I'm on more than anything else in my life.
Well, think about it.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
JT is homeless. We now know his hands on the thread, but it's a kitchen sink where people put their glasses and cups and clean dishes. He is pissing in it. That's like pretty crazy. I would not do that.
No, I would not do that, especially after age of 34 and 35 right now.
And he's older than both of us.
Right. But I barely played sports, but I was in the locker room a lot because I was a bit of a jersey chaser.
Right.
Dudes were getting beat on.
I mean, when you're a kid, it's like normal to do kind of jokes about stuff like that, peeing in public when you're drunk. I think I peed on a moped once. I still feel kind of bad about that, honestly.
What'd you do?
Like, we were walking home, I was really drunk, and I saw this moped that was hailing, and I was like, look at this stupid moped, and I just whipped out and peed on it.
Crazy fun.
I know, I feel bad.
You know, a friend of mine one time.
Peed on your actual, yeah. So that's crazy, but
So I don't want to throw piss in his house.
yeah. No, I mean, it's like you're trying to be like, listen, I peed once, and it was weird. This business owner is like peeing in front of his staff. You can't rationalize it. You can't do that. He has kids that are watching him, and he's making an example where he is peeing. Yeah, right. I mean, it's an HR violation. Yeah. He can be sued for so many things.
Right.
Yeah. Also, he doesn't know that there's a hole in his fish. Yeah. Let's not forget that. I'm already doing. What are we doing here? The next one is posted by Shadow Assassin 989. It's called Howie deeply regrets attending the Calabas fight roasted. Damn, he's going hard. What do you think about that, JT?
I think it was funny.
Yeah, that's a good roast there. It's funny, honest, maybe.
Yeah.
Wait, what? So do you think he's on being honest or just doing it for the show? Is it really that bad?
Yeah, it's a 50-50.
It is kind of tough to tell. I don't know.
I think he was serious.
Oh, you're talking about Howie or you're talking about Brendan? Oh, yeah. What did Brendan say? Brendan's just trying to say, like, oh, we feel the same way. What is his show? No, I know. He's like, oh, that's crazy. He's trying to mix that. It's like them having Joe's leg going back. Yeah. Yeah, Brendan is so redacted that I miss it sometimes. He does stuff like that. His own show. Fair enough. Alright, so this next one is posted by Mike Conan. It's called Always Betting to Porky Pig Beat. Well done, Cheeks. I can watch clips like that. You know? It's good stuff. They're creative. It's funny stuff. It's also very jokey. I mean, you can do that about anybody. It's not really just mean, right? Balenciaga. He says it wrong. He says Balenciaga. That's just hilarious. He finds interesting and funny ways to say words wrong.
Absolutely. I think it's actually undermining all the comedians who are wordsmiths because they can't compare his accidental put together combinations of rights.
I don't think so. And he's not trying. It's some sort of weird, whatever kind of CT he has, he's created like almost a Mozart of redactedness.
Dude, the guy of CTE, I have a lot of concussions, but I'm still really smart.
I mean, yeah, there's no.
I think it's because maybe a lot of people get CTE were already down. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was down. How many concussions do you have?
I think 3 or 4. And one was like really massive.
So that means the shot must have like 25.
Yeah, he got hit in the head a lot.
How did you get a massive concussion?
Got hit in the head.
Like football.
Fighting this kid.
We have a fighter on today's show. Alright, so this was posted by Toronto Rapture. It's called Brenda Gets Incredibly Uncomfortable When the Conversation Turns to Kate Corsos. Ends up lying to the guest when asked if he has one. Dicey. Before you play it, do you know about the Kate Corsos?
Yeah, he got rid of his dog, right? And it was it was really irresponsible how he gave the dog, like his whole family was against it, and he acted shocked when they didn't want it.
Yes, and you were saying you weren't homeless.
No, I'm telling you, I pay so much attention.
Two things about this. One is the clip to me is kind of like Baba's big bad moment, right? Because he's giving his dog back, and they're talking about it. He's like, yeah, great dogs. I killed my dog, but in his head, he's like, don't. Or Reddit is no, I didn't. So the Reddit makes jokes. They have the same. He claims that he gave it back to the show guy. It's a show dog. But and then also, he always sits so strangely in the chair, like it's weird. He's got his beer bottle right here. The reason that we can sometimes sit weird in these couches is because the couch is broken. We do not have the money have tons of funds that they can buy chairs that made them look normal, but they don't do it. I think Reddit's pretty cool. As Mark we just we were Harley, the hell of our Harley, projecting is something we always have to watch. That's my own religion. I don't think he's dressed as music. No, I do. I just almost I was a good picture. Maybe it's from it's like regress. See, that's not a problem. It's his own doing. He doesn't listen at all, so that's what happens. The punchline, it almost crushed my hand great with kids. Now they can't be near kids. Ridiculous. What do you think about that, JT? Were you a dog guy?
No, not really. I like him, but I don't have as deep of affinity for him as other people do. I think they're great. I think they have too much of a station in Los Angeles. I think they have too much power. I worked in an office where I was an office manager, and the dogs would come into Ocean Park, and I was like, don't bring your dog to work, this is ridiculous.
That makes sense.
So I just feel like and everybody's talking like,
You know who would agree with you there? Shop. He gives them right back to you.
here's the thing. I am shocked. I guess that's what I'm saying a lot. I was just talking about fighting people a lot. Like, I have a lot of fight stories. Like, I really relate to it. Like, I think I don't listen often. Like, even earlier when you were asking me a question, I was like, what? Like, I was already in my answer before I heard what you said.
No, you're a good listener. That's when we're recording a podcast. It's common that the job is constant. This is like every podcast. He does something that also that reminded me of something he did. He constantly does this thing in the clips where he throws in a joke that no one laughs at because it's so. Like this year, he's like, if those dogs were sharing tape, they'd be okay. Which isn't that offensive, but it's just not funny.
I don't get the joke.
He's trying to, if like with Sharon Tate, the man's killer, the cane horses, they kill the killers instead.
Right.
But he does things like that.
He likes to well along with serial killer stuff, right? Like, he wants to use expertise that he feels like he has, and he just injects that into every conversation. It's like, he definitely got broader knowledge, basically.
He's balls deep in serial killers. He loves like Dahmer. Anything that's like popular, that's all that gets to his head because he's not very smart. He only like hears what's like very popular in the news. And so the Sharon Tate thing, and then I remember one clip where it was like the fight companion, and he's like, it's almost like all those Ukrainians that are dead. Are you like crazy like that? And they were just like, and then back to the fight. Like hilarious that they're all dead. No problem. Alright, so this one's posted by You Better Chef 1127. I roll emoji, I roll Garcia.
Let me guys take you to tours on sale for sale. I'm in Dublin, London, Manchester, I'm all over. Belfast, Glasgow. We got Glasgow.
He's just like Howie. Now I really think that Howie was being serious.
Yeah, because I think Ryan Garcia's a space cadet.
Maybe.
I follow him pretty closely, and I know some things about him. I don't think nothing too bad, but like he's a young, kind of like for good reason, like kind of self-absorbed dude. I think he was just tired from the companion.
Yeah, but
I think that
that's fine. But on the same note, Howie Mandel is opposite, right? Old. He has the same opinion as the younger guy.
But are the two things necessarily connected? Or are we conflating them because we have this predetermined idea of what it is?
Who's the other guy there? I don't know.
I think it was Rilla the other guy? No, Adam Ray was the other guy.
Adam Ray, okay. So if we see, hear me out here. If we see Adam Ray go, or like check his watch, and go like, all right, it's time to go.
I think he leaves early.
There you go. So all three of them are bored. Also, to your point, like,
No, I think Howie and Adam is something real, and I think they're aware of the cats, and that they're somewhat aware that Brennan's stock has plummeted, so they're trying to have it both ways, which is kind of what I'm doing. Because they're trying to like be on it, but also distance themselves simultaneously. But I think with Ryan Garcia, in that specific instance, I think he's just a young dude who's tired and like probably hasn't been in a conversation that long on
not really a conspiracy theory, but I think that because I listened to Howie on the last show when he came on TFNK. He was talking about his daughter. How they have a podcast together. I think his daughter feeds him like homeless stuff, like Jane stuff. Like she goes to the Reddit and she tells him a little bit. Like I bet she's the one who told him about the synchronicity. And also she may dress him a little bit because that jacket's pretty out there for a man.
Yeah, he's OCD, although he wasn't as like intense about it when I met him as like my thing based off like reputation. Like he just does fist bumps, but even just touching me at all, I was surprised by. And I had brought him like a drink, and he drank it without any kind of he wasn't disturbed by it at all. He didn't clean it. He just like popped the top and was ready to go.
I would love to watch Howie Mandel watching that pop it. Just commenting on it. That'd be great. Oh yeah, dude. All right, let's see what it is.
I thought that was really good. I thought it was good special.
Alright, this next one's posted by Rogan. It's written by our Lord and Savior. It's called Synchronization, APF Chains for a Bubble. Smooth.
Don't go to the bathroom there because you piss in the sink. And they said that you said this out loud. No,
I've never seen it.
Okay, but I mean, was that all like he pissed in the sink? Brandon's talked about he pissed in the sink.
I had to be in the sink one time as a state of emergency. I'll be honest, I've never seen it. Okay. So I've seen this one before, and the way Brendan's saying it, like it was a state of emergency. I think he's trying to be funny. He knows that the audience knows that he was a single time.
Why would he say one time? I think he's lying.
No, the one time thing, I'm talking about the state of emergency.
I think he's been sincere. I think he's caught. I think he just is trying to like scrub away the reality that he pisses in it all the time. I mean, I tell her sometimes he's pissing in that thing all the time. Beyond that is that if the culture there is not like enough, maybe it's okay. But again, like
Other people are doing it.
Yeah, but again, as a 35-year-old, I just performed for some like frat kids. Like when I went to their frat house, I was like, I could never live like this. As like a 35, so it is odd to still be doing that behavior when you're 40. Yeah, 40 unless you're like a bachelor party trip. It's like you're with a bunch of maniacs living those 40 days. It's weird to do it every day.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking funny? It's because on the Mark Marley interview, shout out to Mark, he told a story about Anthony Jeselnik, where he's giving Jeselnik advice. It'd be funny if they were on the road together and Jeselnik was like, man, I really gotta piss. And Shop's like, oh yeah, I just want to sing too. Alright, let's see the end of this one. I think it's just a bunch of pissing and sing stuff.
Oh, really, dude?
Brenda pissing in the sink.
Just piss in the sink like Mark said Brenda does all the time. I can confirm Brenda does that all the time.
Nice. There's a longer clip of that with Nick. Let's watch that one right now. Nick is rejected. It's called posted by Dr. Yuho Bang or something like that.
I watched Emma's hot chicks like Mark said Brenda does all the time.
What is that background music, dude? But yeah, sorry. Played it. Started from the beginning, and I rejected it. I took it. Yeah, what is the background music?
I can confirm Brenda does that all the time. I don't even think that's weird. I can't believe how many people love all the stuff Mark said. How many people latched out here. Finally, bro. That's fucking dope. That's guys can't do. Everyone did all this right too. Your place. When our son you get to pee in the sink. Wait, he's a quick bitch. Pee in my sink. As a child.
Oh my god.
You know what it is? All these guys remind me of my dad.
Every guy in this that we've seen.
My dad would always piss like all over our house. Not inside, but outside. And like I remember my friends would come over and be like, why's your dad peeing outside when he has like a toilet? And I was like, oh no, I think it's normal. So,
Your dad's the dad. Crazy guy. Just do it without air.
and I love that guy.
It's just like doing crazy shit. That clip was so funny. He had on old music. He had on like the old music from that Miles Seller commercial. And then he had a White Claw there. Oh,
Who was that?
that was Nick, one of their producers. He had a hot chip guy. It's like you want a hot chip.
Nick Davis?
No, I don't know if it what his last name is. Dave. I think it's Davis. Why do you know him?
I heard from someone, I did some reconnaissance, and I was
I know someone who knows Nick, and I was like, is Shab like a bad guy? And he was like, Nick says it's cool.
Well, Mark says Nick's a really nice guy. I believe Mark. And I think he probably has to toe the line somewhat. He works there. You're not going to shit on your boss.
No.
It would just be weird to do that.
And you might have like a little bit of like Stockholm syndrome where you're not taking full stock of these Stockholm syndrome.
Or maybe Shab was That's good.
Alright, so this was posted by the MMA rules. What the fuck kind of fight companion is this?
Boxer yet. This could make him a boxer.
Adam is left.
Oh, I don't want to.
Yeah, look at it. He's not there. That was so good. Oh, that was so good.
I have a big prediction.
Sure, go for it.
Alright, so these clips, these memes, they remind me of like the Ben Affleck ones. You know, like the Dunkin' Donuts, or here's the slow zoom of him when Henry Cavill's talking about like Batman vs Superman. You can just see like Ben Affleck goes so deep into himself, and then he gives like a 2-word answer. You can just tell he's like really sad. And now it seems like he's almost leaned into it, like kind of smartly. Right? I think Shab has made himself. I think he's responsible for a lot of this, right? He's a man, he made mistakes, right? He says things in a dumb way, and he's a talker professionally, so it's open season, bro. That's just the way it is. I think the same way with Ben Affleck, where he crashes and then he rises, I think there's going to be a Shabazans. And I think it's going to turn a little bit. And I think I've even seen that a little bit on the thread, where the more information that comes out, there's going to be more stories where Shab's actually a sympathetic figure, and people are going to get tired of wailing on him. And then it's going to become more novel and exciting to be on Team Shab. I could be wrong. This could be the optimistic.
Well, this is, I think on the Chinese thing references is the question that shouldn't be asked. Is if Shab will never have a renaissance. It's like that's their thing. We never talk about that. It's like,
right, okay, I don't want to violate Susan. I'm
oh, right, don't fuck these people.
I respect them. And they do have this stuff on there. I
Think about they don't matter.
Yeah, they know they don't matter.
they're interesting that way too, right? Like they're very decentralized. Like they don't want to have any kind of group link to it other than like having fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's different guys. We interviewed that one guy who's a normal guy in Canada, job house, right?
Really?
Yeah, we're just hosters. But we've talked about it. We really enjoy Shab. We want another band to have it.
No,
You know, he's not going to stand up anything.
Except the fact that I cannot listen to a podcast of British Shop, but I can watch these fucking clips all day.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I watched the whole Glassman episode, and it was kind of hard to watch. Glassman was funny, but it's just like them just talking, because they do this bit where they just talk about how well they're doing, and not like saying that they're doing really good. They just literally talk about they're like, well, you know, the numbers on the show, and they're like, then Ryan goes into talking about he doesn't do it anymore, but he talks about his sandals, and he sold sandals for a while, and it's just like,
and then he said they bought his stock out of the company because he didn't have time to run it. That kind of didn't make sense because it's like you're just an investor. Like, are they really need you for like all their marketing calls and stuff like that?
so almost just divesting from you because of your, you know, what's happening in your life that's such a negative, like dark moment. Oh, it's the sandals deal today.
Yeah, we had Glassman on our podcast, and it went kind of bad in my mind because we're pretty nice most of the time. He was kind of ripping us, and I was uncomfortable with it. I edited it, and I told him I didn't want to post it, but he was like, "Don't be weird, post it." And then I posted it, and honestly, tried to edit it down to make it less cringy in my mind. But I'm probably biased and gave myself a more favorable edit on it. He didn't like that and asked me to take that down. And so the episode doesn't exist. Video in our small pool of fans, a lot of people want to hear it. I probably should have just posted it in its entirety, but I felt too vulnerable about it.
I get it, because to be totally honest, I talked about some of this where I didn't really enjoy that episode. You know, I kind of, it's like that's not my style of comedy, right? You know, but I understand they love it, so I was just like, I don't want to.
Yeah, we did a whole Rick Glassman episode
he's already doing, like, he's just shitting on them. And I don't know if it's like, it's hard to tell whether it was part of the show or not. And we didn't have any good singers. We didn't do a very good job. So we just were like, man, let's do like other clips. It didn't work with our style.
Yeah. Was you guys talking to him or just like reviewing?
Oh, no, he wasn't here. I came out and another class was like, he just got there and tins on his name. There's a good portion of the Reddit that would love that. Yeah. All right, so this one's called Adam Ray Introduces Himself. It's posted by Immortal. My favorite thing at Jake's is when they isolate a clip like that and say certified homeless. Adam Ray certified homeless. He is now my favorite part of Jake's. Do you have what's your favorite part of Jake's? Oh, definitely Dicey. Just like seeing Dice, the Dice emoji. I kind of kill it on the Discord though. I put dice on everything. The dice is so fun. Man, putting 2 dice on something. And what do you have a favorite?
I like Dicey. I think I have taken on. I think I have taken on some of him and Delia's inflections, and I know people think he took the inflections from Delia. But even when I'm doing my own podcast, I like punch the first syllable of a word. And I don't think that I'd never watch those guys, and that would be in my delivery.
That's one thing that they don't acknowledge at all in any of this is that when you watch people, it's not even outside of just comedians. When you're hanging out with friends, you take on their mannerisms a little bit, a lot, and almost everybody does that. So like you don't do it consciously, really. But that's the thing, though. Some of them are suggesting I would think that Job is doing it consciously. Like the Rogan laugh is insane. Oh yeah, we didn't notice it the first time. It's like
that whole situation when like starting with I know Annie a little bit, I know Bobby a little bit. We're not like terribly close, but we're friendly and we'll talk to them. And they've both been extraordinarily kind. We love them. And they like when it started with like the drug book thing, and then it went to Brendan saying that he had like documents and that he thought it come from Bobby and Delilah, and then the intimacy of all those videos, like how deep into their personal lives it went, and then the way that it felt like the audience's reactions to it was impacting their personal lives, like drastically changed how I, from that point, started portraying maybe not drastically, that might be a little dramatic, but I was like, oh, I don't want, like I'm never going to put a photo of, like, I'm just going to keep my personal life, I'll talk about it, but I'm going to keep it as private as I can, because it's like, it's already so hard, and then you have all these eyeballs on it, and people commenting on your personal life. Like, I'm a sensitive person, that would impact me. It might impact the way I think about things, so I've been, like, kind of shut it down.
That's interesting, because they named the waters, you were worried that your emotions could get gadooshed. And then, so, yeah, no, I think that makes sense. I mean, that was a pretty personal thing. I would say for us, this show maybe would exist without the drug walk. Like, with the first episode was just us watching Figuring Out Bobby, but the drug walk is like core to the show. Like, that's what almost every song has in it. It is so fun. And I don't know the validity of, like, what happened, whether he was trying to get her to blow him or whatever. And, like, that's how she felt, maybe it's for the show.
The song's hilarious. I want you guys to find a place for drug walk.
I just can't. It's
never see it coming. It always surprises me.
It surprises me.
And it's undeniably hilarious. But I do think too, like, should grown adults be talking on like 2 hours a week about their personal lives and everything? As someone who does it.
Well, Reddit doesn't like let's say like comedians.
Yeah, but it's so oversaturated.
They do the same. Yeah, they're all the same podcast. They tell the same stories. But we're new guys. They don't know our stories yet.
No, about me too. Like, I have a much smaller audience than all these guys. But like someone comments on one of our podcasts, like, I feel like I'm dumber for listening to this for 2 straight years. And I don't even take that as a criticism, because I'm like, if you're listening to like a non-interview podcast where there's an expert on it, and you're just listening to 2 friends bullshit, it's going to be stupid, and we're not going to have very sophisticated thoughts on things every week. Like, I could probably do 1 podcast a year where I'd say, chief of the FBI today, and I was like, oh, dick, but I gotta talk about it.
I mean, better than anything Warriors. We don't matter. Yeah, frankly, you don't matter. You don't matter. Posting goes, so you don't read the comments, don't check your social media, and also haters don't matter at all. Like that's just like why lower yourself to responding to a hater?
See the toll that the haters have taken on Shop's face.
Yeah, because he's thinking that it's funny, right?
And I know it's
Spitting on himself.
the perception is
He's spitting on himself. How much money is he putting in this?
dude, that too, like, I think it's probably made me a better guy in a way where, like I talked about on the podcast before, like, ticket sales are low to come. It's because I want to get out in front of that, because I don't want people to think I'm, like, posturing as someone who's selling more tickets, because I see the way that Brendan is a douche. I'm like, oh, look, dude, like, yeah, I don't want to get myself up in those shots.
You're coming up, and then you also don't really, like, it's not your main thing. That you don't talk about ticket sales all the time.
No.
Yeah, so that's his thing. He's built his own prison, and now he's living it.
And I used to love pickup.
Right.
I really did. But it's become such a cottage industry now. I'm like, should we let him up? Should we let him up?
I mean, we're not necessarily going to get fuck that shit.
I love David's full name with Robert about it. And we were working out together, and I was like, yo, like, should we let him up? And he was like, no.
Another
Fighter shows. Alright, if we let him up, is it going to be funny? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean?
as long as it's dick flex and funny, I'm okay.
It's Blockbuster, I don't want it up.
Right. He's got to change his ways a little bit.
Yeah.
He's got to adapt and change. We're homeless.
Alright, so this one's posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. It's called the Intel on Yourself Again, Papa. Named photographers. And they get that fucking homework, not great, buddy. Correct, he's already elusive. For him to just flash me, no, fuck you, they trust me, get this work. It worked out. It's like, just buy a thousand cuts. Thank you.
It did seem like a really
And that was real.
Tony's winning the over with that singer, and then he said, "What are we doing here?" I was like,
Tony,
yeah, it might be. Those are great.
Alright, this one's posted by Immortal Evil. Calvin really say homeless cats?
I guess I don't know where that's from.
Or is that like AI?
Sometimes they edit stuff, like it's hard for me to tell because I'm redacted, like whether it's real or not. Yeah, like remember that weird thing with the, where he's like jacking off with family or whatever? I think it was like her getting jacked off.
Oh, yeah, he was getting fingertips in his butt, digits in front of his family.
It's like a shot. It's not that redacted that he just missed it and put those words together.
Is he that real, bro? Is he that real? Or is he just kicking stuff straight up when he gets two dogs? There was a time in our lives where we would have celebrated that kind of candy, Look, he's degenerate, but I know where he's at 100% of the time.
I mean, if he was our boy and he was there, well, not from his family, we have to check with their almost. Well, you get jacked off in front of your family.
No, close to I'm a chronic masturbator, but I've gotten better about it. No porn. None of this is excusable. Do you remember one time I was watching Monday Night Football with my brother and my dad, and like we hang out in our boxers in my weirdly intimate family. And I just remember getting towards halftime, and my dad just turned and was like, JT, what the fuck are you doing? And I looked down, and I was beating off, like at a muscle pack. And then classic teenager, I'm like, what? Shut up, Dad. You know shit. Fuck off, man. I'm not jacking off, you fucking loser. And I just remember I turned to my brother because this music on the radio.
JT is desperate to get douche by the way.
Maybe I gotta get douche because we all gotta get
is way more normal than if that is not happening. Because the clip he is saying that a masseuse is figuring him in the butt in front of his family.
No, that's not okay. And the other thing is, I would never say what I did when I was 16 was okay, and I deeply regret it. And I've gone to sex addicts, and I'm in a process always of trying to get better, and I want to take accountability for it.
It didn't matter then, it doesn't matter now. And I mean, it's a bit to say things don't matter, it's part of the show, but it literally doesn't matter. It's your dad and your brother. If anybody you jack off in front of people, it's weird, but it's better than, jacking off in front of some stranger or something like that. You just were, I don't know, maybe you could clap your
Literally told me a couple years ago, you're like, you didn't say these words exactly, they were in the lexicon. You said, don't get douche yourself. You're doing it here in front of you, dude. Like, you're going for the selfie. Right in front of you, dude. Like a douche. You see some close-ups. I'm just doing it for the numbers. Watch the podcast. We're doing a little bit. But if you do like I love Chad to death. That's my brother. Like I would honestly, I hope take a bullet for him. I love him so much. He's a wonderful one of our guys. I can't say a bad thing about Chad. Anyway, he's a solid friend. If you look at our podcast and do those close-ups, you'll find those moments, bro, where I am annoyed or disinterested or on my own wavelength, not listening. And it's something I'm trying to get better at, but it's all there. It's all there in the archives. I feel like we all have that in the archives. Not as much as Sean, maybe. Exactly. No one's going to touch him.
That's all. We don't do it as much as him, so we get to make fun of him. You're right. There might be some truth. Also, people that make fun of us, we don't call them homeless. Yeah.
Oh, he started that? Yeah, everything starts from his, like, he's the origin point for everything.
It's worse than that. They all meet up at P.F. Chang's or Starbucks, apparently. That's how they named it, P.F. Chang's. They're homeless cats. Worse than homeless cats. I think the funniest thing to me about the homeless rant is unstreamable if you're a new cat. I want to watch Unstreamables. But the funniest thing is, like, he goes, they're homeless. He's like, why would I care? Why would I care about that? Why would I care about them? They're homeless. Like, just that is like, ugh.
Yeah, highly disrespectful. It's not really, to take some sports terminologies. Don't point the finger, point the thumb. Like, they're coming at you for a reason.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just one of the many things. He's done worse than that, as we've seen.
I can't help but notice, like, how we all are a little bit tough.
That's what I'm saying. So you hate this. You don't want it. Well, it's not good for the thing.
Issue right now. It's funny to me. But, I mean, like, if you do something really stupid, you can be like, damn, that was like shot. But that doesn't mean that you're stupid.
No.
Then again, post a ghost, baby. Don't see the
Ghost
ghost.
on ghost. You know what I'm saying? Don't read the comments.
Don't read the comments.
Try not to. It can be hard, though, because it's like, I think working, and like, look, I don't think we're special comedians. I definitely don't think that. But I do think being a comedian makes you more self-reliant. I think we're all naturally inclined that way.
Only 1,000 people can do this job. We are 2 low-level comics.
Yeah, well,
We're just talking shit.
You're a better joke writer than I am.
I'm even better than that.
Okay, so let's go. We got our audience for Me Too and Friends. I think I'm just fucking you gotta kind of believe you're great, too, to do it, right? Like, doesn't Sean have to believe he's great to not do Greek Up Poppy a third time?
We should do a Greek Up Poppy 3. We've talked about this, too, in 3.
He's gotta own it.
We love it. But, I mean, if we're doing self-introspection stuff, sure, I should probably think I'm way better than I am. And that might help me in the shop. Does that very well, because you have to be confident to go on stage and do something like the Greek Up Poppy.
Right.
Because everything should tell you not to. And I'm sure, and many people in his life told him not to. His agents, his best friend.
Right.
No matter how you try to rationalize it, there's a deep homeless cat out there that has an answer to your rationalization.
I think you guys are right. I think it was.
If you got out of the mud, right? If you would have went through open mics and whatnot, you would develop that confidence that he is the best.
Right.
He didn't develop it.
No, I think he did skip the line, and he wasn't self-aware about that. And look, I'm on the thread, and I watched the Beige Frequency 30-minute breakdown of the Showtime special, and I was ecstatic while watching it.
Shout out to Base Frequency, great work.
He does incredible stuff on there.
Shout out to Bone CK too.
And those drawings, like, it's a nice little thing that he came up with there. To like have that going while you're watching it does keep you stimulated.
And I don't think that, not to term too much on Beige, we can go back to those, but you know, I heard somebody saying that it was mean. I don't really think it was that mean.
Beige?
Yeah.
It's for sure mean.
I don't think it was like super mean.
It's savage, bro.
Really? I don't think so.
Well, you're very good at being mean, and you're also a very good guy. I know that's too different to be true about you.
I may have lost my mind, honestly. I think I lost my mind a little bit over the pandemic, and the shop thing is like,
But you guys are right. Like I'm like being a little bit like defendery, which is lame, but
do what you want.
But I think the point that you guys are making that like he shouldn't have put out Ringo Poppy is a valid one, I think. Because like when I saw it, I was like, why would you make this such a special? Why would you make this?
But before he even plays it, okay, there's a red. What is the backdrop? Yeah, the red backdrop. What is that thing? Red curtain. Like, that's ridiculous. There's stolen armor in the back on the right. He stole it from somebody else. There's a gigantic Tiger thick whiskey bottle, the stupidest name ever. Shouldn't be right out. Like we wouldn't put liquor bottles here. That's redacted. And on top of that, there's a Tampa Bay. Is that a Tampa Bay Bucks hat? Why? Tampa Bay, I think Devil Rays. Or Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Why? I mean, it's a cool sweatshirt. Do you like it? Yeah, fan gave it to you. There's a story. Jerseys love Tampa show.
They will come as tickets are sold out. They're sold out. See, look at the house, but I can get you if you're on show. It's all just
Randy Phillips.
they got the tickets.
Do you think he made him any of that? No, he just has a million tats. So that's who you're defending. And then he just messed up Friga's intros, which we'll watch.
Okay, so this one's called, it's posted by Immortal Knievel. It's called Papa Pulls Off the Rare Trifecta of Fucking Up 3 out of 3 guest intros.
He has the biggest fight of his life coming up. Javante Tank Davis. The dude is all over Tom and Tammy, right?
That's how you say that. Yeah, we'll cut that out. Welcome to America's Got Well, this is good because people are being honest with him. Like, no one pussyfooting around and they're telling him what he's not good at.
This is almost horrifying. I think you need to have somebody on your show and then all three of the guests are just making fun of you for being an idiot.
Have you heard? You wanted to hurt me, dog?
Do you think he still considers the whole a friend?
Alright, so we're on our last clip now. It's posted by another North Star dude, Sword Bird.
Yeah, he's a beast in this subreddit. Oregon is like a legendary song. That guy.
It's called Papa Goes Full Redneck with Fish Talk.
I love that everybody agrees he's wrong. I don't even know for sure. They just don't know he's wrong.
I mean, I think the issue here is that I've never seen four guys with less chemistry between each other. Like, they're all on their own wavelengths. Like, you got Ryan Garcia, boxer, there's in shop, what do we call him? Podcaster, Howie Mandel, Keegan Edinburgh. But I don't think any of these four dudes are friends off camera.
No, yeah, there's no, you're right. The producer side of you is coming out here. These people have zero chemistry. Ryan Garcia does not want to be there. That's clear at this point.
That's a great point because last week's episode we watched a clip where Papa was talking about, like, I don't care about numbers, dude. I'll have my friends. If you're watching a show with people that don't know each other, it's more. Remember that?
Yeah. And it was the better fight companion, or at least the clips that we watched, was the one with Rampage where he got drunk, he just started insulting Sean to his face. He was like, wow, what kind of name is that? Wow.
I watched clips of him, like, highlight reels on YouTube of him picking on people. He's very gifted at it. When he was on The Ultimate Fighter, he broke down a door that was kind of a weak door, but it was tremendous power the way he went through it. And then there's a guy on the team who had kind of like had boobs. And Rampage, like, is supposed to be apologetic Yeah. Howie, good guy. Funny dude. Adam Ray, really nice guy, super funny. But like, what? They're not fighters. Get a couple.
Yeah, they don't seem interested in the fight to the point where Adam wants to leave. He doesn't even want to watch the main fight. Howie Mandel's probably never watched the fight in his life. He just came there to like make fun of shop. He's like, oh, I did so well fighter in the kid. I want to come back on and go to Calabasas. And then Ryan Garcia is like, is there money that I get paid for this?
The thing about his fight, like, chess and stuff.
Exactly. So no, this doesn't make any sense.
Cast Henry on there.
That'd be great. Although he might kill us all.
Do you think Trump will ever go there?
Like, you come here, we have this.
Or address the homeless cat head on?
Here's one thing I'll say, and this we can wrap it up with this. When Mark took the account over, the Twitter account, he texted me like the second he did it. And so I thought it was a bit, I immediately went on Twitter, and for a second there, I was like maybe 5 people that had seen that he took over his Twitter, which blew my mind, right? Because we didn't even know each other. This is before we had ever hung out. And I'm like looking at it, and I immediately retweeted, and I sent him, I'm like, oh, gotta retweet that.
I know, so good morning,
And then I replied,
all of our
like
responses for
HAGGG.
this morning should to thank our annual
And eventually got taken down. But here's my point.
70
He didn't block me.
He must
have seen
dedicated all the training Russia's
He didn't block me. He blocked other people. They were like, oh, look, he blocked me. He blocked me. He has not blocked me. He has never said anything. Mark says there's no way he knows about us because he doesn't want to hear any negativity. But maybe there's a possibility
then
that
Yosef HaKohen,
is
Ziv
going to take
in
in some
Birmingham
constructive
in
criticism.
memory of William Ziv, Zevach, Ben
Yeah, no change.
and I'm a British one, Pauline Kathy College. I'm going to be a grandfather, Elijah, Ben, how you go? Listening to the American Last Time Total, all of the show is on radio. Family for the full shepherds, the whole police show. It's probably should look at the all of our hospitals. That's a full of good a lot today and a little bit less than usual. Good thing. So today's got the same thought. Up additional content here in days 85. And the issue says I had it. Only the definition is was where we're talking about so young of kidnapping. So literally again, like only nefesh means so. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. Listen, I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah on Tainis Esther. Like the entire part of the story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Achashverosh, totally against the will of Mordechai's law. And again, what can we see about the Hashgacha Hashem's divine providence? Making them from the darkness and those difficult circumstances, Yehuda and Yeshua comes. How incredible it is, will be again a Tainis Esther. Again, only nefesh needs to go. Person kidnapped to do what halacha. Now this guy is talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. What halacha? You know, I can't remember the again. The halacha for kidnapping, or the person for kidnapping, is that's punishment. It's definitely. You know, the Mishnah discusses the further is about. I go in nefesh needs to go. One goes to having kidnapped. You only hide it if you take victim into your shorts, into your domain. But Yehuda says, I really says you have to take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them, like work them, do something to the life of. It's the other goal to not grow. The Prophet says, Moses, the other way to entire year, you mustn't go in nefesh to after the day itself. The person will be found to have little fear of fellowship. It is honorable to utilize them to him to what grow and so to these type of and the kidnapper can be death. So I think this made up as Jesus says, God also likes to do two qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of them. And number three is selling them. If you show, I believe that's so someone kidnaps their son.
Welcome, Kat.
Kidnaps their son.
Welcome. I've been a long time fan, first time listener. Happy to be here.
Your phone
Let's
goes
get
and
the year,
says,
man.
Chayiv, and ultimately
Also,
the phone
we
says,
got Patreon, so join the Patreon if you want. Discord, join the Discord. Discord's free. Everything is on Spotify now. And lastly, long shot, but if you're watching Prez, Frankie, and DC, we'd love to have you on. I know that Colin Papa says we're shooting for the stars. We're probably land in the mountain, but
okay,
that would be real Netflix.
a lot
Come
more
on,
faster. So first,
probably not in the cards.
find the time off.
I've said I'd ask it, and I'm asking you now. But anyways, that's not why. Also, too, I want to say that this week's song is probably my favorite song of all time. But we're kind of running out of song ideas. So just throw us a bone. Yes, thank you for, yeah, if you guys can suggest some songs, we'll look into it, take a look and check them out. But that's not why you're here. That is not why you're here. All right, here you go. Let us walk you to the truth. No, we're here to start. The time for sure was to the shop.
The process itself says it's
I wasn't even on, but it's fine. Alright, so we've got a clip that we wanted to address from Mr. You're nudging me. So Timo's ate too much long fish flavor.
Everyone agrees that in order to be viable,
Can't even say it.
we
Can't even say it. So we
have to
can't
go
talk.
ahead and quote unquote make use of things if they have to work them. Finally, what happens if you work them and it's fairly insignificant? For example, you put them to work and it only goes ahead and let's say generates less than a shot of food that goes to work. Is that called work or not? That's the point that we basically see in the term of Rabbi. Or if you're young, so here we ask the following question. What happens for a professional
Earlier episode, I talked about the guy that does the TPK stuff. We watched the episode where Papa Fish. That guy sucks ass. I hate those clips. There's worse.
What happens if Ruben's kidnapping Russell? Russell's pregnant. But Ruben's kidnapping Russell for Russell's sake. Right? What is he doing? He wants to kidnap him. What's the society? What's the Russell? Each kind of car or in that
Put the AVI and then have the zoom in on the
so it's like sensitivity. More is again. Almost what do you do? And what we're talking about. Essentially, the electric power is the working of the individual. Again, remember again what's the case. Ruben kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Ruben kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold him for the river. So there is no more at all. Let's decide this. What did he say? There's a three-part Russian design around. We should look more about it. But I feel that I was where Ruben kidnapped Shimon and then sold him. And after Ruben kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he named Shimon. So he utilized Shimon, sleeping Shimon as a support. Or the pregnant woman, who was a big win,
Yeah, that's 100% on me. I talked with your nudge and me. I was trying to explain that I meant the YouTube guy, but I was definitely not clear in the clip, and it's on me because I expected Gerardo to edit it out. Well, what is going on with the TPK channel? Was that a conversation you had with others telling you that they just steal clips? Were you saw? No, I saw him, and I somehow did see the comments saying that that guy steals clips, but I just watched the YouTube clips and I don't like them. I mean, the shop, fish clip, and all that, you're nudging me, and all that stuff, yes, always, from what I've seen, so it's like that clip in of itself. So in the end, it's almost like a good thing, because like, from my being a jackass, he was able to come up with this, and it's funny, and everybody enjoyed it, and the people that don't like it probably enjoyed it even more than me. But I thought it was great. And just, that's my bad, I don't mean to associate the with the YouTube channel. That was lame. I shouldn't be talking about the YouTube channel anyways, because like we talked about, I don't like it, but it's below us to like just fire shots out. It's all those randos, dude. I know, man. I was texting Gerardo to predict you, so he couldn't get it to me in time. Turning my eyes red. I just that's another thing too that we didn't get a chance to talk about on the show when we talked about at length with each other. Is the hell of our quarterly text drops. Yeah. Apparently Brendan Schaub asks him for dick juice all the time, and also he was taking big accountability for that. Yeah, he refuses to take accountability for everything, so we've sort of jokingly been doing that to each other. Like, oh, it's on me, man. I'm gonna do it anyways, kind of thing.
It's also even to prepare with skin. Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. Alright, I need you. Another thing we learned too, guys, that it's not okay, Mr. Whole Foods. What it is, it's my bad.
What about
It's your bad.
woman?
Whatever, dude.
What's
I'm not
by
racist. Sometimes we
I success someone.
Alright, well, next up, tell you a secret. Alright, so the next clip is called Papa Can't Stand When People Are Buried on Their Phones Instead of Working. Hosted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. Our stars, Rogan and Shorty Pie. They made $1,600 a night. A little video, but I'm just saying, you can't, well, now I can't do my joke about it. It's not you really do it. I know exactly what you're doing. So you did, well, well, that's good. That's good. You put on the Chiefs, and
He wants to each go to
the Chiefs are going to win. It's going to be good.
will be found to have
It's
sold
great. So we can go to Vegas every year with my buddy.
whether you can have a man or a woman, that a share of
All stars are fun. These tips, and it's like,
and then you say you are okay, fine. Gunboat below Bucko.
we were there wearing like the sports book.
Gunboat
Sorry,
below
sports book special. Who's Chin?
They can actually not get so. Or they sold shit.
He's like, wait, someone else, where's Chin? Where's the hot chip guy? They come in, he calls him the hot chip. Clever shot, coming up with an excuse right away, can't get caught. Caught in the cookie jar, the kratom jar, and then his Netflix brain just was like, oh wait, someone else is fucking up, it's not just me. You lead from the top, you don't lead by example. Your producer might be in there too. Also, too, with Mark Harley, when we did the interview with him, was like a one phone call incoming. He was never on his phone. I don't know what he was talking about. Yeah, that's probably
Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives.
Mr. Hello, Mark Harley. Alright, so the next clip is a movie trailer. Blockbuster, movie trailer for the single Mr. Casey. So, maybe like, let's go see my dad.
Focusing on the case of where Ruben kidnapped Shimon, and then goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay? So now, interestingly enough, what Shisha said is how it's kind of talk before of Shisha's, where Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them be'echad from their relatives, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would seem to indicate to us that if Ruben kidnapped Shimon and then goes Shimon back to Shimon's own family, then Ruben would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he is liable. What's going on over here? So you're right, you know what? Finish the topic. Then Ruben would kidnap Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, someone else, then ultimately again Ruben would be potter. So one side, the second question, what's the problem here? Dilma Rabbi Shimon, Dilma, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbanon. This is a macro. George the Marshall Sagai for the Rabbi Yochanan, Stam Matis in Rabbi Bear, Stam to Staff of Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sister Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifri Rabbi Shimon, the Kur Rabbi Akiva. Now again, we have this principle that was established the following except of Stam Sisra, Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain it is to change the event. That which the Brisa said, and in fact, the halacha is that if Ruben kidnaps Shimon and sells Shimon to his own family, that Ruben is potter. When we say potter, remember again, potter is potter from death penalty. Because halacha makes it liable for kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. Hagoni, so next thing the Mishnah said is what happens if a person kidnaps his son? I kidnapped his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So we say this was in Machlokes. So Shmuel, son of Rabbi Yochanan of Baruch, said it's Chayiv, and the Chacham said it's Shechata. That's analyzed. My time is Rabbanon. Why do Rabbanon say that's Shechata? So I'm Rabbi Damutah, as the pasuk says, Ki Matzei, Fat L'Matzei. As well said, Lashon of the pasuk is Ki Matzei Ishtonei Nefesh Be'achad. If it will be found that a person kidnapped someone from amongst his brethren. Now, Rosh Hashanah indicates to us that there's a new circumstance here. Right? He found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you if they're not normally found with you? You kidnap them. So this comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. Your child. That Quran is of Rabbanon won't be again say that you are talking. Okay. You're the only Rabbi. So now which one is not say means something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, he wants to ish shohet in isha bu'ulas bal. Once it talks about adultery, it will be found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right? With another woman who's married to another woman, who's married to another man. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? For example, like you don't die is based cloning the shlichim gavadim. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out that the base cloning was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. Not about one person. It's not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe, it could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So we want to continue telling them that there's not why you're looking for both in such a situation. It doesn't apply because since couple one was going to around with couple two and couple two was around with couple three, so it's not it's not like a new circumstance. He would be liable for adultery. Which he wants to talk about is you said this fucking out was of course that was a kind of a situation. Of course not. Of course there's going to be liability in that case. They'll talk. I'm sorry. I'm not even new subject. No. I'm not learning it out ultimately against what I'm say rather the new subject. What does the Pasuk say? A person man kidnapped, like it's only speaking about the new subject. Right? One person kidnaps another person and the victim is found for the purpose of it. So the Nimsa indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately again a situation of a father and a son where the son is normally with the father. Interesting up there, but again, he wants to Rabbi, I will say, by the way, just want to point out, that's how he passes.
Yo, what up?
Rabbi passes like the Rabbanon.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday. Everyone loves a piece. What's good in your neck of the woods?
How you been, Rabbi? How you been?
I've been well. How are you?
It's all right. It's all right.
All right. What's been new with you?
Nothing much, man. What about you?
Slaying a dick like it's going out of style.
All right. We're just, chilling next to a gas station,
All right. What's going on next to the gas station?
Nothing much. We're just sitting in the car, talking about life.
All right, my friend. We'll enjoy that. Feel free to listen in
Well,
and watch.
yeah, we have a question. So,
What's your question, big dog?
my friend here asked, would you choose right now? Would you choose $1 million, like right now, or get $10,000 for the rest of your life, every month? Every month, yeah.
It's a good question. It depends on how old I am. I'm 39 years old
Well,
right
like
now.
right now.
I know. I'm 39 years old right now. So $10,000 per year, per month is $120,000 a year times, say I live another 40 years. So it's $4.8 million versus $1 million. So I consider the 4.8, but actually $1 million in a lump sum, you could probably invest it and make more than $4.8 million. So I'd actually take $1 million right now.
Smart, that's smart. Yeah, we chose the same thing.
There you go, big dog.
Okay, can I ask you one more question? But it's kind of disgusting though.
All right, go ahead.
Wait, maybe it's pretty actually like disgusting. I don't know if it's like against the POS or the YouTube.
All right, well then don't ask it.
All right.
I'll respect it.
Having funds enough to kind of get this thing going and go raise the others. And I do think it's total.
I mean, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
All right, well, ask it, and then I'll decide if I can answer it.
Okay, so would you rather drink a gallon of your father's cum or a gallon of your mother's period blood?
Yeah, it's disgusting. I would choose neither.
But if you had to go,
Yeah, I don't want to think about that. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna respect that. I'm sorry for asking that.
I don't respect it.
You're good. Well, you guys must be very bored if those are the questions you're thinking of in a gas station parking lot.
Yeah, man, it's really dead in our city. Like we don't even have anything open, so we're just like sitting here. We can't do anything else.
So why don't you go pick up some chicks?
We both have girlfriends, so.
Yeah, why don't you go hang out with your girlfriends?
Because it's 3 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll do it.
Is it like alive in your city, like at 3 a.m.?
In LA, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of jealous. What are you watching, man?
A podcast?
A Joe Rogan one or something?
No. Some football?
You don't trash tape.
Do I know what?
Oh, trash tape. Podcast. Trash tape.
Trash Tuesday?
No, trash tape.
No, I don't know that one. What is it?
Japan-based podcast.
Okay, cool.
All right, man. I guess we're gonna get some Mackies or something. We're pretty hungry, so have a good rest of your treats.
You too, my friend. Take care. Come back anytime.
Of course. All right. Goodbye.
Peace.
Scott Woodward, the governor, Austin Thomas, board of supervisors. You can have a connection to anybody. Here's what they don't know right now. What they don't know right now is, say, if you go and hire a coach, that they don't have somebody that they want for a position, and they tell you, hey man, I know you like Black Packer, but see, if you want me, I want my own say.
mean, look, he's going to get the last name. Kobe with a $20 super chat says, weird thing, Gus Malzahn had success in Auburn. No way. He's not successful at Florida State because of Mike Norvell or Jet Fish from Washington. Turned down Arizona and had success in Washington. Jet Fish would be way down my list. Cody, you got to think of bigger names here. No way, no how, no way am I hiring Gus Malzahn as my next head coach. No way. None. No way. None. Jake, with a $2 super chat says things will be rough for the next Mac, L, for those who just find out Arline Elite Boxing Coach, UFO's OC, never been a head coach, and he got the phone calls as OC. Big Jake says book is out on Lane Kiffin, just like Kelly and Indeed. We should hire him. What's the book out on? What is the book out on Lane Kiffin? That he wins 10 games at Ole Miss every year? At Ole Miss? Is that the book out on him? Yes. By the way, they're coming to the playoff this year. Something that Brian Kelly didn't do. If he makes, with all due respect, if the book is out and he's making the playoffs, well, mental is Nothing's not mentally well. I think the current situation genuinely made him depressed, and he did not want to work in the offseason. Maybe he is, man. I can't speculate on someone's mental health. Nor am I going to. Eric Peters with a $20 super chat says how much to get Lane Kidd for $15 million. Somebody in the chat earlier said it was $6 million. His buyout was actually $6 million to go somewhere else. If that's the case, then you pay that with your eyes closed. You pay that with your eyes closed. Jason Brumfield with a $2 super chat says Tavares Robinson, DB coach of Georgia. No, if you're going to do that, go for a coach. At least he's actually calling plays. And just being blunt with you. Just being completely blunt, I go Kelvin Shepard before Tavares. I mean, guys, I want someone established. All right, last one. We're getting out of here. Lucas Blanchard with a $2 super chat. Do you think he would leave or is McClady? I mean, do I think that he would leave? Yeah, I think he would leave. Yeah, I think he would leave. It just depends on
Yo,
if he's willing to actually.
how are you?
So we'll see. All right, I gotta get some of these phone calls here. Emergency show. How to do it? Here we stand, and here we go. Buckle up. It's gonna be a fun ride. Till tomorrow. Peace.
register just how deep and corrupt the deep state is. That's such a direct statement from him. Yes, but yes. No, I'm just saying. I'm not trying to defend anybody. I know that because I'm not jumping on my ass and I'm not finished. Okay, so what I want to say is, yes, he's on that. He is part of some community, and he always has been. Or the earlier gentleman saying about his family background. These are oligarchs. They're born oligarchs. They've always been oligarchs, and they're going to always look out for each other because that's their power. If you look at any country, the people who understand what's going on in this country right now, we're all, gobsmacked by it, are the people who've been in countries who've been taken over the communist rule. They understand what's going on. The Chinese nationals who come on and go, oh my God, this is, it's happening here. We've got nowhere else to go. The Cubans, the Venezuelans, people who've been able to leave these countries, and Russia, and they know exactly what's going on here. So it doesn't surprise them, but it disappoints them because they actually had hope in the beacon that is America. What we are going through is a class war. And if you look up any communist revolution, a class war being now, look at what happened in the French Revolution. Let them eat cake. All those oligarchs ended up with their heads on because the people had had enough. It was a very bloody revolution.
Yeah, I think that the reason why you're seeing the fucking military roll out on our streets,
Yes,
the AI,
they want to stop it.
they're going to produce pretty much not going to be allowed to
They
happen.
want to stop it before it starts. But it
Well,
doesn't.
there's one difference though too, and that's why we're seeing all this stuff of like race wars and other things. It's one thing to stop a riot when you are in the army. It is completely different to turn your weapon on your own brethren. And if we are not having a race war riot, they are not going to turn on us. They are going to be with us and they're going to defend us diligently. I don't trust them. No, I'm not talking about the administration. I'm talking about the fucking 11 Bravos, the ones that fucking went to serve the country and protect us, the kids, not the fucking middle management assholes. So you got two hands up, we're hogging it. You got two hands up, it's going to freeze the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah, too, Clay.
you're seeing the same thing with Trinidad and Tobago now, in anticipation for what's going to happen here in Venezuela. Yeah, so something that I hear that is often bandied around, but not really, not is that America has recaptured the ground system, the empire that was run by the city of London, centralized agriculture to the British Empire, became the Commonwealth, Council of Foreign Relations, and all of that, sort of centralized control structure persists, and persists in institutions like the NATO, is essentially propping up the London power, which was run out of the city of London, and it is what's driving all of this conflict. So just throw that out there, that Fox is in the head of this. Sure. I mean, I think the right metaphor is a ship that sees right in the ocean that replacement parts of the ship of the ship's functions. This remains the same. And so empire is the same as the ship pieces. The layers change, the names change, the cities that it operates out of, and the institutions that it inhabits, they all change over time. But the project of domination and imperial control remains. Right? And yeah, there are some connections and some threads long term. I think the ideology is very similar, but it's updated for the modern landscape. And so, what I'm suggesting is that the American experiment, the greatest experiment in self-governance, government run by the people, the Constitution as it was originally constructed, that was the best attempt at throwing off this imperial control system. But at some point, they captured it back. I think most Americans are not really understanding. We see pieces of it, like the Zionist project, which is the British imperial project being carried on by the American empire. There's nothing American about the empire. Right? The Americans, American nation was founded in opposition to empire, yet somehow it has become what it tried to separate. So there is some financial constraints. We're not in the American financial system that we once started. As far as the implementation of the Federal Reserve was one that brought us back to the city of London. Two was Woodrow Wilson brought us back onto a parliamentary financial system. And we have these central banks, we have these international banks that are able to do speculation. They can do bond purchases, various asset class manipulations in the market rules of money, and they can turn a sector up, turn a sector down by just opening up the spigot of money. They can mess with interest rates on us. They're able to manipulate the currencies, and that's able to control us. Control the money, but control the people. So we have to detach ourselves from the British Crown and City of London from a financial system. The City of London, what they mean by that is the financial banks, international banks, they still control everything. And then vertically integrated companies, we've got our family here, we've got various other Johnson.
Hi, Miss Aquarius. How are you? Did you take a nap?
I hit my head with my phone, Rabbi. And Auntie told me the way that I was talking. And she said that me to take nothing. So it feels a little bit better because I ate, but it was hurting. I hit my head hard with the phone.
How'd you hit your head with the phone?
I was trying to and I was trying to smoke, and just my head went and swung on my head and then hit my head.
That's not good.
But I was tough and hurt. Yeah, it's still a little bit better. It still hurts though. Still tender.
Well, I hope it feels better.
Thank you. Don't feel better because I'm not going to know how to do this.
What you doing? Are you ready? Are you ready for me?
Yeah, guess what? I went to church. I saw you in there. Not there because I did not know what the people was talking about. They was talking Korean. Where are they from? Korean?
I think Philippines.
Oh, okay. But I couldn't hear that. They, some of them knew English, but they were speaking their language, and I was like, okay, I ain't about to go. I have to go. I saw you in there.
Yeah, I chill in there.
I know, but I don't even know what they said. Right?
Oh, I don't listen to them. A lot of them speak English though.
I might go back in there and just chill and just listen, you know?
Yeah, I like. They sing a lot of karaoke in there, and I like that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, they don't mind us going in there listening, right?
No, no,
Okay. I don't want them to meet me. They sing me. Okay, let me cut this. I gotta cut this fan off. I'm getting hot. I did not put that. There go my phone. I'm glad I didn't hit my head or nothing. My phone. Yeah, we got to push over here because you know been dropping almost all day. Sit right there. Have you sit tight. No, I got to have you. Come on back over here. Cause I ain't got time. Okay, I'm ready.
you have an invitation.
Okay, I got an invitation on. Let's go.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go. All right. Oh. I'm trying to do it. This, why don't stop playing with me? Please stop playing with me. Now, let's try this one more time. There we go.
Nice spare.
Let's go.
I'm trying.
You got that. You got it. You got it.
No
You
way.
got it.
Oh, come on.
Who is right? I like it when I say, oh,
Ooh.
right now I'm on. Come on, Rabbi. Let's go. Right
No doubt.
there.
No
Yeah.
doubt.
That's what you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go.
You've got this right down the middle.
It's okay.
How'd you get the middle one and not the other two?
Let's go, Rabbi. Let's go.
No doubt.
Let's go. Let's go.
Give it to
Yay.
me.
Almost. Almost. Yay. Let's go. Let's go.
Give it to me. Woo.
Come on. Let's go. What is wrong with me? What the stuff? Okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got this. Let's go.
Oh, what a
Hey, there
spare.
you go.
Yes, of course, that was big time.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
No
You
doubt.
got it. You got it. Come on, you got this. You got this. Do this like I do. Hey,
No.
go.
Mr. Aquarius about to take the win. I'm
Oh,
happy about
God.
that, though. If I have to not win against anybody,
No, you got
Mr. Aquarius, you got your points doubled, girl. 57. Get these three. Get these three.
Okay.
Big time.
It's okay. You got it. Come on. Let's
No
go.
doubt.
Let's go.
Give it to me. Oh, that was bad.
You got it. Can't give up. Yes. Wonderful. There.
That was good.
Let's go. Strike it.
I'll take it.
Good job. You win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. All right. Hey, all right.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
Not what I wanted. Get it.
You got it. Good there.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Let's go. Now, you know what you. Okay.
Oh,
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Let's go.
no doubt. Oh,
Come on,
no.
Rabbi.
That was bad.
Come on, Rabbi.
Give it to me. Wow. That was fortunate.
All right. I don't know why I was over there. Right. No reason. Okay. So not that. All right. Let's go, Rabbi. Let's go.
Get it.
Why does it like that? I think I took hold for some reason.
Welcome.
Well, what up?
Hello, you got this. Let's go. Let's go, Rabbi. Hello.
Rabbi, what up, man?
How you living, pimp?
Looking good, man.
Excellent. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Hey, dog.
What's good with you, my friend?
I was listening to the good rabbi.
Yeah, it was. What's good with you?
I don't know, man. Just chilling. Like a little dog.
All right. What happened to
About to be
you?
home, man.
What happened to you this morning?
Nothing, dog. I told you, dude, I had to go, man.
All right. Well, it happens. How was your day?
Let's
It's
go.
all right. I'm about to be home, though, from a long day. I'm
All right.
walking.
What'd you do?
What'd I do?
That's what I
Oh,
asked.
fuck, man. Did a lot of things.
All right.
I woke up, took a shower, smoked some weed. I got on my computer.
You're winning and win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
Right. Good
Excellent.
morning. Good night.
Night, Miss Aquarius. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Sweet dreams, God willing.
Good dreams, God.
All right, Pistol. So you just had a normal day. Did you watch any sports today?
Did I watch any sports today? Yes.
So what'd you watch?
I watched the NFL.
Okay.
I watched the NFL.
What'd you watch?
Yep. I watched the Packers, the Jets, the Eagles.
Did you see Saquon Barkley just dominate?
Who?
Saquon Barkley.
Oh, I don't know players like that, man.
He's a running back for the Eagles. He did really well. That's
Oh,
okay. No worries.
Yeah.
All right, very well. What are your plans for this evening?
Oh, fuck. That was an adventure, man.
What
I
was?
almost got robbed.
How'd you almost?
Some dope dude, and so the person that I went to goes out to, there's like three guys that were masked up, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm looking around, and they want me. They didn't have the money, and they want me to pull it out. I'm like, well, hold up, let me pull over here for a quick second and grab a couple of them, the pills. I'm like, yo, here. And they're like, well, what the hell does the bottle say? I was like, Gallica and Elite. I was like, I get them, fucking, I know what the hell they are. And yeah, and the one guy was like, let me get one of them. So I gave him one. And then I went off after because they said they didn't want them. I was like, here, just have it, whatever. Leave it on me. You guys can try it out if you like to come back. Well, fucking, they start following me, bro. And the other dude dips off. And I'm like, what the fuck? And that's when I just got on Discord. And that's why, if I wasn't really making sense and sounding nervous, it was because those two guys were just following me. And now I'm home. Yeah.
Okay, wow, that's wild shit.
I literally had to cut down a lane quick. Literally. What?
That shit's wild, dog.
Yeah. So I was like, what did I do today? I got my computer. I was like, what? Yeah. I was like, and literally those two guys on the bike were following me. So, yeah, now I'm home.
All right, well, relax. Nothing's gonna happen to you now.
Yeah.
Are you
I'm
gonna?
gonna smoke some weed, dude.
Well, go for it. I'm watching podcasts. Feel free to watch and listen.
I kind of saved my ass. I ain't gonna lie. I think they were about to like hit me in the back of the head, dude, and like take everything.
Well, it's good that you got out of there.
Yep. Italian?
Perhaps.
They're a fucking Italian mob boss, dude. I feel like John Gunn. You listen to this podcast all day long?
Yep. I listen to just many different podcasts all day long.
Are you from New York?
No, I'm based out of Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. From New York. So it's like 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, or 7 o'clock, something like that, right, for you?
7:52.
Yeah, 7:52.
820 in Portland and drug zone stupid liberals. What the what? What is going on? My phone fell.
I don't know if you watch the show in a chair with a seatbelt, but if you have one, I'd go ahead and pass that. A lot going on. I mean, we're live, so we're going to come on the time we normally come on. But, man, if we could have bought ourselves an extra 30 minutes tonight, would have been the night for Jetpack. We're high atop kind of gloomy, but dark also downtown Nashville, Tennessee on this Sunday, October 26th, the year of our Lord 2025. I mean, we leave the show with breaking news. How about a good old